The rain in Porto had fallen relentlessly for 7 whole days. Carrying the salty tang of the Atlantic, the cold pierced through the jersey and clung to the boy's skin. 2:47 a.m. Huang Tianyu was still in the open lot beneath the apartment building, kicking a ball against the mottled concrete wall. This wall had been his training partner for 4 years. From age 11 to 15, from 1.4 meters to 1.7 meters in height, from speaking not a word of Portuguese to fluent Porto slang rolling off his tongue. The chalk-drawn goal frame on the wall had long been blurred by the rain. Yet he could still place the ball time after time perfectly into that invisible corner. The sock on his right foot had long been worn through. The blisters on his heel had burst and rubbed raw, clinging to the inside of his boot. Every touch of the ball brought a needle-pricking agony. He didn't stop. 3,047. He counted inside his heart. Not because he enjoyed counting, only by keeping track of each number could he shut out the bitter words and indifferent looks from the day's training session. Huang, can't you keep it the hell down? Mrs. Joanna on the 4th floor threw open her window, unleashing a torrent of Portuguese curses thicker than the rain itself. Huang Tianyu didn't even look up. He simply raised a hand and flashed an okay gesture. It had been their unspoken pact for 4 years. She shouted her curses, he kicked his kicks. As long as the gesture was made, she would curse for exactly 3 minutes, then shut the window and go back to sleep. Sure enough, 3 minutes later the window slammed shut, and the rainy night returned to its previous stillness. Only the dull thud of the ball against the wall remained. 3,048. 3,049. The rebound of the ball and the coach's words from that afternoon overlapped again and again in the rain. In today's intra-squad match, he was the 8th substitute. A substitute in name, but the official list only had 7 slots. He was the one squeezed out. He didn't even qualify to sit on the substitute bench. Coach Nuno patted his shoulder and said in that too familiar Portuguese, "Huang, you work very hard," but the sentence was never finished. The coach turned his head and called out to someone not far away. That local boy, whose technique, stamina, and fight were all inferior to Huang Tianyu's, smiled broadly and jogged into the main training group. Huang Tianyu knew perfectly well what the unspoken half of that sentence was. But your technique is too rough. But your first touch is always just a fraction short. But there are 3 local Portuguese kids competing for the same position as you. He said nothing. He simply bowed politely, said, "Thank you, coach," in perfect Portuguese, and turned toward the locker room. He let no one see his hands clenched white at the knuckles. He had known since childhood that anger accomplished nothing. Neither did tears. At age 5 he had come with his parents from Jinan to Porto without a word of Portuguese. In preschool, classmates had surrounded him, laughing, pointing, and calling him Chinese. He ran home crying. His father Huang Tianyu was tossing the wok in the makeshift kitchen of their rented flat. Without turning, he threw one line at him, "Does crying help?" He went back the next day, and the day after that. 6 months later, he was the best Portuguese speaker in his class. Football was the same. Others practiced 100 kicks. He practiced 1,000, 10,000. Others headed home at dark, but he faced this wall and trained until 3 in the morning. 3,050. The ball hit the wall at a poor angle. He miscontrolled it, and it rolled 2 meters away. He chased it. Just as he bent to pick it up, a familiar voice drifted through the rain. "Tianyu." It was Chinese. With the accent of home, Jinan, a voice etched into his bones. Huang Tianyu spun around. In the dim yellow glow of the streetlight stood his father Huang Tianyu. The man still wore the white chef's uniform from the Chinese restaurant, layered under a faded old cotton coat. A smear of grease clung to his collar, and a fresh burned scar marked the crook of his thumb. In his hand was a paper bag, and warm steam was rising from the seams, softening even the cold rain around it. "Dad." Huang Tianyu stopped moving and said in a low voice. Huang Tianyu walked over and pressed the paper bag into his hands. The rough fingertips brushed across his son's hand, still carrying the chill of the walk-in fridge. "Eat it while it's hot." Huang Tianyu opened the bag. Pastiest de nata. The custard tarts you could buy on any Porto street. Yet his father always walked the extra 3 blocks for the one shop. It was the taste he had fallen in love with the first time he tried it after arriving in Portugal. Sweet without being cloying, like the honey cakes his grandmother used to buy him as a child. "Why are you off work so late?" He squeezed the warm paper bag, his fingertips slowly thawing. There was a dinner gathering at the restaurant. Kept busy until now. Huang Tianyu's gaze swept across the dense marks on the wall, then fell on his son's tattered boots and rain-chilled, reddened hands. "How much longer?" "Almost done. A few dozen more kicks." Huang Tianyu nodded, turned to leave, then stopped. He rummaged through his coat pocket, pulled out a new pair of fleece-lined gloves, and pressed them into his son's hand. "The night wind is cold. Don't let your hands freeze." "Oh, your mother said come home this weekend. She's making stewed ribs. Your grandmother sent star anise from home. She left you a big bowl in the fridge. Just heat it up and eat." "Okay. Want me to wait?" "No, Dad. I'll practice a bit more." Huang Tianyu said no more, only gave him one final look, then turned into the stairwell. His back was slightly hunched. 15 years of tossing woks had bowed the spine of a man who once played full matches for the Jinan Steel Factory team without ever stopping. Huang Tianyu looked down at the tart in his hands. The steam rose and blurred his eyes. He set the tart in a dry spot at the foot of the wall, stepped back 2 paces, and reset his stance. 3051. The ball struck the wall once more. Through the rain, only this dull rhythmic sound accompanied the 15-year-old boy of Chinese heritage as he stood against the doubt of the entire world. 3:17 a.m. Huang Tianyu finally stopped. The rain had thinned. The tart had gone cold, but he leaned against the wall and ate it bite by bite until nothing was left. The sweet cream melted on his tongue mixed with a faint saltiness. He lifted his head to look up. The 4th floor window was dark, the 3rd floor was dark too. Only on the 2nd floor the curtain of his family's window stirred softly. It was his mother. Always like this. Never saying a word yet never able to sleep, standing by the window to wait for him to come in. Huang Tianyu crumpled the wrapper, tossed it into the trash bin, and went upstairs quietly. When he opened the door, the room was pitch black. But he could hear 2 deliberately softened breathing sounds. His parents were both pretending to be asleep, afraid of adding pressure. He slipped into his 6-square-meter cubicle, laid the new gloves on the desk, reached beneath his collar, and pulled out the old silver lock his grandmother had given him in Jinan. He held it in his palm, rubbed its edges, then lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. 3 more days. He would turn 16. In his mind, he first framed the thought in Portuguese, then switched back to Chinese, and said to himself seriously, make a wish. What would he wish for? He wanted to say, I want to make the starting lineup, but that felt laughable. The 8th substitute who couldn't even make the bench. Wishing for that would make even the heavens laugh. Then keep it simple. He closed his eyes, and in his heart, in the most authentic Jinan dialect, recited word by word, I want to play football. His grandmother had once told him when he was small that wishes must be made in the hometown dialect for the heavens to hear. 3 days later, when in that 6-square-meter cubicle, he blew out the 16 candles on his birthday cake alone and made that wish once more in Chinese. He did not know. The heavens had heard him, and they had heard him in Chinese. An icy mechanical voice with no warning at all thundered inside his mind. Detected that the host made a core wish in his native language, meeting binding conditions. The legendary inheritance system is activating. Activation progress 10, 50, 100. System successfully bound. Host Huang Tianyu. The instant the mechanical voice fell silent, Huang Tianyu's entire body went rigid on the bed. He bolted upright, sweeping his gaze across the room. In the cramped bedroom, there was nothing but the patter of rain outside the window and the steady breathing drifting from his parents' room. No one else was there. An illusion. He had been training too relentlessly lately, chronically sleep-deprived. Was his mind playing tricks on him? Huang Tianyu rubbed his eyes vigorously, then pinched his own arm hard. It hurt. This was no dream. At that very moment, the icy mechanical voice echoed through his mind once more. Greetings, host. I am the legend inheritance system at your service with utmost devotion. This time the voice was unmistakably clear, each word striking his ears with precision. Moreover, it was flawless Mandarin Chinese. Not Portuguese, not English. It was the Chinese he had grown up hearing since childhood. Huang Tianyu's heart thundered wildly, as if it might burst straight out of his throat. A system. It wasn't as if he had never read web novels. The system power fantasy stories his classmates touted as miraculous on domestic websites. He had secretly devoured more than a few. Yet never once had he imagined that something confined to the pages of fiction would actually manifest in his own life. System, he tentatively called out in Chinese deep within his mind. I am here, host. The mechanical voice replied without a moment's delay. Huang Tianyu's breath caught in his throat. It was real, not an illusion. He clenched the old silver lock in his palm, his fingertips trembling, not from fear, but from an ecstasy he could scarcely contain. For years, for 4 solid years, he had kicked that wall relentlessly, wearing through dozens of pairs of boots, suffering countless injuries, and enduring endless sneers and cold indifference. He had fought with every ounce of his being, yet still couldn't claim even a substitute spot. Now he had a system. Opening the host's personal attribute panel. Kindly review. The instant the system's voice faded, a pale blue holographic panel materialized out of thin air before Huang Tianyu's eyes. Only he could see it. Host Huang Tianyu. Age 16. Nationality China. Field position attacking midfielder, shadow striker, right winger. Current attributes: full score 100. Speed 80. Shooting 72. Passing 70. Dribbling 68. Stamina 95. Defense 65. Vision 66. Weak foot accuracy 610. Currently unlocked legendary ability packs none. Current active quest newbie guide quest incomplete. Every single figure on the panel corresponded precisely to his present level. Especially the stamina stat, 95. It was the only thing he could truly be proud of, a talent he had forged through 4 years of unwavering pre-dawn training runs. It was also the sole aspect Coach Nuno had ever praised. As for his other stats, dribbling, passing, vision in particular, they were all glaring weaknesses, the very reason he remained perpetually stranded at the fringes of the squad. System, what exactly is your purpose? Huang Tianyu asked, inwardly suppressing the excitement churning in his chest. This system is the legend inheritance system. Its core rules are as follows. 1. Unlock logic. The host may only unlock exclusive ability packs of legendary football stars by completing match milestone or spiritual inheritance quests, thereby acquiring the legend's technical memories, match experience, and tactical vision. 2. Ability limitation. The system cannot directly elevate the host's physical gifts, muscle memory, or mental fortitude. All legendary techniques must be fully mastered by the host through his own training before they may be formally employed in matches. 3. Growth. Mainline system quests revolve entirely around the host's self-identity and the inheritance of legends accompanying the host's professional journey, while unlocking stage-appropriate quests and rewards. 4. Ultimate mechanism. The system is no mindless cheat device, but a vessel carrying the spirit of football's legends. Its ultimate goal is to guide the host toward discovering his own path on the pitch, not to become a carbon copy of any legend. Huang Tianyu read the rules word by word 3 full times. Comprehension dawned in an instant. This system wasn't designed to catapult him to the summit and transform him into a world-class superstar overnight. Rather, it had pried open a door for him, a door through which he could touch the supreme techniques, experiences, and vision of football's most legendary masters. The road ahead still demanded his own steps, his own sweat, his own relentless struggle, and that suited him far better than those systems that simply maxed out every stat. He had never feared hard work. What he dreaded was striving with everything he had, only to never touch that invisible ceiling. Now, the ceiling had been torn away. Detected that the host has grasped the system's core rules, now issuing the newbie guidance quest. Newbie quest vindication. On the pitch. Quest objective in tomorrow's Porto U17 internal training match. Complete at least 3 successful interceptions, 1 key pass, attract the attention of the first team coaching staff, and obtain a first team trial slot. Time limit 24 hours. Quest reward. Legendary ability pack. Gattuso's Iron-Blooded Interception Technique Memory Pack. 1 E-Stamina Attribute. Permanently 1 Newbie Exclusive Training Plan. 1 Quest Failure. The system will automatically unbind Huang Tianyu's pupils constricted violently. A first-team trial slot. It was what he had dreamed of day and night. Porto, the premier powerhouse of the Portuguese Primeira Liga, masters of the Estadio do Dragão, a European juggernaut that had claimed the Champions League crown. Securing a trial with Porto's first team meant that half his foot was already through the gateway of professional football, and the penalty for failure, the system would unbind from him. There was no retreat. Yet 3 successful interceptions, 1 key pass for the player. He was now felt like climbing to heaven on a rope of sand. He didn't even merit a spot on the main roster. At best, he'd get a scant dozen minutes of garbage time. Pulling off this task within a paltry dozen minutes seemed almost impossible. Detected concerns on the host's part. Distributing newbie exclusive benefits. Newbie benefit. Gattuso interception technique. Temporary experience card. 15 minutes. 1 has been delivered to the host's inventory and may be activated at any time. Experience card effect. Upon activation for 15 minutes, the host will fully experience legendary star Gattuso's interception techniques, defensive positioning, and match anticipation. Upon expiration, the host will retain the corresponding technical memories and may permanently master them through training. Huang Tianyu's heart slammed against his ribs once more. Gattuso, AC Milan's legendary midfielder, a World Cup winning cornerstone of the Italian national team, one of the most fearsome, iron-blooded defensive midfielders in the history of football. With this experience card in hand, he had a fighting chance. He threw off the covers, swung out of bed, strode to his desk, clicked on the lamp, and pulled out his tactical notebook. It was crammed with the positional tendencies of Porto's U17 starting lineup. Each player's technical traits, each player's exploitable weaknesses. He had compiled all of it from the cold bench match after match painstakingly. For years of frozen bench sitting had not been in vain. He knew every single player on this team better than anyone else. Huang Tianyu's fingertip traced the formation diagram across the page, and a light he had never known before kindled within his eyes. Before he had possessed only effort, only grit. Now he had direction, and he had a chance. By the time dawn was ready to break, he finally slumped over the desk and slept for barely 2 hours. 8 o'clock in the morning. Huang Tianyu appeared at the locker room of Porto's youth training base with punctual precision. He changed into his kit, tucked the old silver lock from Jinan close against his chest beneath the jersey, then picked up a pen and carefully traced over the 4 characters on his shin guard. Jinan, City of Springs. This was his route. Yo Huang, you're here bright and early today. A voice dripping with mockery drifted over from the side. It was the team's starting midfielder Thiago, the very boy who had snatched away his main training slot yesterday. What's still trying to beg the coach for a chance to get on the pitch? Thiago let out a derisive snort and clapped him on the shoulder. Don't waste your breath, Huang. Football's not your game. Might as well head back to your Chinese restaurant and help your old man flip the wok. The few teammates nearby burst into jeering laughter. Huang Tianyu paid him no mind. He simply tightened his laces, rose to his feet, and walked out of the locker room. In the past, he would swallow the insult, shrink into the shadows. But today was different. On that pitch, he meant to shove every shred of contempt, every mockery straight back down their throats. On the training ground, Coach Nuno stood with his tactical board arranging today's training match lineup. The substitute roster was read to the very last name before Huang Tianyu's was casually, almost dismissively called out, just as he had anticipated. Dead last on the substitute list, entitled to only a sliver of playing time during garbage minutes. No one held any expectations for him. No one believed this Chinese-descended youth could stir so much as a ripple. Only Huang Tianyu himself knew. Today was the day he would rewrite his fate. The referee strode to the center circle, whistle in hand. Players from both sides took their positions. Huang Tianyu sat at the furthest end of the substitute's bench, fists clenched tight. Tweet. A single whistle pierced the air. The training match was officially underway. End of this chapter. On the training ground of Porto's youth academy, the halftime whistle struck the faces of Porto's U17 starting 11 like a resounding slap. The scoreboard displayed a glaring 0-1. The home team Porto was trailing against their city rivals U17 squad. The substitutes' bench was shrouded in deathly silence. Everyone hung their heads, not daring to look at Coach Nuno's ashen face. Porto's midfield had been completely overrun in the first half. Their opponent's midfield linchpin Felipe, a rotational player for Portugal's U17 national team, had been dribbling past the starting midfielder Thiago with insulting ease. All three of their dangerous attacks in the half came through Thiago's flank, and the goal they conceded was a direct gift from his errant back pass. Yet Thiago showed no shred of guilt. Instead, he plopped down on the bench, slammed his water bottle to the ground, and spewed curses while shifting the blame. Are the defenders blind? I passed the ball and you can't even control it. Can the goalkeeper make a save? Even I could stop that. His teammates were angry but dared not speak. Everyone knew Thiago was placed in the team by the club's higher-ups, and no matter how poorly he played, the coach wouldn't easily bench him. Finally, Nuno's patience snapped. He turned and unleashed a torrent of fury on Thiago. What were you doing in the first half? Taking a stroll. Felipe got past you 7 times. 7. You couldn't make a single decent tackle. Thiago stiffened his neck, ready to argue, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Nuno. Nuno breathed heavily, his gaze sweeping over the players on the bench. Everyone instinctively averted their eyes. No one wanted to go on now and face the informed Felipe. Going in meant being the scapegoat, meant humiliation. Only one person sitting at the very end of the bench sat with his back straight, his eyes showing no sign of retreat. It was Huang Tianyu. Nuno's gaze finally settled on him. The entire field fell silent. All the substitute players were stunned, unable to believe the coach was looking at this Chinese-descended youth who couldn't even secure a regular substitute spot. Thiago laughed out loud, his face full of disdain. Coach, you're not really going to put him on, are you? A Chinese kid who can't even control a ball going out there to feed Felipe. Nuno ignored him. He walked over to Huang Tianyu, crouched down, and looked at the youth he had pulled from the rejected list. For years, he had watched this child grow from a little kid who couldn't speak a word of Portuguese into a young man who practiced on the training ground until the early hours day after day. He knew how hard Huang Tianyu worked, knew his incredible stamina, and knew all he lacked was a chance. Huang. Nuno's voice was low. You're going in for the second half. You have one job. Lock Felipe down in midfield. Don't worry about anything else. Huang Tianyu's heart pounded wildly. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. For years of kicking a ball against a wall hundreds of thousands of times, all for this moment. He stood up and replied in the most standard Portuguese, word for word, yes, coach. Thiago's face soured instantly. He leaned and, hissing a sneer only the two of them could hear. Don't go out there and embarrass yourself. I bet you get skinned by Felipe within 3 minutes and get pulled off in disgrace. Chinese kids shouldn't play professional football. Huang Tianyu glanced at him sideways, saying nothing. He didn't need to argue with words. He would use his feet, his performance on the pitch, to shove every bit of that mockery back down their throats. The whistle for the second half blew. Huang Tianyu stepped onto the turf and ran onto the pitch. The sparse crowd in the stands, mostly training ground staff and players' families, burst into laughter upon seeing him come on. Who's this? Never seen him before. That Chinese kid. The one who stays late practicing every day. His technique is terrible. Is Nuno crazy? Putting him on to defend Felipe. That's just giving them the game. Felipe on the opposing side also noticed Huang Tianyu coming on. He looked the slender Chinese-descended youth up and down, a contemptuous smile curling at his lips. He made a thumbs-down gesture, a blatant provocation aimed directly at Huang Tianyu. In his eyes, this nameless substitute was no different from thin air. From the first attack of the half, the opposition immediately fed the ball to Felipe. Felipe took the ball and charged straight at Huang Tianyu with swagger. He didn't even bother with a feint, intending to blow past him in a single step, just as he had done to Thiago. Everyone was waiting to see Huang Tianyu get skinned for a joke. Just as Felipe touched the ball, Huang Tianyu uttered the phrase in his mind. Activate Gattuso interception technique, temporary experience card. Experience card activated. For the next 15 minutes, the host can fully utilize Gattuso's interception skills, defensive positioning, and match anticipation. The moment the cold mechanical voice faded, a flood of defensive experience, positioning tactics, and anticipation of the ball carrier's movements surged into Huang Tianyu's mind. He instantly saw through Felipe's dribbling rhythm, saw the direction of his next touch. The moment Felipe stretched his foot to push the ball forward. Huang Tianyu lunged into a sliding tackle clean and decisive without a hint of hesitation. The studs of his boot grazed the bottom of the ball, stripping it away with perfect precision. No foul. A perfect interception. The laughter from the stands died instantly. Silence fell thick and heavy. Spectators in the stands, players on the bench, all were frozen, unable to believe their eyes. The arrogant Felipe dispossessed so cleanly by this unknown Chinese-descended youth. Teammates who had been sitting on the bench all sprang to their feet. Nuno's grip on his tactics board tightened, his eyes blazing with disbelief. Huang Tianyu got up and calmly distributed the ball to a teammate on the wing. Absent-mindedly, he reached up and touched the old silver lock from Jinan hidden against his chest. The cool touch of the metal helped to calm his racing heartbeat. This was just the beginning. He raised his chin slightly at Felipe, whose face was ashen with rage. "You look down on me. Next I'll show you what despair truly means." Felipe's face flushed crimson after being dispossessed. He had never suffered such humiliation, not even with the national youth team. To be stripped of the ball by a nameless Chinese kid. Enraged and embarrassed, he immediately led two teammates in the next attack, converging on Huang Tianyu in midfield for a 3-on-1 trap. 3 players from 3 directions sealed off all of Huang Tianyu's passing lanes. Everyone held their breath. Everyone thought Huang Tianyu was certain to lose the ball and make a fool of himself. The triple team pressure closed in instantly. Felipe, flanked by 2 teammates in a triangular formation, had Huang Tianyu trapped in the middle. Every passing lane was sealed off. Mocking laughter erupted from the stands once more. "See, I told you that was just a stroke of luck. Let's see how he gets out of this one." 3 against 1, even a first-team defensive midfielder would struggle with this, let alone some academy fringe player. Thiago sat on the bench, a smug look of schadenfreude plastered on his face. He waited to see Huang Tianyu lose the ball, waited to see the coach substitute him off, waited to see this Chinese-descended youth become the complete laughingstock of the entire academy. But on the pitch, Huang Tianyu showed not a hint of panic. Gattuso's defensive positioning memories whirred through his mind at lightning speed. He didn't rush the pass. Instead, he kept the ball firmly glued to his feet, adjusting his body position with rapid short steps, perfectly shielding his body to block Felipe's pressing line. He knew exactly what these 3 were thinking. Felipe, eager to redeem himself, would be the first to challenge, with the other 2 merely providing support. The passing window would open the moment Felipe committed. Sure enough, Felipe couldn't resist any longer. He lunged in, recklessly aiming a wild swipe at the ball at Huang Tianyu's feet. Now, Huang Tianyu shifted his body weight, sharply evading Felipe's sliding tackle. Simultaneously, he nudged the ball with the tip of his boot, threading it perfectly through the gap between the 2 defenders, delivering a precise pass to his teammate, sprinting up the flank. Not only had he shielded the ball, but he had also executed a flawless pass. What stunned the entire crowd even more was that after releasing the ball, Huang Tianyu didn't stand around to admire his work. He turned on a dime and sprinted towards the opponent's half. His stamina seemed to have no limits. From his own penalty area to the opponent's, he completed his off-the-ball run in just 3 seconds, instantly tearing their defensive line apart. The winger's eyes lit up, and he immediately played the ball back. Unfortunately, Huang Tianyu's first touch was slightly off, and the opposing defender managed to hack the ball out for a throw-in. Even so, the entire stadium erupted. "Oh my God, is this the same Chinese kid we were just mocking? That shielding and pass just now was ice cold. 3-on-1, and he didn't even flinch. And his stamina is insane. He just defended and immediately sprints up to attack." His teammates on the bench could no longer contain themselves. They pounded on the dugout's partition, screaming Huang Tianyu's name at the top of their lungs. "Huang, well done. Brilliant. Keep it up." Nuno stood on the touchline, his tactical board long forgotten at his feet. He stared intently at Huang Tianyu on the pitch, the surprise in his eyes growing deeper and deeper. He had initially thought this kid was just a tireless runner and a relentless tackler full of boundless energy. But he never expected Huang Tianyu's defensive awareness, positioning judgment, and composure on the ball to be this exceptional. Who was this? A technically raw fringe substitute. This was clearly a born midfield anchor. On the pitch, Felipe's mentality completely shattered. 2 attacks, 2 times thwarted by Huang Tianyu. He had been utterly humiliated in front of his teammates. For the next 20 minutes, he charged at Huang Tianyu like a madman, time and time again, trying to use his individual skill to salvage his pride. But every single time, Huang Tianyu shut him down. In the 62nd minute, Felipe unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box, only for Huang Tianyu to throw himself in front of it, bravely blocking the effort with his body. Second successful interception. In the 71st minute, Felipe attempted to dribble through midfield. Huang Tianyu anticipated his change of direction, stepped in with perfect timing, and cleanly dispossessed him once again. Third successful interception. 3 ironclad interceptions. Each one clean, precise, and without a hint of a foul. Felipe, who had previously terrorized Porto's midfield, was now being rendered completely ineffective by Huang Tianyu, barely able to even touch the ball. He was like an invisible web, smothering Felipe completely. No matter where Felipe ran, Huang Tianyu was always there, shadowing his every move and strangling his attacks at birth. The crowd's reaction had transformed from initial mockery to shock, and now to a full-throated ovation. Every time Huang Tianyu made an interception, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the stands. Everyone now knew the name of this Chinese-descended youth. Huang Tianyu. On the bench, Thiago's face was a blotchy mess of red and white, a picture of pure misery. He had been dribbled past like a training cone by Felipe in the first half, failing to make a single meaningful tackle. Yet the Huang Tianyu he looked down upon was now shutting Felipe down completely, denying him even a touch of the ball. The stark contrast hit him like a series of brutal slaps across the face. He sat there not daring to utter another word of mockery, only clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. On the sideline, a man dressed in Porto's first-team coaching staff uniform was scribbling furiously in a notebook. His gaze remained locked on Huang Tianyu, unwavering from start to finish. The notebook was already filled with dense scrawls, but the core message was just one sentence: Chinese-descended youth, Huang Tianyu, age 16, elite defensive awareness, historic stamina, deserves close monitoring. On the pitch, the match had reached the 85th minute. The score remained 1-0, with Porto trailing. The whole team had been pressing and laying siege to the opponent's goal for a full 20 minutes, but they just couldn't find the back of the net. Shots either went wide or were spectacularly saved by the opposing goalkeeper. Wave after wave of attacks, only to return empty-handed. The team's mentality was growing increasingly frantic, and their passes were becoming more and more erratic. Standing in midfield, Huang Tianyu looked at the densely packed defense in the box, and suddenly the system's notification for the novice quest flashed in his mind. Remaining requirement for novice quest: complete one key pass. He took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the gaps in the opponent's defense, his gaze growing sharper and sharper. Before, the coach had only instructed him to defend. Now he was going to take matters into his own hands and orchestrate this attack. He was going to deliver that killer pass. He was going to achieve the ultimate vindication in this match. 85th minute of the match. On the pitch at the Dragon Stadium's youth training ground, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. Porto U17 were still trailing 0-1. The entire team had laid siege to the opponent's penalty area for a full 20 minutes, yet they still couldn't breach the goal. The morale of his teammates had completely unraveled. Wave after wave of attacks came to nothing, making their passing increasingly frantic. Either aimless high balls from the wings or forced long-range shots from outside the box, squandering every opportunity. The opposing defense was tightening like a vice, with all 10 men packed in front of their own box, forming an impenetrable iron fortress. They knew full well that if they could hold out for these final 5 minutes, they would claim victory in this local derby. Felipe had completely abandoned any pretense of attacking, dropping deep into midfield with the sole purpose of disrupting Porto's passing rhythm. Having been shackled by Huang Tianyu for the entire half, his composure had long since shattered. Now his only thought was to run down the clock and secure the win. As long as his team won, no one would remember how thoroughly he had been neutralized. Just then, another Porto cross from the wing was headed clear by the opposing defender. The ball fell perfectly to Felipe in midfield. His eyes lit up. A chance to counter. If he could just carry the ball forward, he could burn away the remaining time, or even launch another attack to seal the game completely. He was already picturing the celebration he would unleash after dribbling past Huang Tianyu, a gesture to reclaim his lost pride. But the moment he took his first touch to drive forward, a figure swift as a leopard materialized directly in his path. It was Huang Tianyu. Gattuso's defensive instincts were crystal clear in his mind. He had already read Felipe's intention, preemptively cutting off his advance, and even predicting his next feint with unerring accuracy. Startled, Felipe desperately tried to swivel and shield the ball, but it was too late. Huang Tianyu's precise poke cleanly dispossessed him. His fourth interception. The stadium erupted in a thunderous roar. Spectators in the stands rose to their feet, shouting Huang Tianyu's name at the top of their lungs. This young Sino descendant had utterly captivated them, with one flawless defensive display after another. But this time, instead of immediately passing to a teammate on the wing, Huang Tianyu did something different. He took the ball and surged forward towards the opponent's half. The crowd fell silent for a heartbeat, then exploded into an even louder gasp of astonishment. Everyone was stunned. Until this moment, Huang Tianyu's reputation was that of a defensive workhorse, a midfield grunt who only ran, tackled, and broke up play. No one expected him to proactively drive forward with the ball and initiate an attack. The two opposing defensive midfielders panicked, sprinting towards him from both flanks to seal off his path. On the substitutes bench, Nuno instinctively held his breath, leaning forward. He too was eager to see just how many more surprises this young man who had already given him so many could conjure. On the pitch, facing the two charging defenders, Huang Tianyu remained utterly composed. His gaze swept across the entire opposing backline. For years on the bench had given him a front-row seat to hundreds of matches, and he knew the defensive habits of every opponent intimately. In an instant, he spotted a fleeting gap between the two opposing center backs. And his teammate striker Pedro was already sprinting at full speed into that very space. An opportunity. Huang Tianyu feigned a pass to a teammate overlapping on the left, subtly shifting his body weight, deceiving both defenders in a sliding over to cover that side. In that split second, he swept his right instep across the ball. A precise ground pass sharp as a surgeon's scalpel sliced through the entire opposing defense. The ball skimmed across the turf, perfectly weighted, landing directly at the feet of the surging Pedro. One-on-one. A perfect one-on-one opportunity. The entire stadium was on its feet, eyes locked on Pedro in the box. He did not squander the exquisite delivery. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. It kissed the post and nestled into the back of the net. Goal. In the 87th minute of the match, Porto equalized the score. The entire stadium erupted instantly. The thunderous roar of the crowd nearly lifted the roof off the youth training ground. The scorer Pedro turned and sprinted wildly, throwing his arms around Huang Tianyu. His teammates followed, swarming over them and piling on top of the pair in a heap. Huang, that pass was absolutely insane. My God, that through ball was pure Perlo. Thanks, brother. Thanks for that pass. Previously, they had only regarded Huang Tianyu as a fringe substitute who could run and press. Now they fully acknowledged this Chinese-origin teenager. That lethal through ball was something few in the entire Porto U17 squad could have executed. Surrounded by his teammates, Huang Tianyu's heart pounded wildly amidst the deafening cheers. He instinctively reached up, touching the old Jinan silver lock tucked close to his chest. The cool touch instantly steadied him. For years, hundreds of thousands of kicks against that wall. All the effort, all the frustration, all the doubt. In this moment, it was all worth it. Just then a cold mechanical voice thundered without warning in his mind. Congratulations, host. Newbie guide mission, proving ground completed. Mission completion 100. Interception requirements exceeded. All mission rewards have been distributed. Reward 1 Legendary Ability Pack, Gattuso Iron-Blooded Interception Technique Memory Pack, 1, unlocked. Reward 2, Physical Attribute, permanently 1. Current Physical Attribute 96. Reward 3, Newbie Exclusive Training Plan 1, stored in System Inventory. Huang Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately opened his personal attribute panel. The previously empty Legendary Ability Pack slot now displayed Gattuso's Complete Technique Memory Pack. Countless defensive insights, positioning skills, and interception details flooded into his mind like a tide, permanently integrating into his consciousness. Even if the temporary trial card had expired, he could fully master this top-tier defensive technique through his own training. His physical attribute had also increased from 95 to 96, edging closer to the maximum of 100. The newbie mission was flawlessly accomplished. Soon the final whistle blew. The final score was Porto U17 1-1 against their opponents. Yet in everyone's hearts, there was only one winner in this match. Huang Tianyu. The entire crowd chanted his name. His teammates crowded around him, patting his shoulders, voices filled with praise. Thiago, who had mocked him earlier, sat on the bench ashen-faced, not daring to lift his head. His once-cherished starting position had become a colossal joke in the face of Huang Tianyu's performance. Nuno walked through the cheering crowd straight to Huang Tianyu. His face bore an expression of solemnity and appreciation that Huang Tianyu had never seen before. He patted Huang Tianyu's shoulder and spoke a single sentence. That sentence struck Huang Tianyu's ears like a thunderbolt. It froze him completely in place. Nuno's voice, mingled with the roar of the crowd, fell clearly upon Huang Tianyu's ears. Huang, starting tomorrow you will train with the first team. A single sentence. It froze Huang Tianyu in place, blood rushing to his head in an instant. Training with the first team. The Porto first team. He even suspected he was hearing things. That was the master of the Estadio do Dragão, a top-tier Primeira Liga powerhouse, a European giant that had claimed the Champions League title. He couldn't even secure a regular substitute spot on Porto's U17 squad before, and now he was being handed a trial opportunity with the first team. For years, he had kicked the ball against that wall below his apartment for 4 solid years, wearing out dozens of pairs of boots and enduring countless rainy 3 a.m. nights. The threshold he had dreamed of touching was now right before him. Coach you. What did you say? Huang Tianyu's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Nuno noticed his reddening eyes, and a rare smile spread across his face. He patted Huang Tianyu's shoulder again, his tone profoundly serious. I said report to the first team training ground tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The first team assistant coach Carlos watched your entire performance from the sidelines today. He was full of praise for your defending, your stamina, and that final pass of yours. He personally requested you from the youth academy and secured this trial opportunity for you. Huang, you heard right. Your chance has come. The moment he finished speaking, the teammates around him erupted. Oh my God, a first team trial. A trial with the first team at 16. Hasn't happened in our youth setup for nearly a decade, right? Huang is incredible. One game, and he's straight into the first team. The teammates who had previously ignored him now swarmed around, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. They offered him water, wiped his sweat, their attitudes doing a complete 180. Only one person remained seated on the bench, his face as pale as paper, his entire body trembling. Thiago. Watching Huang Tianyu surrounded by the crowd, hearing the words, first team trial, was like being slapped across the face a dozen times, his cheeks burning with shame. Just hours earlier, he had mocked Huang Tianyu as a wok tosser from a Chinese restaurant, saying he didn't deserve to play professional football. Yet now this Chinese descended youth he looked down upon had secured the first team trial spot he himself could only dream of. The immense contrast and humiliation completely shattered his composure. He violently pushed through the crowd, stormed up to Huang Tianyu, and hurled the water bottle a teammate had offered onto the ground. The mineral water splashed across Huang Tianyu's pant leg. The surrounding cheers instantly died out, and all eyes converged on the two figures locked in a tense standoff. So you got lucky and marked Felipe a few times, didn't you? Tiago's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Huang Tianyu, his words dripping with venomous mockery. You really think you're good enough for the first team? Chinese kids shouldn't set foot in professional football. You don't deserve to wear the Porto shirt. The surrounding teammates frowned, but no one dared to intervene. Everyone knew Tiago was past the point of caring. But Huang Tianyu wasn't angry. He bent down, picked up the bottle, and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Then he looked up, calmly meeting Tiago's hysterical gaze, his voice steady, yet carrying immense weight. Whether I deserve it or not isn't for you to decide. It's my feat that will prove it. Next week's U17 City Derby will start against each other. The loser submits a request to leave the Porto Youth Academy. Are you brave enough to take that bet? A single sentence. The entire field fell into dead silence. Everyone drew a sharp breath. This was no ordinary wager. This was a bet staking their entire professional careers. The loser would have to leave the Porto Youth Academy, cutting off their professional path here completely. Tiago was frozen stiff. He looked into Huang Tianyu's icy stare, and panic surged within him. The Huang Tianyu of today had already displayed skill far surpassing his own. In a real matchup, he would definitely lose. But with all his teammates watching, if he didn't accept the challenge, he would never be able to hold his head up in the academy again. Fine. I accept your bet. Tiago gritted his teeth and forced himself to agree, his face dark and grim. Let's see how long you can stay smug. First team. You'll just be the janitor there. Huang Tianyu ignored him. There was no point in wasting words on someone destined to lose. He turned to confirm the details of tomorrow's trial with Nuno, grabbed his kit bag, and walked out of the training ground. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the ground. He touched the old silver lock hanging around his neck, his fingertips burning with warmth. Finally, he had taken another giant step closer to his dream. By the time he got home, night had fallen. His parents were both there, and the table was set with freshly cooked dishes, all his favorite Shandong cuisine, tender slow-braised ribs, and steaming sweet and sour pork. He told his parents the news of the first team trial. The living room instantly fell silent. His mother Li Xiufeng nearly dropped the bowl in her hand, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. His father Huang Tianyu stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a full half-minute. This man who had flipped woks in a Chinese restaurant kitchen for 15 years and never flinched, even if the sky fell, now had red-rimmed eyes. Without a word, he turned and walked into his bedroom. From the top shelf of the wardrobe, he brought down a wooden box that had been sealed for over a decade and placed it in front of Huang Tianyu. The box was covered in dust, yet it bore the marks of careful preservation. Huang Tianyu took it, his fingertips meeting the cold, grainy texture of the wood. He slowly opened the lid. What was inside made his eyes well up instantly. Inside the wooden box lay no valuables, only the remnants of Huang Tianyu's lifelong football dream. On top rested a faded red jersey washed pale over the years with G Steel Factory Team, printed across the chest, the number 10 emblazoned on the back alongside Huang Tianyu's name. Beside the jersey lay over a dozen tarnished medals. Championships from the Factory League, the Best Player Award from the Jinan City Workers Football Tournament, their edges worn smooth by time. At the very bottom lay a thick tactical notebook, its cover battered and worn. The pages had yellowed and grown brittle, covered in dense fountain pen script, intricate tactical diagrams, and meticulous post-match analysis notes, every stroke written with profound care. The final entry was dated 2013, the very year he had uprooted his family and left Jinan for Portugal. Huang Tianyu's fingers traced the handwriting in the notebook, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He had always known his father played football in his youth, but he had never known his father had once basked in such glory, had harbored such a burning dream for the sport. Dad. Huang Tianyu looked up, his voice choked with emotion. Huang Tianyu sat across from him, poured himself a glass of baijiu, and downed it in one gulp. The alcohol burned his eyes red and unlocked the words he had kept sealed for over a decade. When I was young, I was just like you, obsessed with football. Huang Tianyu's voice was deep, heavy with the weight of years. My greatest dream was to play professional football, to wear the national team jersey, and stand on the World Cup stage. But fate had other plans. A broken leg in one match, half a year of recovery, and by the time I returned to the pitch, my form was gone. Then the factory closures came, with elderly parents to support and a young child to raise. Dreams like that had to be locked away in a box. He looked at Huang Tianyu, his gaze filled with tenderness and undisguised pride. I brought you to Portugal not to spend your life flipping pans in a kitchen like me. I know you love football. I know you've been doing extra drills in the courtyard every dawn. I've seen it all. I never spoke of it before, because I was afraid you'd suffer, afraid you'd be bullied, afraid you'd walk halfway and falter with no path left to retreat. But now you've earned a trial with the first team. Son, you've already surpassed your old man. He slid the yellowed tactical notebook across the table toward Huang Tianyu. Take this. It holds over a decade of my understanding of football. It might not keep pace with modern tactics, but it might serve as a reference. Your father has just one thing to say: no matter where you play, no matter which jersey you wear, never forget. You're a child of Jinan, a son of China. Never lose your roots. Huang Tianyu clutched the tactical notebook, his fingertips trembling. At last he understood why his father would detour 3 streets every dawn after his shift to buy him egg tarts, why the light at home was always on whenever he practiced late into the night, why his mother insisted on speaking Chinese at home and cooking Shandong cuisine. They had never opposed his football dream. They had simply been guarding it in their own quiet way, guarding his dream and guarding his roots. He touched the old silver lock pendant on his chest, then glanced at the words Quanqing Jinan on his shin guards. The sense of fractured identity that had plagued him for so long began to dissolve. He was a child raised in Portugal and a child of Jinan. The two were never in conflict. That night father and son talked for a long time. They spoke of the old football grounds of Jinan and the Estadio do Dragão in Porto, of his father's factory team matches, and the first team trial awaiting tomorrow. Huang Tianyu carefully placed his father's tactical notebook into his equipment bag. It was the most precious inheritance his father could have given him. Early the next morning, Huang Tianyu changed into his brand new training kit, tucked the silver lock close to his chest, strapped his shin guards tightly, and walked into the Porto first team training facility with his equipment bag on his back. This was an entirely different world from the youth academy. Pristine natural grass pitches, a state-of-the-art strength and conditioning facility, and the Estadio do Dragão, capable of holding 50,000, loomed right beside the training ground. Before he could only gaze at this place from beyond the fence. Now he was finally standing here. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to step onto the training pitch, a cold mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Host detected entering a core professional football environment. Main quest now issued: establish yourself in the first team. Objective during the Porto first team trial period: earn the recognition of at least 3 first team starters and officially secure a place in the Porto first team league squad. Time limit 15 days. Reward: legendary ability pack, Perlo midfield vision passing technique memory pack, 1 a minor boost to all attributes, and unlock the system shop. Failure penalty: all rewards from the novice quest will be revoked and the system will enter hibernation. Huang Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. Perlo, one of the greatest midfield maestros in football history, hailed as the piano maestro of midfield, whose pinpoint long-range passing and unrivaled vision dominated all of Europe. With this ability pack, he could shed the label of a mere water carrier and become a complete all-around midfielder capable of both attacking and defending. He clenched his fists, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes. This trial wasn't just about earning a spot. He would establish himself firmly in the first team. Just then the training ground gates swung open. The Porto first team head coach and his assistant Carlos stood at the sideline waiting for him. Standing beside them was another man, the Porto first team captain, a Portuguese Primeira Liga midfield legend, and a regular for the Portugal national team, Sergio Oliveira. He extended his hand toward Huang Tianyu with a smile, offering a warm welcome in Portuguese. What kind of test would the legendary midfielder have in store for Tianyu? Could he hold his own in the first team? Oliveira's hand was broad and powerful. As Porto's legendary captain, he had played at the Estadio do Dragão for over a decade, winning 3 Primeira Liga titles and standing as the absolute leader of the dressing room. Welcome, Huang. Oliveira's smile was warm, devoid of any star arrogance. Carlos spent all night singing your praises yesterday, saying you're the most driven young man he's ever seen. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Huang Tianyu grasped his hand, his heart swelling with excitement. This was the man he had watched on television since childhood, the legend of Porto. Now standing right before him, that very man was expressing his anticipation. Thank you, Captain. I will give it my all. Huang Tianyu replied earnestly in fluent Portuguese. Head coach Ferreira approached tactical board in hand, his expression impassive as his sharp gaze assessed Huang Tianyu. A first-team coach never offers the patience and encouragement of a youth coach. Here skill was the only currency that mattered. Huang. Ferreira's voice was deep. The trial rules are simple. In today's inter-squad match, you'll be on Team B playing defensive midfield. Your task remains the same. Shut down Team A's midfield core, Oliveira. A single sentence. It drew laughter from the first-team players standing nearby. All eyes fell upon Huang Tianyu, filled with mockery and disdain. Shut down Oliveira. That was nothing short of a fantasy. Oliveira was the finest midfielder in the Primeira Liga, with footwork, experience, and game intelligence that were all top-tier European standards. Not just a fringe 16-year-old youth player, even elite defensive midfielders from top 5 leagues wouldn't dare claim they could shut him down. In their eyes, this wasn't a trial, it was a setup for the young Chinese kid to embarrass himself. No way, coach. Have a youth kid mark the captain. Hilarious. I bet he can't find his way after 10 minutes against the captain. The Chinese kid. The one who blew up at the academy yesterday. Hope it's not a flash in the pan. The taunts drifted into Huang Tianyu's ears one after another. Yet he remained unflustered. From the moment he stepped onto this training ground, he had prepared himself for all the doubt. If he could shut down Felipe, he could shut down Oliveira. Even against a legendary midfielder, he would dare to challenge, to fight, to unleash everything he had. The inter-squad match began swiftly. Huang Tianyu, wearing Team B's practice bib, took his position in defensive midfield. The moment the whistle blew, Team A seized control of the game's rhythm. Oliveira stood in midfield, strolling as he orchestrated attacks, each pass surgically tearing through Team B's defense. Within just 5 minutes, Oliveira's 2 assists led to 2 goals. The score was 2-0. Team B's midfield lay in tatters, dismantled by Oliveira. His teammates grew increasingly frustrated, their glances at Huang Tianyu filled with growing resentment. Huang, what are you doing? Get tight on him. You're supposed to mark Oliveira, and you can't even get near him. Typical youth player, get off the pitch, stop embarrassing us. Huang Tianyu remained silent. He didn't recklessly dive in. During those 5 minutes, he had been constantly running, observing, and cataloging Oliveira's passing habits, dribbling rhythm, and timing of his changes of direction. Gattuso's defensive memory whirred rapidly in his mind. He knew that against a midfielder of Oliveira's caliber, a reckless challenge would only result in being bypassed, in a single move becoming a mere footnote. There was only one way to shut him down. Anticipation. Cut off his passing lanes in advance, predict his next move, and weave a defensive web with relentless running. In the 7th minute, Oliveira received the ball in midfield again, 2 teammates offering support, passing lanes everywhere. Everyone expected another precise assist. But just as he drew his foot back to pass, a figure darted like lightning across his intended passing lane. It was Huang Tianyu. He had anticipated Oliveira's pass and intercepted it with a perfectly timed piece of positioning. Clean and clinical. No foul whatsoever. The entire field fell silent. The coaching staff on the sidelines sat bolt upright, unable to believe their eyes. Even Oliveira was taken aback, clearly not expecting this 16-year-old to read his pass so perfectly. After the interception, Huang Tianyu didn't try to do it all himself. He immediately spread the ball to a teammate on the wing, turned and sprinted back to re-establish his defensive position. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 20 minutes, Huang Tianyu was like an indefatigable perpetual motion machine, present everywhere from his own box to the opponent's. Every Oliveira pass, every dribble was staunchly blocked. In the 12th minute, Oliveira's long-range strike from outside the box was bravely blocked by Huang Tianyu, who threw himself in the way. In the 18th minute, Oliveira attempted a through ball, but Huang Tianyu anticipated it, intercepting again. In the 25th minute, Oliveira's series of feints to beat his man were smothered by Huang Tianyu's tight marking, forcing a frustrated pass back. For a full 20 minutes, the Primera Liga's legendary midfielder Oliveira was rendered incapable of delivering a single threatening pass by this 16-year-old Chinese youth. The first-team players who had mocked Huang Tianyu fell silent, their faces etched with shock. Head coach Ferreira had long since set down his tactical board, the disdain in his eyes completely replaced by astonishment. Assistant coach Carlos was scribbling frantically in his notebook, his hand trembling. He knew he had struck gold. The final whistle blew. The match ended 2-1 to Team A. But all eyes were fixed on Huang Tianyu. Oliveira walked over with a smile, patting Huang Tianyu on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. "Kid, you're impressive. It's been a long time since anyone made me feel this uncomfortable on the pitch." Coming from the mouth of Porto's legendary captain, this was the ultimate validation for Huang Tianyu. Just as everyone was marveling at the Chinese teenager, a group of youths wearing sporting CP training gear appeared outside the training ground's fence. The one at the front sported a short haircut reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo, stood tall, with sharp eyes, and stared intently at Huang Tianyu on the field. He toyed with a football in his hands, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He was the crown prince of Sporting CP's academy, the captain of Portugal's U17 national team, the prodigy hailed as the young Ronaldo, Giovanni Quenda. Quenda's arrival instantly drew the attention of everyone at the edge of the training ground. As the #1 prodigy of the new generation in Portuguese football, he was the center of attention wherever he went. At just 17, he had already secured a rotation spot in Sporting CP's first team, was the absolute core of Portugal's U17 national team, and was dubbed the heir to Cristiano Ronaldo by the Portuguese media. He was the darling of the entire Portuguese football world. He and Porto were sworn enemies. The city derby between Sporting CP and Porto was always explosive, and even youth academy matches were never played with any mercy. He had brought his teammates to the Porto base today to get a feel for the pitch ahead of next week's U17 derby. But he hadn't expected to witness Huang Tianyu completely lock down Oliveira. On the training ground, Huang Tianyu also noticed Quenda outside the fence. The other's gaze, filled with scrutiny, amusement, and a trace of barely concealed provocation, was fixed directly on him. It was a unique clash of auras between two prodigies. Oliveira followed Huang Tianyu's gaze, saw Quenda outside the fence, and smiled, shaking his head. "That Quenda kid's still so impatient." He turned to Huang Tianyu, his tone growing serious. "Next week in your U17 derby, you'll be up against him. Be careful. His talent is truly extraordinary. No one in all of Portugal can match him at his age. Except for you now." Huang Tianyu nodded, committing the name Quenda to memory. He knew this person would be the most important rival and also the most important teammate of his professional career. Like Messi and Ronaldo, two great talents destined to compete. After the trial ended, Huang Tianyu packed up his gear and walked out of the training ground. As soon as he exited the main gate, he was blocked by a group of people. Leading them was Giovanni Quinta. The teammates behind him were all key players from Sporting CP's U17 squad, each with their arms crossed staring at Huang Tianyu with hostile eyes. The air around them instantly became tense and charged. "So you're Huang Tianyu." Quinta spoke first, his Portuguese carrying a Lisbon accent, his voice deep with innate arrogance. The Chinese kid who played one match in the youth academy and earned himself a trial with the first team. "That's me." Huang Tianyu looked at him, neither servile nor overbearing. "Is there something?" "Nothing major." Quinta spun a football in his hands, a provocative smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I just heard you made a bet with Thiago. Loser of next week's derby leaves the Porto Youth Academy. I suggest you just admit defeat and get lost now. Because next week your opponent is me. I'll completely destroy you on the pitch and show you that professional football isn't something a half-baked Chinese kid like you can handle." His teammates behind him burst into laughter, their voices full of jeering agreement. "Exactly. Quinta is the future core of the Portuguese national team. What do you have to compete with him? A Chinese guy wants to make it in Portuguese football. Stop dreaming. We'll make you lose so badly next week you won't even be able to find your way home." Huang Tianyu listened to the taunts, his face showing no sign of anger. He looked at the arrogant Quinta and suddenly smiled. "Whether I can handle it isn't for you to decide. It's decided on the pitch. You want to destroy me? Fine. Let's make a bet too. Next week's derby, whoever loses has to bow to the other in front of the entire crowd and say you are better than me. Do you dare?" One sentence. The surrounding laughter instantly died down. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this unknown Chinese teenager to dare make such a bet with Quinta. Bowing in defeat in front of the entire crowd was a fate worse than death for a prodigy like Quinta. The smile on Quinta's face vanished instantly. He stared intently at Huang Tianyu, the arrogance in his eyes transforming into cold, burning fighting spirit. He had seen countless young talents try to make a name for themselves by stepping on him, but no one had ever dared to challenge him head-on like Huang Tianyu. "Fine. I accept your bet." Quinta gritted his teeth, agreeing word by word. "Next week's derby, I'll show you just how vast the gap between us is." With that, he turned and left with his teammates. After a few steps, he looked back, giving Huang Tianyu a long, deep look. "Oh, and I forgot to tell you. Scouts from the Portuguese national team will be watching the match next week. If you lose, you can forget about ever making it to the national team and playing alongside Cristiano Ronaldo." These words struck like a knife, piercing the very core of Huang Tianyu's dream. But Huang Tianyu did not flinch. He watched Quinta's retreating back and made a silent vow. The national team, Cristiano Ronaldo, the World Cup. He would achieve all of these with his own 2 feet. No one could stop him. Just then the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Detected host, triggering a fated rivalry scenario. Issuing side, quest battle of the prodigies. Quest objective in next week's U17 City Derby: decisively defeat Giovanni Quinta, lead your team to victory, and earn the attention of the Portuguese national team scout. Quest reward: legendary ability pack, Beckham's precision crossing free kick technique memory pack, X1 permanent shooting attribute 3. Huang Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. Beckham, the greatest right foot in football history, whose bending free kicks were unmatched across the globe. He clenched his fists, his fighting spirit fully ignited. In next week's derby, he wouldn't just win. He would win spectacularly. He would make everyone remember his name. Huang Tianyu. Just as he turned to head home, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Carlos, the first-team assistant coach. He answered, and Carlos's voice, brimming with uncontrollable excitement, came through the receiver. "Huang, I have great news. The coaching staff just finished a meeting. You're in the squad for the Liga Portugal match against Braga this weekend. On the bench." End of chapter. Carlos's words left Huang Tianyu frozen in place, unable to snap out of it for a full half-minute. The Primera Liga squad list. The match against Braga this weekend. He had only attended his first-team trial yesterday, and at most had just one practice match with the senior squad under his belt. Now the coaching staff was directly putting him on the league roster. In Porto's nearly decade-long history, this had never happened. A 16-year-old of Chinese descent with 0 professional match experience making it straight onto the Primera Liga squad list based on a single trial match. It was absolutely unheard of. "Coach Carlos, you're not joking with me, are you?" Huang Tianyu's voice trembled. "Why would I joke with you?" Carlos roared with laughter over the phone, his tone brimming with appreciation. "Coach Ferreira was extremely impressed with your performance yesterday. Your defense, your stamina, and your game-reading ability are exactly what the team needs right now. Even if you don't get to play yet, we want you to experience the atmosphere of professional football firsthand, to feel the roar of the Estadio do Dragão. Kid, congratulations. You've made Porto Youth Academy history." After hanging up, Huang Tianyu stood by the roadside staring at the Estadio do Dragão, in the distance, his heart pounding wildly, as if it might leap out of his throat. He touched the old silver lock from Jinan on his chest, its cool touch confirming this was not a dream. He was truly about to step onto the stage of the Primera Liga. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Porto Youth Academy. The whole camp erupted in chaos. My God! Huang Tianyu made the first team league squad. 16 years old. Of Chinese descent. Is this for real? Did I hear that right? Making the squad after just one trial. That's insane. Is he some kind of genius? Everyone was talking about that name. The young Chinese player who just days ago could only sit at the very end of the bench without even a chance to play had now stepped through the gates of professional football. The most devastated was Thiago. When he heard the news, he was practicing on the training ground. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the turf. He had previously mocked Huang Tianyu, saying he'd only be good for sweeping floors at the first team. But now the guy had made the league squad. Meanwhile, Thiago was struggling to even hold onto his starting spot in the U17s. The immense gap plunged him into utter despair. He knew he was doomed to lose the derby next week. His Porto career was over. Back home, Huang Tianyu shared the news of his league squad selection with his parents. His motherly Xiaofeng burst into tears on the spot, immediately video calling his grandmother in China amidst her sobs. When the call connected and his grandmother heard that her grandson was going to play in Portugal's top league, the elderly woman on the other end cried so hard she couldn't speak, only repeating, "Good, my grandson has made something of himself." His father Huang Tianyu turned and opened that bottle of Matai he'd kept for over a decade, poured a full glass, and downed it in one gulp. This man who hadn't shed a tear in half a lifetime now had red-rimmed eyes. His son had fulfilled the football dream he had harbored for him for so long. On match day, Huang Tianyu arrived at the Estadio do Dragao bright and early. As he stepped onto the turf through the players' tunnel and into this magnificent 5,000-seat stadium, he was utterly awestruck. The thunderous cheers were deafening, making his eardrums ring. A sea of red stretched as far as the eye could see. Porto fans waved their scarves and sang the club's anthem, their voices merging into a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the stadium. Instinctively, he touched the old silver lock on his chest, then looked down at the four characters, Quanqing Jinan, on his shin guards. He said silently to himself, "Dad, Mom, Grandma. I did it. I'm standing here." As the players warmed up, the stadium's big screen displayed a pre-match interview. It was a World Cup pre-match interview with the Portuguese national team captain Cristiano Ronaldo. The reporter held out a microphone and asked with a smile, "Cristiano, the 2026 World Cup in the USA, Canada, and Mexico will be your last. What are your expectations for the new generation of Portuguese players?" On screen, Ronaldo wore the Portuguese national team training kit, a gentle smile on his face, yet his eyes still burned with that unquenchable will to win. He spoke deliberately into the camera. "I hope to see young players step onto the pitch with courage and passion. Football has never been about nationality or background. It only cares if you have the determination to fight until the very last moment. No matter where they come from, no matter their skin color, if they wear the red jersey of Portugal and are willing to give everything for this country, I will be proud of them and welcome them with open arms." Those words struck Huang Tianyu's heart like a bolt of lightning. Standing by the pitch watching Ronaldo on the big screen, his blood boiled within him. His idol, the light he had chased his entire life, was saying these words to the world. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. "The 2026 World Cup. I will definitely be there. I will wear the red jersey of Portugal, stand by your side, and fight alongside you." Just then, the assistant coach on the sidelines suddenly sprinted towards the bench like a madman. He rushed up to Huang Tianyu and shouted, his voice distorted with excitement, "Huang, quick, warm up. The head coach says you're going to play in this match." The 5,000 strong crowd at the Estadio do Dragao instantly erupted in ear-splitting cheers. The sea of red in that moment erupted for this 16-year-old player of Chinese descent. In the 28th round of the Portuguese Primeira Liga, Porto faced Braga at home. The floodlights of the Estadio do Dragao blazed brightly, and the sea of red formed by 50,000 home fans surged with waves of deafening roar. At the 72nd minute, the scoreboard's numbers were glaringly frozen at 1-1. The tension on the pitch had reached its peak. As a traditional powerhouse in the Primeira Liga, Porto enjoyed the advantage of playing at home, yet they were tightly shackled by the visiting Braga side. They had taken the lead in the first half thanks to a long-range strike from Captain Oliveira, but conceded an equalizer early in the second half from a counterattack. For over half an hour since then, despite Porto's relentless bombardment, they simply could not breach the opponent's goal. The midfield had completely lost control. The 34-year-old Captain Oliveira, having played twice a week for a consecutive week, was running on fumes. His movements on the pitch grew increasingly sluggish, and he could no longer stem the waves of Braga's midfield attacks. The forwards repeatedly dropped deep to receive the ball, yet they never received clean passes. The rhythm of their attacks was being shattered into fragments. On the sidelines, Porto's head coach Ferreira's face had darkened like the bottom of a pot. He clutched his tactical board, knuckles whitening with tension. His gaze swept across the substitutes' bench, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. With only 2 substitutions left, a midfield change was imperative. However, the midfielders on the bench were either injury-prone players with strong attacking but weak defensive abilities or marginalized individuals in poor form. None of them could solve the problem. Assistant coach Carlos leaned and closed his voice barely a whisper, "Coach, what if? We put Huang Tianyu on. Ferreira's movements froze at those words. He turned to look at the young man at the very end of the bench. The 16-year-old Huang Tianyu sat there with his back ramrod straight, his gaze locked intensely on the unfolding match. The water bottle in his hands had been crushed out of shape from his grip. He had only participated in his first training session with the first team yesterday. In total, he had practiced with the senior squad for a mere 90 minutes. To put a 16-year-old Chinese heritage youth with zero professional match experience onto the field at such a critical, tightly contested moment. This had never been done in the nearly century-long history of Porto. He's too young, and he's of Chinese descent. He's never experienced anything like this. Ferreira's voice was deep, laced with hesitation. If he cracks under pressure, this match is ruined. But we have no better options left, Carlos urged, pointing to the field. Oliveira is spent. If our midfield gets overrun any further, we'll not only lose the 3 points, we might even lose the game. You saw him in training yesterday. His stamina, defensive anticipation, and passing vision are all top-notch. He can run more and fight harder than anyone else on that pitch. Ferreira fell silent. His gaze drifted back to the field, watching as Oliveira was easily bypassed once again, throwing the defense into immediate disarray. He gritted his teeth, finally making up his mind. Go. Get Huang Tianyu warming up. His words struck the substitute's bench like a thunderbolt. The first team players around him all turned to stare at Huang Tianyu, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They never imagined the coach would actually let this Chinese heritage kid, who had only trained once, enter the game at such a critical juncture. Huang Tianyu's heart pounded wildly at that moment, blood rushing to his head. He had been waiting for this day for 4 long years. Countless rainy nights at 3 a.m., kicking a ball against the concrete wall outside his apartment tens of thousands of times, wearing through dozens of pairs of boots, enduring endless scorn and ridicule, all for this moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a training bib and sprinted to the touchline, beginning his warm-up exercises. The 50,000 fans in the Estadio do Dragao immediately noticed this unfamiliar East Asian face warming up on the sidelines. His information flashed instantly onto the stadium's big screen. No. 37 Huang Tianyu, 16 years old, midfielder, Porto Youth Academy. The stands erupted into chaos. Huang Tianyu. Who's that? I've never heard that name before. 16 years old. From the Youth Academy. Since when did our academy have a Chinese player? Is the coach insane? What time is this? A tense 1-to-1 deadlock, and he's bringing on a kid. Chinese. A mainlander. You must be joking. Can he even handle the Primera Liga? The doubts, jeers, and mocking laughter drifted on the evening breeze, reaching Huang Tianyu's ears one by one. Yet his face showed not a trace of panic. As he stretched and warmed up, his mind rapidly replayed the over 70 minutes of match rhythm, Braga's midfield running patterns, passing lanes, preferred dribbling foot, and Gattuso's defensive technical details. The midfield defensive principles written in his father's tactical notebook flashed through his mind repeatedly. Just then, the 4th official holding the substitution board and a metal detection device walked over to him. According to the official rules of FIFA and the Primera Liga, players are strictly prohibited from wearing any metal accessories or jewelry in official professional matches, even if hidden under their jerseys. If detected, they would not only be barred from playing, but also face additional penalties from the league's disciplinary committee. Huang Tianyu's expression changed instantly. He had forgotten about this. The old silver lock from Jinan, a gift from his grandmother, had never left his person since he arrived in Portugal with his parents at the age of 5. It rested against his chest, hidden beneath his jersey, his roots etched into his very being, his only spiritual solace whenever he hit rock bottom. But now this silver lock that had accompanied him for 11 years threatened to cost him this hard-earned debut opportunity. Instinctively, he clutched the silver lock on his chest, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. It felt as if all the blood in his body had run cold in that instant. 4 years of effort, countless days and nights of perseverance, a professional debut finally within reach. Was it all going to end like this, without even setting foot on the pitch? Just as he stood there at a loss, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed clearly in his mind. Detected host facing a competition equipment compliance crisis. Triggering exclusive binding mechanism for core keepsake. The Legend Inheritance system has unlocked 2 exclusive beginner skills for the host's core keepsake, the Jinan Old Silver Lock. Skill 1, Event Invisibility. Permanently active. Upon activation, the silver lock will completely shield itself from all metal detection equipment and visual inspection, perfectly complying with all FIFA competition equipment regulations. Referees and detection devices will be unable to identify the keepsake's presence without affecting any match actions. Skill 2, Beginner Injury Protection. Can be triggered 3 times per match with a 24-hour cooldown. Upon activation, the keepsake can offset 80 of malicious impact damage for the host, warding off devastating sports injuries, such as broken legs or fractures, maximizing the protection of the host's career. Both skills have been automatically activated. Keepsake compliance is maximized. Host may take the field with peace of mind. The moment the mechanical voice fell, Huang Tianyu felt a slight warmth emanating from the silver lock on his chest. The once cold metal touch became gentler, as if a warm current spread from his chest throughout his entire body. The fourth official's metal detector had already scanned his entire body. The device's screen remained calm. No alarms, no detection of any metal objects. Equipment compliant. Substitution procedures complete. The fourth official nodded at him, then raised the electronic substitution board. The red numbers were glaringly bright under the lights. No. 37 Huang Tianyu on no. 8 Sergio Oliveira off. A smattering of applause rippled through the stadium, mingled with even louder jeers and murmurs of doubt. Porto's legendary captain Oliveira walked off the pitch. Sweat covered his forehead, his energy long depleted, yet he still smiled, high-fiving Huang Tianyu and pulling him into a firm embrace. He leaned close to Huang Tianyu's ear and said in a voice meant only for the two of them, "Don't pay attention to what the crowd says. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Play with the skill you showed in training. Just let loose. The pitch at the Dragao only respects talent, not where you come from. I believe in you." Huang Tianyu nodded, firmly clenching his fists. He took a deep breath, turned, and stepped onto the natural grass of the Estadio do Dragao, running into the arena he had dreamed of for so long. The turf beneath his feet was soft yet firm. The roar of 50,000 fans filled his ears. Before him were his teammates and opponents sprinting the Porto goal in the distance, and behind him 4 years of unwavering dedication. No sooner had he settled into position than Braga launched their attack. Their midfield linchpin, the seasoned Primera Liga veteran Mendes, dribbled past 2 exhausted Porto midfielders in succession, charging straight down the middle towards the edge of the penalty area. His gaze locked onto the newly substituted Huang Tianyu. In his eyes, this 16-year-old Chinese heritage kid was the biggest hole in Porto's defense, his best opportunity to tear it apart. He accelerated, bearing down directly on Huang Tianyu's feet, already preparing for a step-over feint. 50,000 fans held their breath in unison. Everyone expected to see this newly arrived Chinese heritage kid get dribbled past, in a single move, becoming the laughingstock of the entire stadium. Mendes sprinted with the ball at an astonishing pace. As a seasoned midfielder with 8 years of experience in the Portuguese Primeira Liga, his footwork was exceptionally solid, and his rhythm changes were utterly unpredictable. In the first half, Oliveira had been left floundering by him, repeatedly torn apart as he sliced through the central defense. Now eyeing Huang Tianyu before him, his gaze was filled with scorn and disdain. A 16-year-old Chinese kid who had never even played a professional match. How dare he stand in front of him? He couldn't even be bothered with complex feints. With a single exaggerated step over, he suddenly shifted direction, attempting to blow past Huang Tianyu on the left side. In his mind, this kid stepping onto a professional pitch for the first time would surely be duped by his feints, lose all balance, and be left watching helplessly as he glided by. The fans in the stands had already begun to snicker in anticipation. Everyone was convinced that Huang Tianyu was about to be beaten, without a doubt. But the instant Mendes shifted his weight to dribble past, Huang Tianyu moved. Gattuso's elite defensive anticipation erupted within his mind like a tidal wave. He wasn't fooled by Mendes' step over in the slightest. In fact, he had predicted the direction of the shift half a second early, planting his foot with precision to seal off the driving lane. Just as Mendes' toe grazed the ball, Huang Tianyu lunged into a perfectly timed slide tackle. The motion was crisp and clean, devoid of any hesitation. His studs clipped the bottom of the ball, dispossessing him with pristine execution. No foul. A flawless interception. The jeers from the crowd died instantly. 50,000 fans were stunned into silence, unable to believe their own eyes. Mendes, renowned in the Primera Liga for his sharp dribbling, had just been cleanly dispossessed by this 16-year-old Chinese kid who had just come on. And with a textbook slide tackle, not even giving his opponent a chance to draw a foul. On the sideline, head coach Ferreira clenched his fist fiercely. The anxiety that had gripped his heart eased by half in an instant, his eyes blazing with an incredulous delight. Assistant coach Carlos was so ecstatic he jumped straight into the air, shouting repeatedly, "I knew it. I knew this kid had it in him." After the tackle, Huang Tianyu didn't pause for a moment. Without even getting up, he sat on the turf and delivered a precise lateral pass to a nearby teammate, evading the opponent's immediate press. He then sprang to his feet, turned, and sprinted back to reclaim his defensive position, showing not an ounce of self-satisfaction. As if that stunning interception was just another routine play for him. But the looks from his teammates on the pitch had changed entirely. Previously, they all thought this 16-year-old Chinese kid was just there to make up the numbers, incapable of contributing anything. Now they finally understood why the coach had brought him on in such a critical moment. This kid was genuinely special. After being dispossessed, Mendes' face flushed crimson. He had played in the Primera Liga for so many years. When had he ever been so easily robbed by a 16-year-old? The immense humiliation drove him to madness. Over the next few minutes, he charged at the central defense, guarded by Huang Tianyu like a man possessed, time and again desperately trying to salvage his pride with individual brilliance. But every single charge was resolutely thwarted by Huang Tianyu. In the 75th minute, as Mendes wound up for a long-range strike at the edge of the box, Huang Tianyu threw himself into the line of fire, blocking the shot with his body. In the 77th minute, Mendez attempted a 1-2 with a teammate. Huang Tianyu anticipated the passing lane, positioned himself perfectly, and intercepted the ball once more. In the 79th minute, Mendez unleashed a flurry of feints trying to break through, but Huang Tianyu stuck to him, like glue, shadowing his every move until he was forced into a frustrated back pass, unable to even reach the edge of the box. In just 7 short minutes, Huang Tianyu had completed 4 successful interceptions and 2 crucial clearances. The Mendez who had torn the Porto midfield apart was now so thoroughly neutralized by this 16-year-old Chinese youth that he couldn't even deliver a threatening pass or get near the attacking third. He was like an impenetrable web, smothering the central approaches to the Porto box, strangling all of Braga's attacks in their infancy. The home fans who had been jeering and doubting him earlier were now utterly won over. Every interception, every precise pass from Huang Tianyu was met with thunderous cheers and applause from the stands. Huang, attaboy, incredible, what rock-solid defending. Where did this kid come from? He's a genius. The cheers swelled, gradually merging into a unified chant. Huang, Huang, Huang. The cries of 50,000 fans reverberated through the Estadio do Dragão, thundering against the eardrums. Huang Tianyu wasn't swept away by the roar of the crowd. He knew full well that defense alone wouldn't win the match. The coach had brought him on not just to defend, but to orchestrate the midfield and ignite the team's attack. In his mind, Pirlo's midfield vision and passing instincts were operating at lightning speed. As he moved, he scanned the runs of his teammates. The gaps in Braga's defense became starkly clear to his eyes. In the 82nd minute, Huang Tianyu intercepted a lateral pass from Braga in midfield once again. This time he didn't opt for the safe sideways pass. He glanced up and scanned the forward line, spotting left winger Martins sprinting full tilt down the flank. Braga's right back was caught upfield, leaving a massive void behind him. Everyone in the stadium assumed he would lay the ball off to a nearby midfielder and slowly build up the play. But at that moment, Huang Tianyu drew back his leg and struck the ball with power. A pinpoint-long pass that spanned the entire half of the pitch like a precision-guided missile skimmed across the turf, sailed over Braga's entire defensive line, and landed perfectly at the feet of the surging Martins. The weighting was immaculate, neither too heavy nor too light. Martins didn't even need to adjust his stride. He could take it in his stride and race through on goal. The stadium erupted. All 50,000 fans leapt to their feet, fixated on Martins out on the wing, letting out deafening gasps of astonishment. That pass was sheer brilliance. The vision, the weight, the precision. All absolutely flawless. Forget a 16-year-old academy kid. Even the finest midfield maestros in Europe would be hard-pressed to execute a long pass that perfectly. On the sideline, Ferreira leapt up from the bench, his tactical board discarded on the ground. Staring at Huang Tianyu on the pitch, the surprise in his eyes had morphed into sheer awe. He had initially thought this was just a workhorse, a defensive grunt who could run and tackle. But he never imagined this 16-year-old Chinese youth possessed such elite passing vision and tactical awareness. This was no mere defensive midfielder. This was a complete all-action midfield prodigy. Even Martins on the wing was stunned by that perfect pass. He hadn't even expected Huang Tianyu to spot his run in such a short window and deliver the ball with such pinpoint accuracy. He met the ball, adjusted his steps, and whipped in a cross. Center forward Pepe, arriving in the middle, leapt high and powered a header towards goal. The ball rocketed towards the top corner. But Braga's goalkeeper, as if possessed, launched himself and palmed the ball over the crossbar with a single hand, denying what looked like a certain goal. What? A collective groan of despair echoed around the stadium. So close. So agonizingly close. Porto could have taken the lead. Pepe clutched his head in frustration, sinking to his knees on the turf. Martins clapped his hands in disappointment, then turned and jogged over to Huang Tianyu. He gave him a firm pat on the shoulder and flashed a thumbs up. Bro, that pass was absolutely insane. My fault for not finishing it, sorry. Huang Tianyu smiled back at him and shook his head. No worries, we'll get another chance. His gaze swept across Braga's half, once more his eyes burning with an intense fighting spirit. He could feel an inexhaustible well of energy within him. This match, he wasn't just here to defend. He was here to win. He would personally seize victory. The clock continued to tick and the match entered the 88th minute. Only 2 minutes of regulation time remained. The score was still locked at 1-1. Braga had retreated en masse, all 10 outfield players packed into the edge of their own box, forming a solid defensive wall, clearly determined to hold onto the draw until the final whistle. Porto's attacks crashed against Braga's defensive block time, and again breaking apart without success. His teammates grew increasingly restless and anxious, their passing becoming more erratic. Either aimless high balls from the wings or forced long-range shots outside the box, none of which could breach the opposition's defense. Just as everyone was resigned to the match ending in a draw, Huang Tianyu received the ball in midfield. Unlike his teammates, he didn't blindly launch a high ball into the box. He took the ball and charged at full speed towards the opponent's half. Can he break through Braga's defensive wall? If you think he can create a miracle, hit one and drop a comment to keep the updates coming. Next chapter, the life or death moment in the box. Huang Tianyu's sudden surge forward instantly disrupted Braga's defensive formation. Everyone assumed he would as before distribute the ball to a teammate on the flank and reorganize the attack. No one anticipated that this 16-year-old defensive midfielder would in the dying moments of the match take the ball himself and charge directly into Braga's heavily fortified central defense. Braga's two defensive midfielders panicked, instantly rushing towards Huang Tianyu one after another, attempting to seal off his path of advancement. But Huang Tianyu's feet showed no sign of panic. In his mind, the fragments of Ronaldinho's elastico technique and the ball-shielding mastery of Gattuso unlocked earlier merged seamlessly together. Facing the first defender charging in, he nudged the ball lightly with his foot, then sharply cut it back, executing a fluid la croqueta that easily evaded the lunging tackle. The entire motion was smooth and effortless, without a hint of hesitation, his speed never dropping. After bypassing the first man, the second defender had already closed and spreading his arms wide, attempting to block him with his body. Huang Tianyu changed direction again, a sudden stop and go in rhythm, creating instant separation from his marker, leaving the second man trailing as well. Within a mere 3 seconds, he had beaten 2 players and surged with the ball directly into the dangerous zone at the edge of Braga's penalty area. All 50,000 spectators in the stadium leapt to their feet in an instant, their eyes fixed on the sprinting Huang Tianyu, unleashing a thunderous roar that threatened to lift the very roof off the Estadio do Dragão. Charge! Go Huang! Take them on! Shoot! My God! This kid is incredibly fierce. On the sidelines, Ferreira and Carlos also rose to their feet, leaning forward, their gazes locked onto the pitch, holding their breath in suspense. The air within the Estadio do Dragão seemed to solidify at that moment. Everyone understood this was likely Porto's final decisive opportunity of the match. Pedro Santos, Braga's center-back, watched Huang Tianyu charging and utterly panicked. As the cornerstone of Braga's defense, he had played a decade in the Primeira Liga and witnessed countless high-pressure situations. Yet he had never seen a 16-year-old kid possess such immense courage in the final moments of a game, daring to charge single-handedly into the opponent's box, willing to shoulder the team's attacking burden in such a critical juncture. He knew with absolute clarity, if Huang Tianyu managed to pass the ball or get a shot away, Braga's fate in this match would be sealed to defeat. This draw was crucial for Braga's survival campaign. They simply could not afford to lose. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Santos's eyes. He completely abandoned any pretense of a legitimate defensive challenge, not even bothering to fake an attempt at jockeying for position. He launched himself into the air, his body flying horizontally, the studs on his right boot fully exposed, aiming a vicious, scything tackle directly at Huang Tianyu's standing leg. This was no defense. This was a blatant, malicious foul. A reckless leg-breaking lunge. An uproar of shocked gasps and furious curses erupted from the entire stadium. You bastard. Red card. Straight red card. He's trying to end his career. Huang Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply as he watched Santos's flying challenge. He tried to evade, but his body was still surging forward, his standing leg planted firmly on the ground, leaving him no time for any evasive maneuver. He could only watch helplessly as the gleaming studs hurtled towards his shin. Just as the studs were about to make contact with his ankle, the old silver lock hanging on his chest suddenly emitted a surge of warm energy, spreading like a soothing current through his entire left leg in an instant. Primary injury prevention guardian skill activated. 80 of this malicious impact damage negated. 2 activations remaining. The system's mechanical voice boomed in his mind. Thud. A dull heavy impact. Santos's stud scraped violently across Huang Tianyu's left shin. The sheer force of the impact sent Huang Tianyu tumbling off balance, crashing heavily onto the penalty area turf and rolling a full 2 meters away. A searing, piercing pain shot from his shin up through his entire body, like countless needles stabbing into his very bones. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at his left leg. His pristine white sock was torn open, with a long gash, blood welling up from the wound and streaming down his legs, staining the sock crimson and soaking the green turf beneath him. But he knew with absolute certainty, had it not been for the system's protective skill, that challenge would have shattered his tibia clean in 2. He would have faced at least a year on the sidelines, potentially destroying his career before it even truly began. As it was merely a flesh wound, no broken bones, no ligament damage. Even so, the agonizing pain caused cold sweat to instantly bead on his forehead. At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, shrill and decisive across the entire Estadio do Dragão. He sprinted over, his face contorted with rage. He pointed directly at the still prostrate Santos, reached into his pocket, and brandished the red card high above his head. Red card. Sent off. Simultaneously, his arm shot out, finger pointing unerringly at the penalty spot. Penalty. Porto had earned a penalty kick with the chance to win the game. The stadium erupted into absolute bedlam. 50,000 fans simultaneously hurling furious abuse at the malicious Santos and unleashing deafening roars of approval. Get off the pitch, you animal. Deserved red card. A lifetime ban wouldn't be enough. Huang, are you okay? Hang in there. Amidst the cacophony, one name rose above the rest. Huang, Huang, Huang. The chants, unified and rhythmic, echoed around the Estadio do Dragão, louder and more heartfelt than anything heard before that night. This 16-year-old Chinese heritage teenager, through sheer courage and relentless determination, had won his team a penalty kick, a chance to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even after being fouled maliciously, even while bleeding, even though the pain made it hard to stand, he had fought for his team's hope of winning the match. This resilience, this fighting spirit had completely won over every single fan in the Estadio do Dragão. His teammates rushed over frantically, surrounding Huang Tianyu, their faces etched with concern and fury. "Huang, how are you? Are you alright? That bastard. Such a dirty tackle. I'll kill him. Medic! Get the medic." Captain Pepe stormed directly up to the referee, furiously protesting the challenge and demanding further punishment. The team doctor sprinted over with his medical kit, kneeling beside Huang Tianyu and carefully cutting away his sock to assess the damage. When he confirmed it was just a flesh wound with no damage to bone or ligament, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The doctor promptly produced antiseptic wipes and gauze, intending to treat the wound before helping him off the field for further attention. But at that very moment, Huang Tianyu gritted his teeth, pushed himself up off the turf, and slowly rose to his feet. His left leg was still bleeding, his body trembling from the pain, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yet he shook his head at the doctor. His gaze was fixed, unwavering on the penalty spot, 12 yards away. "I'm taking this penalty." Those words left his teammates around him utterly stunned. No one could believe their ears. He was a 16-year-old rookie, making his professional debut, having just been on the receiving end of a malicious foul, bleeding, barely able to stand from the pain, and now he wanted to take the decisive match-winning penalty. This penalty carried the hopes of 50,000 fans, the weight of 3 crucial points, and the aspirations of an entire season's title challenge. If he missed, he would instantly transform from hero to villain in the eyes of Porto. Moreover, he was injured, unable to get any real power behind his left leg. Captain Pepe approached, reaching out to steady his swaying frame, his voice thick with concern. "Huang, your leg is still bleeding. Go get that treated first. I'll take the penalty." The other teammates chimed in. "Yeah, Huang, don't push yourself. Get off and get treated. We believe in you, but your health is more important." But Huang Tianyu shook his head once more. He lifted his gaze to the sea of red in the stands, then touched the old silver lock on his chest, which was still radiating a faint warmth. There was no hint of retreat in his eyes, only unwavering resolve. "I earned this penalty. I'm going to put it in the back of the net myself." Huang Tianyu was about to take this decisive penalty while injured. Could he withstand the immense pressure and score? If you think he can clinch the victory, hit 1 and add this to your library. Next chapter, the moment of truth at the Estadio do Dragão. Huang Tianyu's words rang out with unwavering resolve. The teammates around him, seeing the steadfast determination in his eyes, offered no further persuasion. They could all sense the tenacity radiating from this 16-year-old youth, a determination to complete the decisive strike himself, even if it meant bleeding and enduring pain. Captain Pepe clapped him firmly on the shoulder and gave a solemn nod. "All right, this penalty is yours. We believe in you." The news that Huang Tianyu would take the penalty himself spread through the crowd of 50,000 spectators. Instantly, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the stands. There was no doubt, no worry, only overwhelming support and encouragement. "Huang, we believe in you. Go. Put it in the back of the net. You're the hero of the Dragão Stadium." Amid the roaring cheers, Huang Tianyu limped his way toward the penalty spot, 12 yards from the goal. With every step, the wound on his left leg tugged painfully, sending excruciating jolts that made his body tremble involuntarily. Yet his spine remained ramrod straight. He reached the penalty spot, crouched down, and carefully placed the football on the white mark. He adjusted it several times, ensuring the ball was perfectly still. As he set the ball down, Braga's goalkeeper, Brazilian international Eduardo, sauntered over and stood beside him, spewing trash talk in an attempt to apply psychological pressure. "Kid, you're only 16, playing your first professional match, and you're injured. You won't score this penalty. Do you know where you are? This is the Dragão Stadium. 50,000 people are watching you. If you miss, they'll curse you for the rest of your life. Your career will be ruined. Let someone else take it, and you can still protect your reputation. Otherwise, you'll regret this forever." This was the goalkeeper's classic mind game. Countless seasoned veterans have been rattled by a goalkeeper's trash talk before a crucial penalty shootout, ultimately missing their spot kicks. Let alone Huang Tianyu, a 16-year-old rookie carrying an injury, making his professional debut. Yet Huang Tianyu merely glanced at him indifferently, without uttering a single word. He finished placing the ball, stood up, took 5 steps back, and planted his feet. He looked down at his still bleeding left leg, then touched the old silver locket on his chest. A flood of images raced through his mind. He saw the rain-soaked night at 3 in the morning, the mottled concrete wall beneath his apartment, and heard the dull thud of the ball striking it. He saw his father getting off work at 3 a.m., going 3 blocks out of his way to bring back warm egg tarts. He saw his mother's stewed pork ribs with star anise and his grandmother's tearful reminders over the phone. He saw Coach Nuno pulling him from the rejection list, Oliveira's encouragement before he took the field, and the trusting gazes of his teammates at this very moment. He heard Cristiano Ronaldo's words from that interview. "Football has never distinguished between nationalities or backgrounds. The only thing that matters is whether you have the determination to fight until the very last moment. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. All the distracting thoughts in his mind vanished in that instant. All that remained was the ball before him and the goal ahead. The entire Dragao Stadium fell into complete silence. 50,000 fans held their breath, their eyes locked on Huang Tianyu at the penalty spot, not daring to make a sound. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew this kick would decide the final outcome of the match. The referee glanced at the players on both sides, confirmed everyone was ready, and then blew his whistle. The sharp whistle pierced the silence of the Dragao Stadium. Huang Tianyu began his run-up, 2 quick strides, his left leg planted firmly as his supporting foot on the turf. Despite the searing pain from the wound, his balance never wavered. Then his right leg swung forward with tremendous force, striking the lower middle portion of the ball. Thwack! A dull, heavy impact. The ball shot off like a cannonball from a barrel, spinning violently, arrowing directly for the top right corner of the goal. The speed was blinding, like a flash of white lightning. Braga's goalkeeper Eduardo dove the wrong way. He flung himself toward the bottom left corner, helplessly watching as the ball grazed the junction of crossbar and post, slamming deep into the back of the net. Goal! In the 91st minute of the match, Porto snatched a last-gasp victory over Braga. During stoppage time, this 16-year-old Chinese heritage teenager converted a penalty he had won himself, completing the decisive strike with his own hands. After a single second of silence, the entire Estadio do Dragao erupted instantly. 50,000 fans leaped from their seats like mad, wildly waving their scarves and flags, and unleashing thunderous roars at the top of their lungs. It's in. A winner. A winner. We've won. Huang. 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 You're the hero. The earth-shattering cheers echoed through the Estadio do Dragao like claps of thunder, causing the entire stadium to tremble slightly. The sea of red reached a boiling point in that moment. His teammates charged towards Huang Tianyu like a frenzy. Captain Pepe was the first to arrive, wrapping his arms around Huang Tianyu and hoisting him onto his shoulders. The rest of the team swarmed in, encircling them, both hugging and jumping, shouting Huang Tianyu's name and showering him with fervent praise. Huang, you're absolutely incredible. A debut winner. You've made Porto's history. You're the new hero of the Dragao. Perched atop Pepe's shoulders, Huang Tianyu looked out at the surging Red Sea before him, listened to the roaring chants around him, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. For years of persistence, countless extra training sessions at dawn and dusk, all the grievances, all the doubts, all the mockery and criticism, in this instant they all dissipated like smoke. He had done it. He had completed his professional debut at the Estadio do Dragao, repaying everyone who believed in him with a match-winning goal. He touched the old silver lock hanging around his neck, then looked down at the words Quanxing Jinan on his shin guard. Grandma, Dad, Mom. Can you see this? Your son has made it. On the sidelines, head coach Ferreira and assistant coach Carlos embraced each other, excitedly jumping and shouting like a couple of kids. Ferreira watched Huang Tianyu surrounded by his teammates on the pitch, his eyes filled with relief and admiration. He was grateful he had made the decision to bring on this 16-year-old Chinese heritage teenager. Even more, he was thankful he had unearthed a true prodigy. This 16-year-old's future was boundless. The final whistle soon sounded. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The final score: Porto 2-1, a last-gasp victory over Braga, securing 3 crucial points in the title race. Not a single fan left the stadium early. They remained in the stands, clapping fervently and chanting Huang Tianyu's name. Huang Tianyu climbed down from Pepe's shoulders and, limping slightly, joined his teammates in bowing deeply to the fans in all 4 sections of the stands. At each stand, he was met with deafening applause and cheers. On this night, there was only one protagonist at the Estadio do Dragao. That was this 16-year-old Chinese heritage teenager, Huang Tianyu. The club is set to offer a professional contract next. If you think Tianyu deserves a max deal, hit 1 oi, add this to your bookshelf, and see the signing of the 3-year professional contract in the next chapter. In the player tunnel of the Dragon Stadium, the lingering cheers from the stands still echoed. In the Porto dressing room, the atmosphere had completely erupted into a sea of joy. Champagne foam sprayed through the air as teammates' arms locked around each other's shoulders, sang and danced, celebrating a crucial stoppage-time victory. This one kept Porto firmly on the heels of league leaders Benfica in the Primeira Liga title race. The undisputed hero of the match, Huang Tianyu, sat quietly on a bench in the dressing room. The team doctor had just finished redressing the wound on his calf with fresh gauze. Though the injury still throbbed with a dull ache, the tips of his fingers still tingled with the searing sensation of striking the match-winning penalty. A broad, calloused hand gently landed on his shoulder. Huang Tianyu looked up, meeting a pair of eyes crinkled with warmth. It was the team captain, Porto's legendary center-back Pepe. This grizzled, footballing titan, who had fought alongside Cristiano Ronaldo for over a decade and claimed European Championship and Champions League glory, now wore an expression devoid of his on-field ferocity, replaced only by gentle admiration. Kid, well done. Pepe's Portuguese carried a thick Lisbon accent. Having the nerve to stand over the spot with an injury like that. There aren't many young lads in this league with that kind of courage. Huang Tianyu quickly scrambled to his feet a little flustered and managed a respectful captain. He never imagined the undisputed leader of the dressing room would come over to speak with him of his own accord. No need to be nervous. Pepe smiled, pressing him gently back down onto the bench. At your age, I was still grinding it out in the mud of the Portuguese third division, not even close to the Primeira Liga. You made your debut at the Dragon Stadium and scored the winner at 16. That's far more than I ever did. His gaze swept over the 4 Chinese characters, Quanxing Jinan, meticulously traced countless times with a marker on Huang Tianyu's shin guard, then settled on the faint outline of an old silver lock peeking out from his collar. The admiration in his eyes deepened. In you I see a shadow of Cristiano when he was young. Pepe's voice dropped, carrying a solemnity meant only for them. That same ruthlessness, that same tenacity, that same stubbornness to seize your fate with your own hands, even when the whole world doubts you. If he saw your highlight reel, he would be impressed. Huang Tianyu's heart jolted violently. Cristiano Ronaldo. The light he had chased for 11 long years. The very origin of all his footballing dreams. And now Ronaldo's closest friend and comrade in arms for over a decade was telling him personally that he saw echoes of a young Ronaldo in him. A surge of overwhelming emotion rushed through his veins, making his fingertips tremble. Thank you, Captain. I'll keep working hard. Huang Tianyu's voice carried a barely perceptible quiver. Pepe chuckled, patting his shoulder. Heal up well. From now on, if you have any problems in this dressing room that you can't solve, come straight to me. These words were as good as a tangible shield, granting Huang Tianyu protection within the treacherous hierarchical environment of a top club's locker room. Everyone knew Pepe was the undisputed authority in Porto's dressing room. With that backing, no one would dare to casually target this newly arrived 16-year-old Sino-Portuguese youngster. The teammates who had been watching him with appraising eyes now looked at Huang Tianyu with a newfound sense of deference. Just as the celebratory atmosphere reached its peak, the dressing room doors swung open. Porto's sporting director Antonio, head coach Ferreira, and 2 figures whose presence was etched deep into Huang Tianyu's very soul walked in together. It was his father Huang Tianyu and his mother Li Xiaofang. Both were dressed in their finest clothes reserved for special occasions. Their faces were a mixture of nervousness and excitement, hands tightly clasped together, eyes locked on their son seated on the bench from the moment they entered. Huang Tianyu shot to his feet, stunned. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? The club called us, Huang Tianyu said, hurrying over. They said there was something important they needed to discuss with our family face to face. His rough palm gently brushed over the gauze on his son's calf, and his eyes instantly reddened. You little brat, you got hurt, and didn't even think to call home. Li Xiaofang couldn't hold back any longer. She reached out, touching her son's sweat-dampened forehead, tears streaming down her cheeks. You lost so much blood. Does it hurt? You boy always making us worry. Mom, I'm fine, it's just a scratch, nothing serious. Huang Tianyu quickly wiped her tears away, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. It finally dawned on him why the club had gone to the trouble of inviting his parents to the stadium. Antonio was holding a white folder, his expression one of genial solemnity, offering a slight nod of greeting to Huang Tianyu and his wife. Pepe naturally moved to stand beside Huang Tianyu like an older brother watching over a younger one's growth, ready to support him through this contract that would define his career. The previously boisterous dressing room fell instantly silent. Every player held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the folder in Antonio's hands. They all understood what it meant when the sporting director personally brought in the players' parents and had Captain Pepe present. Antonio cleared his throat, and his voice, clear and deliberate, carried across the entire room. Mr. Huang Tianyu, Mr. Huang Tianyu, Ms. Li Xiaofang. On behalf of Football Club do Porto, I am formally extending a professional player's contract offer to Mr. Huang Tianyu. He opened the folder, producing a contract in quadruplicate. He then explained the core clauses to the family item by item, each one meticulously aligned with the Portuguese Football Federation and EU labor laws regarding the protection of minor players. We have prepared a 3-year professional contract for Mr. Huang Tianyu with a base weekly wage of 1200. Goal bonuses, win bonuses, and appearance fees will be fully aligned with the standards for first-team squad rotation players. The contract includes incremental salary increases. The base weekly wage will rise to 2500 in the second season and 400 in the third season. Furthermore, the club will fully cover all expenses related to Mr. Huang Tianyu's ongoing cultural education, language training, and comprehensive medical insurance, ensuring he fulfills his high school academic requirements while pursuing his professional development. This offer was not only generous, but also strictly in line with the real market dynamics of the Portuguese League. For context, the standard weekly wage for an ordinary 16-year-old apprentice in Porto's youth system was a mere 70. Even the most gifted local prospects typically saw their first professional contracts base weekly wage fall within the 500 to 100 range. This contract represented the highest standard of treatment Porto could offer a 16-year-old talent. Antonio presented the contract and appended to Huang Tianyu and his parents, his tone laden with utmost gravity. According to the Portuguese Civil Code, the regulations of the Portuguese Football Federation and FIFA's regulations on the status and transfer of players, any professional contract signed by a minor under the age of 18 must be co-signed by their legal guardians to be valid. Upon signing, we will immediately submit the contract to the Portuguese Football Federation's Minor Protection Committee for review and registration, completing Mr. Huang Tianyu's registration as a professional player. Huang Tianyu took the contract. An official translator provided by the club had already clearly rendered every single clause into Chinese for him. When he heard that the club was not only offering his son a professional contract, but also guaranteeing his education, healthcare, and even the personal support of Captain Pepe, the man who had spent 15 years wielding a wok in a Chinese restaurant kitchen, felt his hands tremble and his eyes well up once more. The football dream he had harbored for half his life, his son, was fulfilling for him. "Tianyu, do you want to sign?" Huang Tianyu asked, looking at his son, his voice carrying a barely audible tremor. Huang Tianyu looked at his parents, then at Pepe, who was nodding encouragingly beside him, and finally out the window at the Dragon Stadium, a cauldron capable of holding 50,000. His gaze was unwavering as he nodded firmly. "Dad, Mom, I want to sign. This is my dream." Li Xiaofeng wiped her tears and nodded vigorously at her son. "Whatever you want to do, your father and I support you." Under the gaze of his teammates, Huang Tianyu carefully wrote his name on the contract's signature line. 3 Chinese characters, each stroke precise and imbued with unwavering resolve. He was a Sino-Portuguese youth raised in Portugal, but he would forever be Chinese, forever a son of Jinan. Then Huang Tianyu and Li Xiaofeng solemnly signed their names in the guardian signature section. The moment the signatures were complete, Antonio immediately extended his hand, shaking firmly, with both Huang Tianyu and Huang Tianyu. Pepe also walked over smiling and ruffled Huang Tianyu's hair. "Welcome to Porto, officially, kid. I believe it won't be long before you're playing alongside Cristiano on the national team." The dressing room erupted in a deafening roar of cheers and applause. His teammates swarmed him, surrounding him completely and tossing him into the air again and again. The festive atmosphere reached its zenith. No one noticed in a corner of the dressing room Thiago clutching a water bottle, his knuckles white with fury, his face contorted with envy and malice. He stared at Huang Tianyu, surrounded by the crowd, the hatred in his eyes nearly overflowing. The official contract was signed. Next, he faces the treacherous undercurrents of the first team dressing room. Think he'll hold his ground? Hit 1. And add this to your library to see the drama unfold in the world of a top-tier club's locker room. The morning after signing his professional contract at 7:30. As dawn broke, Huang Tianyu was already standing on the training pitch of Porto's first team. Morning dew still clung to the natural turf, yielding softly underfoot with the fresh scent of grass. In the distance, the Estadio do Dragao emerged from the morning mist, its grand silhouette resembling a slumbering beast. Huang Tianyu set down his equipment bag. Instead of rushing to warm up, he first jogged 2 slow laps along the touchline of the training field. The wound on his calf had not yet fully healed, preventing him from engaging in strenuous running, yet he still arrived at the training ground a full hour and a half early. This had been his unwavering habit for 4 years. While others practiced 100 kicks, he practiced 1,000. While others arrived at 8, he arrived at 7:30, ensuring all his preparations were thoroughly complete. He knew all too well that yesterday's decisive goal and his professional contract were merely the beginning of his career. To secure a foothold in Porto's first team, relying solely on the luck of a single match was far from sufficient. After warming up with 2 laps, Huang Tianyu took out a football and began practicing basic ball control and passing against the advertising boards at the edge of the field. Thump after thump. The ball struck the boards, emitting a dull rhythmic sound, identical to the noise he had made for 4 years kicking against the concrete wall beneath his apartment building. Just past 8 o'clock, the first team players began arriving. The first to approach was Captain Pepe. Seeing Huang Tianyu training alone, he smiled, walked over, and patted his shoulder. "Kid, you're here early. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Don't overdo it." "Thanks, Captain. I'm just working on basic ball control. It's nothing." Huang Tianyu paused and replied with a smile. Pepe nodded and advised him, "Today is your first training session with the first team. Don't be nervous. Just play with the same intensity you showed in yesterday's match. Also, the locker room is a bit complicated. There are a few factions. Don't force your way in, but don't be intimidated either. I've got your back." Pepe's words were subtle, but instantly gave Huang Tianyu a clear picture. The locker room of a top club was never a place of complete harmony. Where there are people, there are politics and factions. Sure enough, over the next half hour, the arriving players naturally coalesced into 3 distinct groups, clearly defined. The first group was the Portuguese core, led by Pepe, mostly homegrown players from Porto's youth academy. This was the most influential faction in the locker room. They all smiled and nodded greetings to Huang Tianyu, their attitude friendly. The second group was the Brazilian contingent, composed of Brazilian and South American foreign players, led by the main midfielder Evanilson. They huddled together, chatting and laughing, but their glances towards Huang Tianyu were filled with scrutiny and disdain. They didn't even bother to greet him. The third group was the European faction, mainly foreign players from Spain, France, and other continental nations, with the former starting midfielder Oliveira as its core. Their attitude was mostly neutral, merely glancing at Huang Tianyu from a distance, without any particular show. Tiago, however, lingered on the fringe of the European group, whispering to Evanilson, occasionally pointing in Huang Tianyu's direction with a fawning smile plastered on his face. Huang Tianyu observed it all, but remained silent, continuing his practice. He knew well that on the professional field strength was the only passport. Words were useless. It was time to let his feet do the talking. At 9 in the morning the training session officially began. Head coach Ferreira, holding a tactics board, led the team through a warm-up and basic passing drills. He then announced that the core activity for the day would be an intra-squad scrimmage. The starting team wore yellow bibs, and the reserves wore orange. Huang Tianyu was assigned to the reserve team, playing as a defensive midfielder. Tiago, surprisingly, was placed on the starting team, partnering with Evanilson in central midfield, lining up directly opposite Huang Tianyu. Upon seeing the team list, Tiago shot Huang Tianyu a sinister smile, mouthing 2 silent words: waste. Huang Tianyu remained expressionless, ignoring him. The scrimmage commenced. The starting team, with their established chemistry, dominated possession from the kickoff, suffocating the reserves. Tiago, as the starting midfielder, frequently received the ball to orchestrate attacks. Every time he dribbled past the halfway line, he deliberately charged towards Huang Tianyu, attempting to humiliate him with a flashy dribble. However, Huang Tianyu's defensive positioning was as solid as a mountain. Gattuso's defensive anticipation whirred through his mind, allowing him to cut off Tiago's path, every time forcing him into a frustrated back pass. After several attempts, Tiago's expression soured, and his frustration grew. Unable to find a way past, he began to resort to underhanded tactics. Whenever a reserve teammate passed the ball to Huang Tianyu, Tiago would deliberately step up early, slamming his body brutally into Huang Tianyu's injured left leg, each impact perfectly concealed from the referee's view. Repeated collisions aggravated the wound on Huang Tianyu's leg, sending searing pain through him and causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead instantly. Yet he gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound, and held his position steadfastly. What troubled him even more was the indifference of his own teammates. The few reserve players were all fringe members of the Brazilian contingent, having apparently been pre-warned by Evanilson. Even when Huang Tianyu made excellent runs into open space, even when he was completely unmarked, his teammates preferred to pass to someone double-teamed rather than give him the ball. On several occasions, Huang Tianyu had created a clear one-on-one opportunity and raised his hand for the ball, only for his teammate to take a wild shot that sent the ball into the stands. Once, twice, 3 times. For a full 20 minutes, Huang Tianyu ran positioned and intercepted ceaselessly, yet he couldn't get a single decent pass. Consequently, the reserve team lost control of the midfield and conceded 2 goals, falling behind 0-2. On the sideline, Ferreira's face grew increasingly grim, his tactics board creaking under his tightening grip. The halftime whistle blew. Huang Tianyu walked off the pitch, sweat streaming down his face. Blood had seeped through the wound on his left leg, staining his white socks crimson. As he reached the bench, he overheard the Brazilian reserve players sneering in Portuguese. That Chinese kid can't play at all. All that running, and he's useless. Exactly. A lucky fluke who scored a winner. Does he deserve to train with the first team? If it weren't for Pepe protecting him, he wouldn't even get past the gates. Huang Tianyu clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Just then Pepe walked over, handed him a sports drink, and took some gauze from the physio. He knelt down to redress the bleeding wound. Kid, don't let it get to you, Pepe said in a low voice. This is how it is in a top club's locker room. Until you've proven your worth, no one will pass you the ball. In the second half, don't wait for them to find you. You have to win the ball yourself. You scored the winner at the Dragao. Now go out there and shove it in the face of everyone who doubts you. Pepe's words struck Huang Tianyu like a thunderbolt, instantly awakening him. He was right. He had waited 4 years for this chance. Why should he be held back by their hostility? Win the ball yourself. Fight for your own opportunities. He lifted his head, looking at Tiago, and Evanilson laughing on the pitch, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes. In the second half, he would make everyone understand. His place here was never about luck. It was about skill. Could he dominate the second half and prove his doubters wrong? Witness the Chinese youngsters rise on the training ground. The 15-minute halftime break vanished in the blink of an eye. The whistle for the second half of the scrimmage sounded right on schedule. Huang Tianyu stepped onto the turf and sprinted back onto the pitch. His left leg had been rebandaged, and though it still throbbed with a dull ache, his eyes no longer held the restraint and caution from the first half. Only a razor-sharp fighting spirit remained. Pepe was right. The ball had to be fought for. Opportunities had to be seized. He would no longer wait for his teammates to pass to him. He was going to take control of this match himself. In the very first minute of the second half, the main team launched an attack. Tiago collected the ball in midfield, and upon seeing Huang Tianyu defending him, immediately flashed a sneering smile. He deliberately slowed his dribbling pace and unleashed a series of flashy step-over feints right in front of Huang Tianyu, making it blatantly obvious he intended to humiliate him in front of everyone. Laughter erupted from the academy players in the stands. Everyone was certain that Tiago would easily breeze past this Chinese kid. But the moment Tiago shifted his body to push the ball past, Huang Tianyu moved. Gattuso's elite defensive anticipation exploded in his mind in an instant. He wasn't fooled by the flashy feints in the slightest, predicting Thiago's direction of change half a second in advance and precisely planting his foot to block the path of the dribble. Just as Thiago's toe touched the ball, Huang Tianyu lunged into a sliding tackle, his motion clean and decisive without a hint of hesitation. The studs of his boot clipped the underside of the ball, perfectly stripping it away with pristine execution. No foul. A flawless interception. The laughter around the pitch died abruptly. On the sideline, Ferreira's furrowed brow instantly smoothed out. After winning the ball, Huang Tianyu didn't pause for even a moment. Without even getting to his feet, he delivered a precise square pass from his seat on the turf, sending the ball to a teammate charging up the flank and evading the opponent's immediate counterpress. He sprang up instantly and sprinted full speed toward the opponent's half, his full 96-point stamina on full display in that very moment. From his own penalty area to the opponent's, it took him just 3 seconds to tear through the main team's entire defensive line and find a perfect pocket of space. The teammate on the wing's eyes lit up. Finally, he wasn't being ignored, and he immediately played the ball across. Huang Tianyu met it without trapping, and in one swift motion knocked it into the center for the onrushing striker. Facing an open goal, the striker slotted it home with ease. The substitute team scored a goal. In an instant, the entire training ground erupted. Players on the substitute bench leaped to their feet, pounding the boards in wild celebration. No one had anticipated that Huang Tianyu, who had been virtually invisible in the first half, would open the scoring for his team right after the break with a flawless interception and assist. The center forward, ecstatic, charged over and enveloped Huang Tianyu in a bear hug, shouting, "Brother." That pass was brilliant. His teammates, who had mocked him and refused to pass him the ball, now looked at him with expressions filled with shock and regret. Meanwhile, Thiago stood frozen, his face flushed crimson, as if he had been struck a resounding slap. His earlier flashy feints now seemed like the antics of a clown in the face of Huang Tianyu's clean, decisive tackle. The overwhelming humiliation drove him to the brink of madness. For the remainder of the match, Thiago charged at Huang Tianyu with the ball time, and again possessed by a desperate need to reclaim his honor through sheer individual skill. Yet every single time, he was resolutely stopped by Huang Tianyu. In the 52nd minute, as Thiago wound up for a long-range strike at the edge of the box, Huang Tianyu threw himself into the line of fire, blocking the shot with his body. That was the second successful interception. In the 58th minute, Thiago attempted a 1-2 with Evanilson. Huang Tianyu anticipated the pass, positioned himself perfectly, and cleanly stole the ball once more. The third successful interception. In the 65th minute, Thiago tried to break through with a series of feints, but Huang Tianyu stuck to him like glue. Ultimately, Thiago was forced into a back pass, unable to even reach the edge of the penalty area. The fourth successful interception. Within just 20 minutes, Huang Tianyu had completed 4 interceptions and 2 crucial clearances. The once arrogant Thiago was so thoroughly neutralized by this 16-year-old Chinese heritage teenager that he couldn't even deliver a threatening pass. He was like an impenetrable web, smothering the main team's midfield and strangling their attacks. The stands, which had earlier mocked him, now echoed with unified cheers. The young trainees from the academy were all chanting Huang Tianyu's name. They had all witnessed his arduous journey from the fringes of the youth setup to the first team. Now this familiar Chinese heritage teenager was rendering the main team's midfielders helpless on the first team training ground. On the sidelines, Ferreira had long abandoned his tactics, bored, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. He had initially thought this 16-year-old merely possessed good stamina, courage, and a decent penalty. But he never expected Huang Tianyu's defensive awareness, positional sense, and passing vision to be this exceptional. This was not the football of a youth academy rookie. This was the caliber of a seasoned world-class defensive midfielder. In the 78th minute, Huang Tianyu once again intercepted a pass from Thiago in midfield. This time he didn't choose to spread the play wide. He scanned the forward line, spotting the center forward sprinting into space with a massive gap between the main team's 2 center backs. Everyone in the stadium assumed he would play it safe, passing to a nearby teammate to rebuild the attack. But at that moment, Huang Tianyu swung his leg and struck the ball with power. A pinpoint-long pass that spanned the entire half of the pitch, guided like a precision missile, skimmed across the turf, bypassed the entire main team's defense, and landed perfectly at the feet of the surging center forward. The weight of the pass was immaculate, requiring no adjustment and stride from the striker, who could shoot on goal directly. The entire stadium erupted once more. Even Pepe on the sidelines couldn't help but rise to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. The vision, power, and accuracy of that pass were flawless. Not just for a 16-year-old youth prospect, but even for Europe's elite midfield maestros, executing a long pass of such perfection would be a rarity. The center forward in the box was also stunned by the perfect delivery. He adjusted his stride to meet the ball and slotted it home with ease. The substitute team had leveled the score. The striker who scored charged over like a madman, throwing his arms around Huang Tianyu. All the substitute players swarmed around, patting him on the shoulder, their voices filled with praise and admiration. Even those who had refused to pass him the ball and mocked him earlier now approached with apologetic faces, saying, "Brother, we're sorry. We were wrong before." Huang Tianyu smiled and waved his hand, brushing it off. On the professional stage, strength is the ultimate currency. If you can lead your teammates to victory, you earn everyone's respect. Tiago, standing in midfield, was as pale as a sheet, his entire body trembling. In this intra-squad match, Huang Tianyu had rendered him utterly helpless. He was dispossessed 4 times, conceded 2 goals from counterattacks, and was completely reduced to a mere backdrop for Huang Tianyu's brilliance. He stared at Huang Tianyu surrounded by his teammates, and the venom in his eyes turned into utter despair. He knew his days at Porto were numbered. The final whistle blew soon after. The score was 2-2, a draw between the substitutes and the starters. Yet everyone knew there was only one true winner in this match. Huang Tianyu. Pepe was the first to approach, ruffling his hair with a hearty laugh. "Kid, that was brilliant. I knew you had it in you." The first-team players also gathered around, giving him thumbs up. Even the Brazilian contingent, who had previously dismissed him, came over to high-five him and mutter a grudging "nice play." The academy players in the stands were chanting his name, the applause thunderous. This 16-year-old Chinese prodigy had in a single training match completely won over everyone at Porto's first team. Just as Huang Tianyu was celebrating with his teammates, 2 men in official Portuguese Football Federation uniforms stood at the entrance of the training ground. The lead man held a blue envelope stamped with the Federation's crest, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Tianyu. He nodded to his assistant with a smile, then walked straight toward Huang Tianyu. The wind at the training ground, carrying the fresh scent of grass, brushed across Huang Tianyu's face. He watched the 2 men in official Portuguese Football Federation uniforms approaching, his footsteps freezing in place. The leading middle-aged man with graying hair and a metallic Portuguese Football Federation badge pinned to his chest clutched a blue envelope emblazoned with the Federation's logo, a warm yet solemn smile on his face. The previously boisterous training ground fell silent in an instant. All eyes converged on the newcomers, and even the assistant coach leading the stretching exercises halted his movements. Pepe was the first to react, grinning as he patted Huang Tianyu on the back, whispering in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Don't just stand there, good news has arrived." The middle-aged man had already reached Huang Tianyu, extending his hand first and introducing himself in flawless Portuguese. "Hello, Mr. Huang Tianyu. I am Rui Jorge, the head coach of the Portugal U17 national team. This is my assistant coach, Paulo Santos, head coach of the Portugal U17 national team." Huang Tianyu's pupils contracted slightly, his entire being frozen in disbelief. He never imagined that the head coach of a Portuguese national youth team would personally come to Porto's first-team training ground to find him. Quickly composing himself, he stepped forward and firmly shook the man's hand. "Hello, Coach Jorge, I am Huang Tianyu. No need to be nervous. We made a special trip today just to give you this." Rui Jorge smiled, releasing his hand, and solemnly placed the blue envelope into Huang Tianyu's grasp. The envelope seal bore the wax stamp of the Portuguese Football Federation with gilded lettering clearly printed to Mr. Huang Tianyu, official call-up notice from the Portugal U17 national team. The moment his fingertips touched the envelope, Huang Tianyu's heart thumped wildly in his chest. A national team call-up. Even if it was just the U17 youth squad, this was the dream he had harbored deep within since he was 5 years old, watching Cristiano Ronaldo play on television for the first time. He took a deep breath and tore open the envelope. The official letter inside was clear in black and white, formally summoning Huang Tianyu to join the Portugal U17 national team for the training camp and tournament of the 2025 UEFA European Under-17 Championship qualifying elite round. Reporting date was 1 week away, and the training camp was to be held at the Portuguese national football training base. At the bottom were the official seal of the Portuguese Football Federation and the personal signature of head coach Rui Jorge. His hands trembled slightly as he held the call-up letter. The teammates around him erupted, instantly swarming over to look at the letter in his hands, their eyes filled with envy and congratulations. "Oh my God, a national youth team call-up. Huang, you're incredible. Getting into the U17 national team at 16. At this rate, you'll definitely make the senior team and play alongside Ronaldo. Congratulations, brother. You earned it." Yet amidst the chorus of congratulations from the stands beside the training ground, a few youth academy players training with the first team couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves, their voices carried clearly on the wind. "No way. He's only played one official first-team match, and he's straight into the U17 national team." Exactly. Before this, he couldn't even get a regular spot on the bench for our U17 side. One winning penalty, and he's in the national youth team. He's probably just riding on Pepe's coattails. He's of Chinese descent, doesn't even have Portuguese blood. Why should he get into the national team? The murmurings were quiet, but they pierced the ears of everyone present like needles. Huang Tianyu's hand clutching the call-up letter paused momentarily. Truth be told, even without their words, a flicker of doubt lingered in his own mind. He was well aware that he had only played 27 minutes as a substitute in the Liga Portugal, and even with the winning penalty, it shouldn't have warranted the U17 head coach personally delivering the call-up to the training ground. It defied all logic. Rui Jorge, having navigated the football world for over 30 years, saw through the confusion in Huang Tianyu's eyes at a glance and heard the skepticism from the stands. He turned with a smile, sweeping his gaze towards the stands before raising his voice, making his words clear across the entire training ground. I know many of you have questions. Why are we calling up Huang Tianyu, who has only played one official first-team match? Well, let me make this clear today. We called him up not because of that one winning goal. That goal was merely the final piece of the puzzle that solidified our decision, not the entire reason. Jorge's gaze returned to Huang Tianyu, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Huang, my coaching staff and I have been tracking and observing you for a full 8 months. Those words plunged the entire scene into a deathly silence. Huang Tianyu's head shot up, his eyes wide with shock. 8 months. Back then he was just a fringe player in Porto's U17 squad, unable to even make the matchday squad, only getting a paltry dozen or so minutes of playing time in garbage time. 8 months ago, in the friendly between Porto U17 and Benfica U17, you came on as a substitute in the 75th minute. In 15 minutes, you completed 6 successful interceptions and 2 crucial clearances. You marked our then confirmed U17 rotation player Santos out of the game so completely, he didn't have a single touch. Jorge's voice carried a hint of amusement, recounting the details with precision. That was the first time I wrote your name in a scouting report. Over the following 8 months, we had dedicated personnel tracking and recording every youth match you played, every internal training scrimmage, and even every extra session you put in. Your maxed-out stamina, your elite defensive anticipation, your relentless running on the pitch, and your professional attitude of meticulously logging opponents' movement habits, even while sitting at the very end of the bench, we saw it all. He paused, his admiration deepening. In last week's U17 City Derby, you locked down Felipe for the entire match. He's our U17 primary attacking core, one of the best attacking midfielders in his age group in all of Portugal. You held him to 0 successful dribbles and 0 threatening passes. After that match, you were already on our call-up list. And that winning goal in the Liga Portugal match solidified our resolve completely. Jorge's tone grew markedly more serious. The European U17 qualifiers we're playing are single elimination knockout matches. What we need most isn't a genius who only racks up stats in comfortable situations, but a player who can still step up under immense pressure and in desperate situations. You at 16 stepped onto the professional stage for the first time, played with an injury, stood over the penalty spot amidst a chorus of boos, and scored the winning penalty that decided the team's title aspirations. This kind of composure on the big stage, this mentality of not buckling under pressure, is a rare quality we simply cannot find in any other player of your age across Portugal. Assistant coach Paulo chimed in with a smile. Of course, Mr. Pepe's recommendation also gave us the crucial confidence. He personally called Coach Jorge and me, saying you are the most driven and talented young defensive midfielder he's seen in nearly a decade. His professional assessment of you carries more weight than any match statistic. Huang Tianyu whipped his head around to look at Pepe beside him. Pepe shrugged with a smile, looking completely nonchalant. Kid, you've got the ability. You deserve this national team shirt. I just told them the truth. Jorge spoke again, shattering all remaining doubt. And most importantly, our U17 national team currently has a critical need for exactly the type of player Huang Tianyu is. Portugal's youth development system has never lacked technically gifted attacking talents nor forwards who can dribble, pass, and finish. But we lack a tenacious defensive midfielder who can run, win tackles, and build a wall in the middle of the park. We lack a player willing to do the dirty work, sacrifice for the team, and maintain maximum energy for all 90 minutes. And Huang Tianyu is the only player in his age group in all of Portugal who can perform defensive duties to the absolute highest standard while also possessing elite passing vision. He perfectly fills our team's tactical void and will allow us to go further in our European U17 championship campaign. These are all the reasons we are calling him up. Not because of a single winning goal, not because of connections, but because he deserves to wear this national team shirt, and because we need him. As Jorge's words concluded, thunderous applause erupted across the entire training ground. The youth players on the stands who had been whispering moments before were now silent, their faces etched with shame. It wasn't about connections or sheer luck. It was 8 months of silent observation, of giving everything in youth matches, of possessing rare tactical value, of having a legendary footballer's professional endorsement, and of proving an unyielding mentality on the biggest stage. Every reason was logical, irrefutable. Clutching the call-up letter, the doubt in Huang Tianyu's heart dissolved, completely replaced by a surging wave of passion and emotion. He had always believed that his days in the academy, the extra training sessions at 3 a.m., the notebooks filled with notes from the bench, the desperate runs until his legs cramped in garbage time, went unnoticed. But it turned out someone had been watching all along. All that effort had never been in vain. Seeing the fire reignite in Huang Tianyu's eyes, Jorge extended his hand once more with a smile. So, Mr. Huang Tianyu, are you willing to accept the call-up from the Portugal U17 national team and join us in our quest through the European U17 qualifiers? Huang Tianyu took a deep breath, grasped his hand firmly, his gaze unwavering, and answered with deliberate clarity, I am willing, coach. I will give my absolute best and not let anyone down. Another deafening roar of approval erupted. Pepe laughed, ruffled his hair, and gave him a thumbs up. Just then, as if a thought crossed his mind, Rui Jorge added with a smile, "Oh, I almost forgot. In this qualifying elite round, we've been drawn into the same group as Sporting CP U17. Their key player is Giovanni Quenda." At that name, Huang Tianyu's eyes sharpened instantly. Giovanni Quenda, his arch-rival, the Portuguese prodigy who had publicly declared he would destroy Huang Tianyu before the city derby. He had thought he'd have to wait for the next league derby for a direct confrontation with Quenda. He hadn't expected that this destined showdown would come so soon on the national team stage. The news of Huang Tianyu's selection for the Portuguese U17 national team swept through the Portuguese football world like a whirlwind, even crossing oceans to reach his homeland. After training, the moment Huang Tianyu returned to the locker room, his phone was bombarded with messages. The first message came from his childhood friend Lin Wanqing, who sent a string of frantic exclamation marks followed by screenshots of news from major sports platforms back home. 16-year-old Chinese prodigy Huang Tianyu selected for Portugal's U17 national team set to compete in the Euro qualifiers. From a match-winning goal at Estadio do Dragão to a national call-up, the rise of Chuanqing's Huang Tianyu. The Eastern Star rises. Chinese prodigy becomes the first player of Chinese descent in Portugal's youth national team history. Lin Wanqing's messages kept popping up one after another. "Tianyu, you're incredible. You're trending. Your news is everywhere on Douyin and Donquidi. Everyone is calling you the Eastern Star. Oh, and one more thing. Quenda from Sporting CP just publicly called you out on social media. You should go check it out." Huang Tianyu's fingers paused for a moment before he tapped on the screenshot Lin Wanqing had sent. In the screenshot was Quenda's latest Instagram post featuring a photo of him in his Sporting CP jersey with the caption, "Some people can get into the national team with a single penalty." How laughable. The Euro U17 stage isn't a bench spot in the Liga Portugal. You can't secure your place through someone's protection. See you in the group stage. I'll show everyone the difference between a true talent and a lucky player. The post already had tens of thousands of likes, and the comment section was flooded with Sporting CP fans and Quenda supporters, all echoing his mockery. Quenda's right. A kid from a Chinese restaurant. How dare he be compared to Portugal's genius? He only got in because of his connection with Pepe. He'll be exposed in the qualifiers. Quenda will make him cry in the group stage. Just wait and see. Huang Tianyu stared at the post, his expression unchanged though his fingers tightened slightly. He wasn't angry, nor did he rush to fire back online. He knew all too well that on the football pitch one must speak with one's feet. No amount of war of words could rival a clean tackle or a match-winning assist on the field. He simply replied to Lin Wanqing, "It's fine. We'll settle this on the pitch." Just as he put down his phone, Pepe pushed the door open holding 2 bottles of sports drink and handed one to him. "I saw that kid Quenda's post," Pepe said, taking a sip from his bottle, a hint of disdain in his voice. "A brat who hasn't even grown hair yet running his mouth on social media. Ignore him. On the pitch, stopping him from even touching the ball is more effective than anything else." "I know, Captain." Huang Tianyu nodded with a smile. "Also, when you go to the national team camp, don't be afraid of anything." Pepe patted his shoulder, his tone serious. The U17 locker room is mostly filled with players from Sporting CP and Benfica's youth academies. Cliques and exclusion are common, especially with Quenda. He's got quite a bit of influence in the U17 setup. If anyone gives you trouble, don't take it lying down. Fight back with your performance. If you can't handle it, call me. This is the Portuguese national team's turf. It's not for a few punks to bully someone under my watch. Pepe's words carried his usual domineering tone, yet they warmed Huang Tianyu's heart. He nodded firmly. "Thank you, Captain. I know what to do." A week passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was time to report to the Portuguese national football training base. His parents drove him to the entrance of the training base. Huang Jiangwo patted his son's shoulder and said in the Jinan dialect, "Son, play well. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Mom and Dad will always be your strongest support." Li Xiufeng also adjusted his collar with red-rimmed eyes. "Take care of yourself. Don't get injured. Eat on time and check in with us every day." "I will, Dad, Mom." Huang Tianyu hugged his parents, then turned around, picked up his equipment bag, and walked into the hallowed halls of Portuguese football. The national football training base was adorned with the legendary imprints of Portuguese football. Posters of icons like Cristiano Ronaldo, Luis Figo, and Pepe lined the corridor walls, and every training pitch had produced countless football superstars. Huang Tianyu stopped at the entrance to the U17 national team locker room, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Many players were already inside, gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere lively. But the moment Huang Tianyu walked in, the entire locker room fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Some curious, some scrutinizing, some disdainful, and some filled with undisguised hostility. Most of these players came from the youth academies of the 3 giants, Benfica, Sporting CP, and Porto, and were familiar with each other. Huang Tianyu was the only one called up directly from Porto's first team, and the only player of Chinese descent without Portuguese blood in the entire locker room. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Soon a sneer from a corner broke the silence. The one who spoke was a boy with short brown hair, a midfielder from Sporting CP's youth academy, and Quenda's close friend named Ricardo Silva. He looked Huang Tianyu up and down, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, look who it is, the match-winning hero who got into the national team with a single penalty. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. His words were met with immediate laughter from the Sporting CP youth players around him. Silva's right. I thought it was just a coincidence of names. I didn't expect it to actually be that Chinese restaurant kid. He hasn't even played a few official U17 matches, and he's already in the national team. What incredible luck. Is he here just to leech off the training camp? Don't hold us back in the qualifiers. The taunts came one after another landing in Huang Tianyu's ears. Yet his face showed no panic or anger. He simply carried his equipment bag to an empty locker calmly, set his things down as if he hadn't heard a single word. The calmer he remained, the more irritated Silva became. He was just about to stand up and say something else when the locker room door swung open again. Giovanni Quinda walked in. Dressed in a limited edition tracksuit flanked by two hangers-on, he commanded everyone's attention the moment he entered. The players in the locker room immediately swarmed around him, greeting him with smiles and sycophantic tones. Quinda was the undisputed core of this Portuguese U17 national team and the top talent of his age group in the entire country, holding absolute authority in the locker room. His gaze immediately fell upon Huang Tianyu in the corner. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he walked straight through the crowd, stopping directly in front of him. The surroundings instantly quieted, everyone holding their breath as they watched the two tense figures. Huang Tianyu, we meet again. Quinda crossed his arms, looking down at him with an air of arrogance. You must have seen what I posted on Instagram. I did. Huang Tianyu looked up at him, his tone calm. So, Quinda let out a mocking laugh. I'm just telling you, this is the Portuguese national team, not Porto's bench. You can't secure your place here through Pepe's protection or a lucky penalty. This place only recognizes talent, not connections. In the Euro qualifiers, I'll show you just how vast the gap between us truly is. Huang Tianyu looked at him and suddenly smiled. Whether it's luck or not, we'll see on the pitch. And for the record, I stand here because of my own feet, not anyone's protection. As for you only running your mouth on social media, are you scared? The words made Quinda's face instantly darken. He glared at Huang Tianyu, the coldness in his eyes almost overflowing. Fine. Very well. Quinda gritted his teeth, speaking each word deliberately. This afternoon's intra-squad match, the coach has put us on opposing teams. We'll be facing each other directly. I'll make you lose face in front of everyone. With that, he let out a cold snort, turned around, and walked to the locker at the center of the room, the spot reserved for the team's core player. The surrounding players looked at Huang Tianyu with a hint of surprise. They hadn't expected this seemingly quiet Chinese kid to actually stand up to Quinda head-on. In the corner, a few Benfica players who had no love for Sporting CP looked at Huang Tianyu with newfound interest, as if anticipating some entertainment. Huang Tianyu ignored the lingering stares and calmly organized his gear. He knew clearly that this afternoon's intra-squad match would be his first battle with the national team. He would use his performance to shatter every doubt and win over everyone in this team. Just then, head coach Rui Jorge pushed the door open, clapped his hands, and announced to everyone, "Listen up, the lineups for this afternoon's intra-squad match are set. Group A is the starting 11, Group B is the rotation squad. This match will directly determine your starting spots for the qualifiers, so give me everything you've got." His gaze lingered deliberately on Huang Tianyu and Quinda for a moment each. Huang Tianyu, you're in Group B playing as defensive midfielder. Giovanni, you're in Group A as attacking midfielder. I'm looking forward to seeing your matchup. Huang Tianyu and Quinda had come face to face in the national team. In this afternoon's intra-squad match, could Tianyu lock down Quinda and silence all the doubters? If you think Tianyu will win, hit like and add this book to your library. Next chapter, the Chinese prodigy sweeps through the national youth training ground. At the national football training base, the afternoon sun bathed training pitch No. 1 in warm light. The intra-squad match of the Portuguese U17 national team was about to begin. On the sidelines, Rui Jorge and his entire coaching staff sat intently clutching tactical boards and notepads. This match would directly determine the starting lineup for the European U17 Championship qualifiers, and every player was straining every nerve to prove their worth to the coaches. The undisputed focus of the entire field was the defensive midfielder of Group B, Huang Tianyu, and the attacking core of Group A, Giovanni Quinda. The matchup between the two had been charged with tension since before kickoff. A contingent of fans from the Porto Chinese Supporters Club had also gathered at the sideline, holding up banners in Chinese that read "Go Eastern Star" and "Charge Huang Tianyu." They had made the trip specifically to cheer for Huang Tianyu. In the locker room, Silva, who had mocked Huang Tianyu earlier, sneered at the Chinese fans in the stands and said to Quinda beside him, "Boss, look, they even brought a cheering squad. Once you turn him inside out on the pitch, let's see if he still has the face to show himself to these fans." Quinda glanced at the Chinese banners in the stands, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry. I'll show him what a true prodigy looks like." On the other side, Huang Tianyu's Group B teammates gathered around him, their attitude neither friendly nor hostile. "Hey, Chinese kid," said Goncalo, the Group B striker from Benfica's youth academy, clapping him on the shoulder. "If you can contain Quinda and feed me good passes, I'll accept you as a teammate. But if you can't hold him and end up dragging us down, don't blame us for not passing you the ball." The other teammates voiced their agreement, making it clear they respected skill, not reputation. Huang Tianyu nodded, his tone calm and steady. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. The man I'm assigned to mark, I will lock down. The passes I need to make, I will deliver. Soon both teams took to the field and settled into their positions. Standing in his defensive midfield role for Group B, Huang Tianyu's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Quinda across the pitch. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. From the kickoff, Group A, leveraging the chemistry of their starting lineup, quickly took control of the tempo, keeping the ball predominantly at their feet. As the attacking linchpin of Group A, nearly every offensive move was orchestrated by Quinda. In the 3rd minute, Quinda received the ball in midfield, shook off one Group B midfielder with 2 consecutive feints, and surged toward the edge of the penalty area. His objective was clear: to dribble past Huang Tianyu head-on and deliver an early statement. A collective gasp rippled through the stands. All eyes were fixed on this first direct confrontation. Quinda advanced with the ball accelerating as he unleashed a dazzling series of step-overs at Huang Tianyu, flashy, fluid, and brimming with the flair of a prodigy. Silva was already cheering from the sideline, anticipating the sight of Huang Tianyu left in the dust. But Huang Tianyu stood his ground, utterly immovable. Gattuso's elite defensive instincts raced through his mind. He wasn't fooled by Quinda's flashy footwork in the slightest. In fact, he had already read Quinda's intended direction half a second in advance. The instant Quinda shifted his feet, attempting to burst past on Huang Tianyu's left, Huang Tianyu moved. He precisely planted his foot to block Quinda's path, executed a clean side slide tackle, and his studs clipped the underside of the ball, with perfect timing, dispossessing him with surgical precision. No foul. A flawless interception. The stadium fell silent for a heartbeat. Silva's cheers died in his throat, leaving him frozen in place. Quinda stood stunned, unable to believe how easily he had been stripped of the ball. He never imagined that his signature dribbling could be dismantled so effortlessly by Huang Tianyu. But Huang Tianyu, having won the ball, didn't pause for even a moment. Rising to his feet, he spotted Goncalo making a run forward in an instant. A precise low through ball cut through the entire Group A backline, landing perfectly at Goncalo's feet. Goncalo's eyes lit up. He met the ball with a first-time strike. The ball grazed the post and nestled into the far corner of the net. Just 5 minutes into the match, Group B broke the deadlock. Goncalo, who scored the goal, charged over like a madman and embraced Huang Tianyu, shouting, "Brother, your pass was absolutely divine. I'm sorry I underestimated you before." The rest of Group B quickly gathered around, patting Huang Tianyu on the shoulders, their eyes full of surprise and approval. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in thunderous cheers, wildly waving their banners. Rui Jorge, standing by the training pitch, his eyes lit up instantly. He scribbled furiously in his notebook, his face unable to conceal his delight. Meanwhile, Quinda stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Having his pass intercepted and conceding a goal from the resulting counterattack right at the start was a profound humiliation for him. He glared at Huang Tianyu's retreating back, the hatred in his eyes almost overflowing. For the rest of the match, Quinda, seemingly possessed, repeatedly charged with the ball towards the central area guarded by Huang Tianyu, trying to salvage his pride through individual skill. But every time he surged forward, he was firmly thwarted by Huang Tianyu. In the 12th minute, as Quinda prepared to shoot from outside the box, Huang Tianyu threw himself into the line of fire, blocking the shot with his body. The second successful interception. In the 18th minute, Quinda attempted a 1-2 with a teammate, but Huang Tianyu anticipated the pass, positioned himself perfectly, and intercepted the ball once more. The third successful interception. In the 27th minute, Quinda tried a series of feints to break through, but Huang Tianyu stuck to him like glue, forcing him into a desperate backpass, unable even to reach the edge of the penalty area. The fourth successful interception. Within just 30 minutes, Huang Tianyu had completed 4 successful interceptions, 2 crucial clearances, and 3 threatening passes. The once arrogant Portuguese prodigy Quinda was rendered utterly powerless by this 16-year-old Chinese heritage teenager, unable to even muster a single threatening shot. Throughout the entire first half, Quinda seemed to vanish from the pitch, his brilliance completely overshadowed by Huang Tianyu. His teammates in Group B, initially distrustful, now wholeheartedly regarded him as their midfield core. Whenever the ball reached Huang Tianyu's feet, they would surge forward with confidence, knowing he would deliver it precisely to them. The halftime whistle blew. The score was 2-0, with Group B leading by 2 goals. Both goals had been assisted by Huang Tianyu. As the players left the field, the Group B teammates immediately surrounded Huang Tianyu, draping their arms around his shoulders, showering him with praise. "Huang, you're incredible. You shut Quinda down completely. Why didn't we know you were this good? The midfield is yours from now on. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have mocked you. I apologize." Silva, who had been the most vocal in taunting Huang Tianyu earlier, now cowered in a corner, not daring to lift his head. Quinda, however, walked into the player tunnel with a grim face, ignoring everyone who tried to speak to him. His mentality had completely shattered under Huang Tianyu's relentless defense in the first half. Having never endured such humiliation, he wished he could crawl into a hole. The 15-minute halftime break passed in the blink of an eye. The second half began. Pushed to the brink, Quinda was consumed by fury, playing with increasing impatience and aggression. He abandoned team play, obsessed with dribbling past Huang Tianyu single-handedly to reclaim his honor. But the more frustrated he became, the more mistakes he made. In the 53rd minute, Quinda received the ball in midfield and charged at Huang Tianyu again, showing his studs in a forceful attempt to break through. Huang Tianyu sidestepped the challenge, simultaneously poking the ball away to dispossess him yet again. After the interception, Huang Tianyu didn't hesitate. He launched a precise cross-field long pass to a teammate, sprinting down the flank, securing another assist and extending the lead to 3-0. The match was effectively over. In the remaining time, Quinda completely lost his composure. In one challenge, he deliberately barged into Huang Tianyu from behind, earning a yellow card from the referee. Yet even then, he failed to breach Huang Tianyu's defense. The final whistle blew. The scoreline read 4-0, a resounding victory for Group B over Group A. Huang Tianyu played the full 90 minutes, completing 7 successful interceptions, providing 4 assists, with 0 errors and 0 fouls, earning the title of man of the match. His direct opponent Quinda finished the match with 0 successful dribbles, 0 threatening passes, 0 shots, completely invisible, and had also received a yellow card. The moment the match ended, the Group B players swarmed Huang Tianyu, hoisting him into the air repeatedly. They were utterly won over by the Chinese heritage teenager. Jorge, smiling, put down his tactical board and said to his assistant coach, "I knew I wasn't wrong about him. This kid is our biggest asset for the U17 European Championship qualifiers." The Chinese fans in the stands continued to chant Huang Tianyu's name, shouting, "Eastern Star." As Huang Tianyu descended from the celebratory tosses, he looked towards Quinda. Quinda was staring back at him, his face pale, his eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Huang Tianyu didn't walk over to taunt him. He simply gave him a slight nod. On the football pitch, strength is the ultimate response. His 90-minute performance had shattered all doubts and conquered everyone on the team. At that moment, Jorge walked over, patted Huang Tianyu on the shoulder, and announced with a smile, "Huang, congratulations. You are officially the starting defensive midfielder for Portugal's U17 national team. You will start in the European Championship qualifiers." Cheers erupted once more. Unbeknownst to Huang Tianyu, the highlights of this intra-squad match had already been posted on Chinese social media. Meanwhile, the relevant departments of the Chinese Football Association had also noticed this Chinese heritage teenager shining brightly in Portuguese football. An overseas call was already on its way. The call from the Chinese Football Association was coming, officially kicking off the nationality choice storyline. The cheers from the training ground had not yet faded. Huang Tianyu still clutched the gilded letter of summons from the Portuguese U17 national team, the warmth of his fingertips still lingering when the phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. An unfamiliar overseas number flashed on the screen, its location marked as Beijing, China. He paused, excused himself to Pepe, and Coach Jorge walked to a secluded corner by the training field and pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Mr. Huang Tianyu?" A voice with immaculate standard Mandarin came through the receiver, its tones solemn yet gentle. "I am Li Jun, a staff member from the Youth Development Department of the Chinese Football Association." The Chinese Football Association. Huang Tianyu's pupils constricted, his heart thumping hard. He never expected the CFA to call him directly. "Hello, this is Huang Tianyu," he replied, steadying his nerves, responding in his native Jinan dialect, instantly bridging the distance. Li Jun on the other end was clearly taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "I didn't expect your Jinan dialect to be so authentic. We were worried you might have lost touch with your hometown tongue after being abroad so long. My parents are both from Jinan. We always speak Chinese at home," Huang Tianyu said with a calm smile. "Here's the thing, Tianyu. We have been closely following your matches at Porto, including this summons from the Portuguese U17 team. We've seen it all." Li Jun's tone turned serious again. "As a player of Chinese descent, breaking through in Europe's top youth development system makes us incredibly proud. We truly recognize your talent and abilities. The reason for this call is to formally extend a naturalization invitation to you on behalf of the Chinese Football Association." At that sentence, Huang Tianyu's grip on the phone tightened instantly. A naturalization invitation. It wasn't a thought he hadn't entertained. Ever since he started making a name for himself in Porto's youth academy, Lin Wanqing had told him that attention from back home was inevitable. But he never expected it to come so soon, right after just one Primera Liga match and receiving the U17 national team summons. "We've thoroughly looked into your situation. Your father, Mr. Huang Jianguo, still holds Chinese nationality, and you possess a Chinese passport. You fully meet the basic criteria for naturalization." Li Jun's voice was patient as he detailed the offer. "If you're willing to return, we will immediately initiate the naturalization process and provide you with the most favorable treatment and guarantees. We can directly recruit you into the Chinese U20 national youth team as the core midfielder, giving you absolute tactical status and playing time. The door to the senior national team will always be open for you. Furthermore, we will coordinate with domestic clubs to offer you a salary commensurate with your abilities and resolve all concerns for your family." Li Jun's words landed one by one in Huang Tianyu's ears. A wave of emotion stirred within him. The Chinese national team. It was the root etched into his very blood. Since childhood, he had listened to his father tell stories about Chinese football, the regrets and hopes of the fans through those years. His shin guards always bore the words Quanqing Jinan, and he always wore the old silver pendant his grandmother had given him. He had never forgotten he was Chinese. But on the other side lay the dream he had chased for 11 years. It was the chance to stand alongside his idol Cristiano Ronaldo on the World Cup stage, the allure of Europe's top leagues, and the clear visible career path charted by the Portuguese Football Federation. On one side his bloodline, on the other his dream. For the first time this agonizing dilemma presented itself so starkly before him. Coach Lee, thank you, and the Federation for the recognition. Huang Tianyu took a deep breath, his tone remaining steady. This is not a small decision for me. I need to discuss it thoroughly with my parents and my team. I cannot give you an answer right now. We understand, completely understand, Li Jun responded immediately with a reassuring tone. There's no rush. We will give you ample time to consider. Whatever choice you ultimately make, we will respect it. As long as Chinese blood flows through your veins, we will always be proud of you. After hanging up, Huang Tianyu leaned against the training grounds fencing, gazing at the silhouette of the Dragao Stadium in the distance, silent for a long time. For the first time, he felt a fork appearing in the path beneath his feet. Just then his phone buzzed again. It was a barrage of messages from Lin Wanqing. She sent a flurry of screenshots from Douyin Donquidi and Hupu, all with headlines about his selection for the Portuguese U17 team. The comment sections were in complete uproar. The top comment read, "Awesome. A Jinan kid made it in Portugal. Hope he can come back and play for the homeland one day." The second hot comment was far more confrontational. "He's in the Portugal national team now, why would he come back? A classic case of yellow skin, white heart. Forgot where he's from." The comments below were starkly divided. Fans proud of him on one side and vitriolic haters accusing him of forgetting his roots on the other, locked in a fierce online battle. A message from Lin Wanqing popped up right after. "Tianyu, don't let it get to you. The majority of fans support you. It's just a few haters stirring up trouble. I've already helped manage the comments and reported all the malicious ones." Huang Tianyu felt a warmth spread through his chest as he read the messages. He replied, "I'm fine, Wanqing. Thank you." He put away his phone and turned to head back to the training ground, unaware that at the corner of the locker room Kunda's close friend Ricardo Silva was hiding, having overheard his entire phone conversation. A sinister smile crept across Silva's face. He pulled out his phone and immediately sent a message in the Portuguese U17 national team's group chat. "Did you all know? That Chinese kid. The Chinese FA is trying to naturalize him. He doesn't even want to play for Portugal. He's just here to grab a spot on the national team." The moment the message was sent, the group exploded. Players who already harbored resentment towards this parachuter immediately began murmuring amongst themselves, a chorus of doubt rising and falling. Huang Tianyu, however, was completely oblivious. As he walked back onto the training field, head coach Rui Jorge approached him. The venerable Portuguese U17 manager's face had lost its earlier warmth, now etched with profound seriousness. He gestured for Huang. "Huang, come with me to my office. I need to have a serious talk with you regarding your nationality." Huang Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew this storm over his nationality was only just beginning. In the head coach's office at the national training base, sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds, casting dappled patterns across the floor. Rui Jorge poured a glass of warm water for Huang Tianyu and slid it across the desk toward him, breaking the silence first. "I've already heard about the phone call you received from the Chinese Football Association." Huang Tianyu's hand holding the cup paused slightly. He didn't deny it and simply nodded. "Yes, coach. They extended a naturalization invitation to me." He harbored no secrets. In the world of professional football, honesty is the most fundamental principle, especially when facing the national team's head coach. Any concealment could become the fuse that destroys trust in the future. Jorge looked at the 16-year-old youth before him, his face bearing not the slightest hint of reproach, but rather a smile of appreciation. "There's no need to be nervous, and certainly no need to feel any psychological burden," Jorge said, leaning back in his chair, his tone calm. "At your age, receiving invitations from 2 national football associations simultaneously is in itself the greatest recognition of your abilities. I didn't summon you here today to pressure you into making a choice. I wanted to be straightforward with you, to tell you why the Portuguese Football Federation wants to call you up and what plans we have for your future." Jorge leaned forward slightly, his tone turning solemn. "Huang, my coaching staff and I have been tracking and observing you for 8 full months. Not because of your Chinese heritage and not because of Pepe's recommendation, purely because your strength is worthy of this national team jersey. The Portuguese youth development system has never lacked geniuses. We have elite attackers like Quinda and countless midfielders with exquisite technique who can dribble and pass. But what we lack is a player like you, one who can run, press, build a wall in midfield, willing to do the dirty work for the team, maintaining full intensity for 90 minutes without slackening, while also possessing elite passing vision as a defensive midfielder. Your tactical value is unique and irreplaceable among players of your age group in Portugal. That is the core reason we've called you up. It has nothing to do with your nationality or your bloodline." These words completely dissolved the last lingering doubt in Huang Tianyu's mind that he had gotten in through the back door. He had always believed that a significant part of the reason he received the call-up was Pepe's recommendation and the buzz generated by that match-winning goal. But it never occurred to him that as early as 8 months ago, when he was still struggling through garbage minutes in the youth academy, he had already entered the national team coaching staff's radar. Seeing the emotion stirring in his eyes, Jorge continued, "Next I'll share with you the complete career plan that the Portuguese Football Federation and the national team coaching staff have devised for you. First, the naturalization issue. We've reviewed your records. You came to Portugal at age 5 and have been legally and continuously residing here for 11 years, fully meeting Portugal's naturalization requirements. As soon as you're willing to submit your application, the Federation's legal team will handle all the paperwork for you from start to finish. The process can be completed in as little as 3 months without any impact on your club matches or daily life. Second, the national team progression pathway. As long as you deliver consistent performances in the UEFA European Under-19 Championship qualifiers, you'll be directly promoted to the Portugal U21 national team as the starting defensive midfielder after the tournament concludes. Before the World Cup next year, you'll be placed directly on the senior national team's scouting list. As long as you maintain your form at your club, a spot in the 26-man World Cup squad will surely be yours." Huang Tianyu's heart pounded violently. A World Cup squad spot. This meant he truly had a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with his idol Cristiano Ronaldo on the World Cup stage. This was the ultimate dream buried deep in his heart since he was 5 years old. "I know the player you admire most is Cristiano Ronaldo." Jorge, noticing the sparkle in his eyes, added with a smile, "Just yesterday Pepe called Cristiano and told him all about you, sharing highlights of your matches. Cristiano is very interested in you. He said he looks forward to seeing you on the training pitch with the national team." These words surged through Huang Tianyu's body like an electric current. Cristiano Ronaldo. His idol had actually learned of his existence and expressed anticipation for him. Overwhelmed with excitement, the tips of his fingers began to tremble. "Of course we won't force you to make an immediate decision." Jorge's tone softened once more. "You can participate fully in the U19 qualifiers, training camps and matches, experience the national team atmosphere, and then make your final choice. Whichever side you ultimately choose, we will respect your decision and will always acknowledge your talent." As the conversation concluded and Huang Tianyu stepped out of the office, his mind remained in a whirl. On one side was the naturalization invitation from the land of his heritage, on the other the World Cup dream within arm's reach. At the two ends of the scale, one held his roots, the other held his dream. He stood in the corridor, pulling out his phone, wanting to call his parents to ask for their thoughts. But the call had barely connected when his mother Li Xiaofang cut him off with a sobbing voice. "Tianyu, please come home. A lot of people have come to the restaurant and they're calling us, cursing at us, saying we raised a son who forgot his roots." Huang Tianyu's face instantly changed. He never imagined that those extreme online trolls back in China would dig up the phone number of his parents' Chinese restaurant in Porto and even show up at the establishment to harass them maliciously. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, and turned to sprint out of the training base. No matter how important his dream was, he could never let his parents suffer such humiliation. Huang Tianyu hailed a taxi and sped all the way back to his parents' Chinese restaurant. As he arrived at the street corner, he saw a crowd gathered outside the restaurant. Drawing closer, he realized they were all familiar faces. The uncles and aunties from the Porto Overseas Chinese Association, as well as fans from the Porto Chinese Fan Club. The restaurant's glass doors were intact, and the interior was spotless. His parents sat by the dining table, consoled by a few Chinese aunties, their earlier panic gone from their faces. Seeing Huang Tianyu burst in, Li Xiaofang immediately stood up and said with reddened eyes, "Tianyu, why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be in the national team training camp?" "Mom, I'm fine. Are you two okay? Did those people do anything to you?" Huang Tianyu looked his parents up and down, and only after confirming they were safe did the weight in his heart finally lift. "We're fine thanks to the association and the fan club." Huang Jiangwo patted his son's shoulder, his face full of gratitude. Those haters just made a few harassing calls and 2 of them came to the door to film and cause trouble. But the moment they arrived, the brothers from the association stopped them. The police came and took them away. At that moment, Uncle Zhang, the president of the Porto Overseas Chinese Association, walked over and clapped Huang Tianyu on the shoulder with a smile. "Tianyu, don't worry. We Chinese abroad have always stuck together. You've made us proud on the pitch, and there's no way we'll let you or your parents suffer behind the scenes. We've already arranged for people to keep an eye on the restaurant in shifts. This won't happen again. As for the online abuse, we've hired a professional legal team to fight for you. Every account that spreads malicious rumors or harasses you will get a cease and desist letter. We won't let them get away with it." Uncle Zhang's words washed over Huang Tianyu like a warm current. Having grown up in Porto, he had watched his parents' Chinese restaurant thrive step by step thanks to the mutual support of their fellow Chinese. He had always known that Chinese people abroad were united, but he never imagined that this protection would so tangibly fall upon him. "Uncle Zhang, thank you all. I truly can't thank you enough." Huang Tianyu's voice choked slightly as he bowed deeply to every Chinese compatriot present. "No need to thank us." The president of the Chinese fan club waved his hand with a laugh. "You're our Eastern Star. When you scored that winning goal at Estadio do Dragão, every Chinese person in Portugal felt proud of you. Our kid, we protect our own. Anyone who dares to slander you will be the first to stand against them. Just then Lin Wanqing ran and holding a tablet, her face brimming with excitement. Tianyu. Look, the fans back home have mobilized too. She handed the tablet to Huang Tianyu, the screen displaying various platforms like Douyin Weibo and Donquidi. The malicious rumors and negative comments that had been circulating were now completely drowned out by an overwhelming wave of positive messages from countless fans. A 16-year-old making it in a top European league and bringing honor to the Chinese. How is that forgetting his roots? What's wrong with overseas Chinese? Aren't overseas Chinese still Chinese? As long as he has Quanqing Jinan written on his shin guards, I'll support him forever. Those who cyberbully his parents, are they even human? If you've got the skill, go play a match on the pitch. If you don't act like keyboard warriors online. Not only fans in China, but Chinese students and fans in Portugal also collectively posted long articles and videos on overseas social media. The videos showed Huang Tianyu teaching local Chinese children to play soccer for free, bowing to the Chinese fan section after every match, greeting fans in his Jinan dialect, and close-ups of the Quanqing Jinan on his shin guards and the old silver lock on his chest. The long articles detailed Huang Tianyu's upbringing, shattering the rumors that he denied being Chinese. Within just a few hours, they garnered hundreds of thousands of likes and shares, even making headlines in local Portuguese Chinese news. Looking at the dense wall of supportive comments on the screen and the familiar kind faces of his fellow Chinese around him, Huang Tianyu's eyes reddened instantly. He had always believed his 4 years of hard work were a solitary struggle. But now he realized that so many of his compatriots had been watching, supporting, and protecting him from the shadows all along. He took a deep breath and said to Lin Wanqing, "Wanqing, help me record a video. I want to say thank you to all my compatriots who supported me." Lin Wanqing nodded, immediately picked up her phone and opened the camera app. In the frame, Huang Tianyu wore a simple t-shirt with the old silver lock visible on his chest. With utmost sincerity in his eyes, he spoke in authentic Jinan dialect, word by word. "Dear uncles, aunties, and all the fans, I'm Huang Tianyu, a lad from Jinan. First, I want to thank all my compatriots for your support. Thank you for standing up for me when I was being smeared and for protecting me and my family. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. I grew up in Portugal, but I will always be Chinese. My roots are in Jinan and Shandong in China. Quanqing Jinan is on my shin guards. I wear the old silver lock my grandmother gave me on my chest, and I always speak Jinan dialect with my parents at home. These things will never change. As for my choice regarding the national team, I haven't made a final decision yet. But what I can promise everyone is this: no matter which jersey I wear in the future, I will never forget the Chinese blood running through my veins, and I will never bring shame to the Chinese people. I will give my all on the world football stage to show everyone that we Chinese can play football well." After the video was recorded, Lin Wanqing immediately uploaded it to Douyin Weibo and overseas social media. The moment the video went live, it exploded across the internet. Within just 1 hour, the likes on Douyin surpassed 1 million, with the comment section filled with support. "This lad from Jinan is so sincere. With words like that, I'll support you forever." Tears. The unity of overseas Chinese is truly touching. Go Eastern Star. We will always be your strongest backing. Meanwhile, the official Portuguese national team also saw the video almost immediately. That evening, the Portuguese Football Federation's official social media posted a photo of Huang Tianyu holding his call-up letter with the caption, "We called him up because of his ability, his resilience, and his professionalism. Regardless of his heritage, he is an important part of the future of Portuguese football. We will always respect his choices." The official backing completely quelled the rumors in the U17 national team locker room. The players who had previously doubted him dared not utter another word. Early the next morning, as soon as Huang Tianyu returned to the national team training base, he received an official schedule notification from UEFA. The schedule for the elite round of the 2025 U17 European Championship qualifiers was officially released. Portugal U17 was drawn into Group D alongside Spain U17, Sporting CP U17, and Greece U17. Their first match would be against their European rivals, Spain U17. And the head coach of Spain U17, who immediately after the schedule was announced gave a media interview publicly taunting, "Is Portugal really this desperate for players? They have to call up a player of Chinese descent who hasn't even committed his nationality. We're not afraid of a kid who doesn't even know who he is. We'll win easily in the first match and show Portugal what real football is." These words spread like wildfire across European football. Everyone was waiting to see how this mock Chinese descendant teenager would respond on the pitch of the European Youth Championship. The Spanish head coach's public mockery swept through Portuguese football like a gale. At the training base, the Portuguese U17 players were all seething with fury. That Spanish old man is too arrogant. Just because he's won the U17 European Championship twice. How dare he mock us like that? And he has the nerve to say we have no talent. Has he forgotten that we beat them 3-0 in last year's friendly? We must crush them in the opening match. Show them the might of Portugal. In the locker room, the players were aflame with indignation. The previous rifts and doubts evaporated instantly in the face of the opponent's taunts. Quinda sat at the very center of the locker room, clutching the tactics board, his face dark enough to drip water. He and Pedro Spain, U17's core midfielder, were old adversaries. They had been marking each other since the U15 level, trading victories and defeats, a fierce rivalry burning between them for years. The Spanish coach's public mockery of the Portuguese national team felt like a direct slap to his face. Just then the locker room door swung open. Huang Tianyu walked in. The boisterous room fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to him. Unlike the previous scrutiny and doubt, this time their gazes held only the recognition of a teammate and a shared defiance. Quinda was the first to raise his head, nodding at Huang Tianyu. His tone was calm, devoid of its earlier arrogance. "You're here. Have a seat. You've seen what that Spanish old man said." "I have." Huang Tianyu nodded, walking to an empty locker and setting down his kit bag. That old man's mockery wasn't just aimed at the Portuguese national team, but at you too. Quinda's tone grew colder. "In the opening match, Spain's midfield will definitely target you. They want to use you as a breakthrough point to establish their dominance by stepping on you." "I know." Huang Tianyu smiled, his eyes devoid of fear, instead burning with fierce fighting spirit. "If they want to use me as a breakthrough, let's see if they have the stomach for it without breaking their teeth." These words struck a chord with every player. "Well said." Goncalo, the forward beside him, slammed the table and stood up. "Let the Spanish see just how formidable our Eastern Star is." The nickname Eastern Star was given to him by the Chinese fans. Now even his Portuguese teammates were naturally using it. The previous estrangement and doubt were gone, replaced only by the camaraderie of fighting side by side. Over the next week, the entire Portuguese U17 squad entered a devilish training regimen. Coach Jorge made specific tactical adjustments against Spain U17, placing Huang Tianyu in the anchor defensive midfield role, with a single core mission to lock down Pedro Spain's midfield maestro and sever their offensive lifeline. And Huang Tianyu and Quinda, through repeated drills, developed an increasingly potent chemistry. Huang Tianyu's defensive solidity allowed Quinda to charge forward without hesitation, unleashing his attacking flair. Conversely, Quinda's offensive threat created more passing lanes for Huang Tianyu, maximizing his long ball and through passing prowess. One for attack, one for defense, a dual-core engine was forged. Coach Jorge watched the two growing increasingly in sync during training, his face beaming with undisguised delight. He knew this dual-core pair would be Portugal U17's greatest trump card in this European Championship. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was the day of the opening match of the U17 European Championship qualifiers. The venue was the National Youth Training Base Stadium in Lisbon, capable of holding 20,000 spectators. On match day, the stadium was packed to the rafters. Local Portuguese fans filled the stands, waving the Portuguese flag and holding up posters of Quinda and Huang Tianyu cheering their team on. The eastern stand of the stadium had transformed into a sea of red. Over 2,000 Chinese fans from Porto, Lisbon, and other cities had gathered, occupying the entire eastern section. They held up a massive banner in Chinese with 8 large characters. "Eastern Star shines over Europe, go Jinan boy." Countless smaller signs read, "Go Chinese restaurant kid. We'll always support you." They proclaimed conspicuous throughout the stands. As Huang Tianyu jogged out of the tunnel for warm-ups, the first thing he saw was that sea of red, those familiar Chinese faces. He stopped and bowed deeply towards the eastern stand. The stand erupted in thunderous cheers. The chant of "Huang Tianyu go" echoed throughout the stadium. The media tribune was equally crowded with journalists and scouts from all over Europe. Youth scouts from Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, Borussia Dortmund, AC Milan. Nearly all of Europe's top clubs were present. Their primary targets were Spain's Pedro and Portugal's prodigy Quinda. But a fair number of scouts also had their eyes on Huang Tianyu, eager to see the true caliber of the Chinese heritage teenager who had conquered Porto in a single Primera Liga match. At the pre-match press conference, the Spanish U17 coach remained as arrogant as ever, stating to the cameras, "We've studied Huang Tianyu's match footage. He's just a defensive workhorse, nothing more. He has no technical skill whatsoever. Our midfield will easily break through his defense. We will win this match by at least 2 goals. Coach Jorge merely responded coolly, "Let our feet do the talking on the pitch. Our players will provide the answer with their performance." After the warm-ups, both teams returned to their locker rooms for final preparations. Coach Jorge held the tactics board, going over the final details, then looked at his players and said with deliberate emphasis, "Boys, this is the first match of the U17 European qualifiers, a decisive battle for our group stage survival. I don't care what others say. I only know that you are the finest young players in Portugal. Today on our home turf, give it everything you've got. Show everyone just how strong you truly are. Understand?" "Yes, coach." The players roared in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. Captain Quinda stood up, extended his arm into the center of the huddle, and looked at everyone. "Brothers, for Portugal, for ourselves, let's crush Spain." Crush Spain. All hands piled on top of each other, including Huang Tianyu's. In that moment, there was no distinction between Chinese heritage and native No Academy factions. There was only one shared identity: players of the Portugal U17 national team. In the tunnel, both teams lined up. Pedro, Spain's core midfielder, walked over to Huang Tianyu, looked him up and down, and a contemptuous smirk curled on his lips. He muttered in Spanish, "Chinese kid, I'm going to turn you inside out. I'll show you that the U17 European stage is no place for you." Huang Tianyu glanced at him, his expression impassive, and replied in flawless Spanish, "Is that so? Let's see you try on the pitch." The referee led the teams onto the pitch. The stadium immediately erupted with a deafening mix of cheers and jeers. Handshakes, coin toss, team photos. The formalities were completed, and the players took their positions. Huang Tianyu stood in the defensive midfield role, his gaze locked onto Pedro across the field. He could feel the weight of the entire stadium's attention on him. Expectation, doubt, ridicule, support. But within his heart, there was not a flicker of panic. For years of 3 a.m. training sessions, countless extra drills, the days of fighting tooth and nail for scraps of playing time in the academy, all of it had forged an unshakable confidence within him. Today he would shatter every doubt and answer every taunt with his feet on this very pitch. The referee checked his watch and raised the whistle to his lips. A sharp whistle blast pierced the air, echoing through the stadium. The match had officially begun. Spain U17 kicked off. Pedro played the ball back from the center circle, then immediately surged forward with it, charging towards the Portuguese half. His goal was clear: to dribble past Huang Tianyu in the very first minute, to intimidate the Chinese kid and shatter his confidence completely. A collective gasp rose from the stands. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the onrushing Pedro and the immovable Huang Tianyu, standing firm in the middle. The first direct confrontation of this U17 European Championship opening match had arrived. Pedro's dribbling speed was astonishing. As the core midfielder of Spain's U17 squad and a prodigy from La Masia, his footwork was exceptionally refined, his cadence blindingly fast. In just a few strides he reached the edge of Portugal's penalty area. Facing Huang Tianyu, who stood his ground in the center, Pedro showed no restraint. He unleashed a dazzling sequence of step-overs, his body swaying with exaggerated feints designed to deceive. The Spanish supporters in the stands had already begun to cheer in anticipation. In their eyes, this defensive-minded Chinese heritage workhorse would surely be fooled by Pedro's tricks, losing his balance and watching helplessly as the Spaniard breezed past him. But they were mistaken. Huang Tianyu stood rooted to the spot, unmoved. Gattuso's elite defensive anticipation raced through his mind. His gaze was locked onto Pedro's standing leg, utterly unfazed by the upper body deception. He knew the playbook of such technical midfielders all too well. Every feint was merely a prelude to the final change of direction, and the orientation of the standing leg never lies. Just as Pedro shifted his weight to burst past Huang Tianyu's right side, Huang Tianyu moved. He didn't lunge recklessly, but shifted his body with precision, taking a half step forward to seal off Pedro's path completely. The instant Pedro's toe touched the ball, Huang Tianyu's foot darted out cleanly, poking it away from under him. With a subtle lean, he used legal shoulder-to-shoulder contact to shield Pedro off and secure possession. No foul. A textbook tackle. Just 40 seconds into the match, Huang Tianyu had effortlessly dispossessed Spain's prodigy Pedro. A brief hush fell over the stadium. Then a thunderous roar erupted from the Portuguese fans, echoing through the arena. The Chinese fans in the east stands went wild, waving their banners frantically and shouting Huang Tianyu's name, chanting, "Dongfang Xing, you're amazing." In the media section, scouts sat bolt upright, their pens flying across their notepads. None of them had expected this Chinese heritage youth, mocked as a workhorse by the Spanish coach, to so easily strip the ball from La Masia's gem Pedro. Pedro stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. He couldn't fathom that his signature dribbling had been so effortlessly dismantled by this unknown Chinese heritage kid. A wave of humiliation flushed his face crimson. Huang Tianyu, however, didn't pause. After securing the ball, he scanned the field and spotted Quinda making a run forward. Spain's entire defensive line had pushed up to support Pedro's advance, leaving a massive gap behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Tianyu swung his leg and delivered a pinpoint 40-meter pass, a laser-guided missile that skimmed the grass, bypassed Spain's backline, and landed perfectly at Quinda's feet. The weight of the pass was immaculate, allowing Quinda to take it in his stride, without breaking rhythm, bearing down on goal for a one-on-one. Another deafening gasp swept through the stadium. The vision, the power, the precision. It was flawless. Not just for a 16-year-old academy player, even Europe's elite midfield maestros would be hard-pressed to produce a pass of such perfection. Quinda in the box was stunned by the pass. He hadn't imagined Huang Tianyu would spot his run so quickly after the tackle and deliver with such accuracy. He adjusted his stride, met the ball, and struck it first time. The ball rocketed towards the bottom corner. Spain's goalkeeper dove desperately, but his fingertips fell inches short. But just as the ball was about to cross the line, it slammed against the post and rebounded out. A collective groan of despair echoed around the stadium. So close. Portugal had nearly breached Spain's goal within the first minute. Quinda clutched his head in anguish, collapsing to his knees on the turf. He sprang to his feet and rushed over to Huang Tianyu, clapping him hard on the shoulder and flashing a thumbs up. "Bro, that pass was absolutely insane. My fault for not finishing it." "Sorry. It's all right," Huang Tianyu said with a slight smile. "We'll get another chance." His tone was calm, devoid of frustration, as if that sensational pass were just another routine play for him. But the fans in the stands, and the scouts in the media section were utterly captivated by his defensive masterclass and visionary passing. Within the first minute, a textbook tackle and a world-class assist. This Chinese heritage youth was far more formidable than anyone had imagined. The rest of the match became a showcase of Huang Tianyu's defensive brilliance. Pedro, stung by the earlier dispossession, attacked Huang Tianyu's central zone with reckless abandon, trying to salvage his pride through sheer individual skill. But time and again he was stonewalled by Huang Tianyu. In the 12th minute, Pedro shaped to shoot from the edge of the box, only for Huang Tianyu to throw himself in the way, blocking the effort with his body. Second successful interception. In the 21st minute, Pedro attempted a 1-2 with a teammate. Huang Tianyu read the pass, cut into the lane, and cleanly stole the ball once more. Third successful interception. In the 33rd minute, Pedro's elaborate stepovers were smothered by Huang Tianyu's relentless close marking, forcing him into a backward pass, unable to penetrate the final third. Fourth successful interception. In just 37 minutes of the first half, Huang Tianyu had racked up 4 interceptions, 2 crucial clearances, and 3 line-breaking passes. The once unstoppable La Masia star Pedro was shackled by this 16-year-old Chinese heritage lad, rendered ineffective, incapable of a single threatening shot, and completely erased from the game. Spain's attack ground to a halt with their midfield linchpin nullified. Portugal's offense conversely grew increasingly fluid, orchestrated by Huang Tianyu's composure in the middle. In the 37th minute of the first half, Huang Tianyu intercepted another Spanish square pass in midfield. This time he opted not for a long ball. Instead, he drove forward a couple of steps, drawing in 2 Spanish defenders. Just as everyone braced for another dribble, he casually nudged the ball with his instep, threading a precise ground pass through Spain's entire defensive line, finding winger João making a run in behind. João met the ball first time and squared it across the face of goal. Goncalo arrived to slot it home. Goal. In the 37th minute of the first half, Portugal broke the deadlock and took the lead. The entire stadium instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. The players rushed over in a frenzy, swarming around Huang Tianyu, embracing him and jumping for joy. Everyone knew that 80% of the credit for this goal belonged to Huang Tianyu. It was his interception and his precise through ball that created this golden scoring opportunity. The Chinese fans in the eastern stands had gone completely wild. They waved national flags and banners, chanting Huang Tianyu's name and the nickname Eastern Star over and over again. The halftime whistle blew shortly after. The score stood at 1-0, with Portugal temporarily leading Spain. As the players walked off the pitch, they all gathered around Huang Tianyu, showering him with praise and admiration. The players who had previously doubted him now looked at him with nothing but complete acceptance in their eyes. Pedro, however, walked into the tunnel with his head bowed and his face as pale as paper, without uttering a single word. Throughout the entire first half, Huang Tianyu had marked him so tightly that he could barely touch the ball, reducing him to nothing more than a mere backdrop. In the locker room, Coach Jorge looked at Huang Tianyu with undisguised surprise and pride. Huang, your performance in the first half was flawless. You've exceeded all my expectations. Keep it up in the second half. Lock down Pedro and half of Spain's offense will be crippled. Huang Tianyu nodded, took a sip of water, and showed not a trace of arrogance or complacency. He was well aware that the match was far from over. Spain was a top-tier European powerhouse, and they would undoubtedly launch a ferocious counterattack in the second half. The real test was just beginning. The second half began with both teams switching sides. Just as expected, Spain made substitutions to bolster their attack, pushing everyone forward and launching a frenzied assault on Portugal's goal. But no matter how they varied their attacking routes, whenever the ball reached the center and fell to Pedro's feet, Huang Tianyu would ruthlessly snatch it away. Huang Tianyu was like an impenetrable web, firmly guarding the edge of Portugal's penalty area, strangling every Spanish attack in its cradle. His stamina seemed to have no limit. He was everywhere, from his own penalty box to the opponent's. His total distance covered on the pitch far surpassed every other player on the field. In the 78th minute, Huang Tianyu intercepted the ball once again in midfield and delivered a long crossfield pass to find Quinda, who was making a forward run. Quinda raced through on goal alone and calmly slotted the ball into the back of the net. Portugal sealed the victory. During stoppage time, Spain launched a final desperate counterattack, yet still failed to breach the midfield stronghold guarded by Huang Tianyu, and could only accept defeat in the end. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The final score was a resounding 2-0 victory for Portugal U17 over Spain U17, securing a triumphant opening win in the European U17 Championship qualifiers. Throughout the entire match, Huang Tianyu played the full 90 minutes, completing 11 successful interceptions, 3 crucial clearances, and providing 2 assists. With 0 errors and 0 fouls, he was the undisputed man of the match. In 90 minutes, he completely neutralized Spain's prodigious midfielder Pedro, shattering all doubts and jeers with an impeccable performance. As the final whistle blew, the entire stadium rose to their feet, delivering a thunderous ovation. On the east side, the Chinese fans in the stands tirelessly chanted his name. Scouts in the media section scrambled, frantically rushing towards the player tunnel, all eager to be the first to obtain the contact information of this Chinese prodigy. Huang Tianyu had just stepped off the pitch when a man in a sharp suit blocked his path. The man smiled and handed him a business card, introducing himself. "Hello, Mr. Huang Tianyu. I am Carlos, chief assistant to Mr. Jorge Mendes. Mr. Mendes sent me here specifically to discuss a potential signing contract with you." At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Host has completed the milestone of the U17 European Championship debut. Main quest issued: conquer the U17 Euros. Quest objective: lead Portugal U17 to secure qualification for the U17 European Championship finals and ultimately win the 2025 U17 European Championship title. Quest reward: unlock the complete Perlo midfield maestro skill package, all attributes 3. Quest failure: revoke the unlocked Gattuso defensive skill package. As the system's mechanical voice faded, a surge of emotion rippled through Huang Tianyu's mind. To conquer the UEFA European Under-17 Championship. This mission was both an opportunity and a formidable challenge. After all, Portugal's U17 squad hadn't claimed the European title since 2016. With traditional European powerhouses like Spain, Germany, and France standing in their way, the difficulty of seizing the crown from them was immense. Yet the mission's reward was equally tantalizing: Perlo's complete midfield maestro skill pack. This meant he would completely transform from a one-dimensional defensive grinder into a versatile midfielder capable of attacking, defending, and dictating play. A true midfield general. "Mr. Huang." Carlos, noticing Huang Tianyu standing frozen, spoke again, with a smile snapping him from his thoughts. Huang Tianyu quickly regained his composure, masking his inner turmoil, and accepted the business card Carlos offered. The card bore a gold-embossed logo, justified, with Jorge Mendes's name and Carlos's contact details below. Jorge Mendes, the world's premier football agent. Cristiano Ronaldo, Jose Mourinho, James Rodriguez, Angel Di Maria. Countless global superstars were under his management. He held a near monopoly on Portugal's top-tier talent and wielded considerable influence across European football. Huang Tianyu never imagined Mendes would proactively send his assistant to discuss a contract. "Mr. Carlos, it's an honor," Huang Tianyu said, pocketing the card and nodding. "May I ask what kind of contract Mr. Mendes wishes to discuss?" "A professional player representation contract, of course," Carlos replied with utmost sincerity. "Mr. Mendes watched your entire match today, including your debut-winning goal for Porto. He is deeply impressed by your talent and professionalism and hopes to become your exclusive agent, mapping out your entire career. We can offer you the most elite resources in Europe, from club transfers, endorsements, legal support, and tax planning to national team matters. We'll handle everything off the pitch so you can focus exclusively on your game." Carlos's words struck a chord with Huang Tianyu. What he needed most right now was a professional management team. As his fame grew, so did the influx of naturalization offers, transfer interest, commercial deals, and online harassment, an overwhelming barrage of affairs. Neither he nor his parents understood the intricacies of European football's workings, leaving them ill-equipped to handle it all. Mendes's team was undoubtedly the best choice. Yet he didn't agree, immediately responding with a smile. "Mr. Carlos, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Mendes. This is a significant decision, and I need to discuss it thoroughly with my parents. I can't give you an answer right now." "Of course, we completely understand," Carlos nodded, unfazed. "Here's my contact. Call me anytime you've made your decision." Mr. Mendes said he's willing to meet you in person whenever you're ready to discuss your career plans in detail. Carlos added, "Oh, and one more thing. Mr. Mendes specifically asked me to tell you this. Mr. Hartono, the Indonesian Chinese billionaire owner of Serie A newcomers Como, has been closely following all your matches. Como is planning a massive spending spree this summer to bolster their squad and challenge for European qualification. Mr. Hartono has expressed strong interest in signing you and hopes to bring you to Serie A in the upcoming transfer window." Como. A flicker of interest lit up Huang Tianyu's eyes. He recalled Pepe mentioning this club. In 2019, the Hartono brothers, Indonesia's wealthiest Chinese-Indonesian family, acquired the debt-ridden club. Within a few short years, they propelled it from Serie C to Serie A, earning promotion just last season for the 2024-25 campaign. They're prepared to invest $100 million in new signings. Immense ambition. Crucially, the club's owner, being of Chinese descent, created a natural affinity for him. And it's not just Como, Carlos continued. Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga and Ajax in the Eredivisie have also expressed interest through us. However, Mr. Mendes believes that at this stage of your development you need guaranteed playing time and a defined tactical role. Como can offer you a starting spot and a central role that other top clubs can't provide right now. It's the ideal environment for your growth. Of course, this is just our initial proposal. Once you've established yourself in Serie A, we'll work on securing you a move to elite clubs in the Premier League or La Liga. Mr. Mendes has the resources to help you achieve all your career ambitions. Carlos's words painted a clear and achievable career path for Huang Tianyu. From Porto to Como in Italy, and then a springboard to a top Premier League club, a steady step-by-step progression perfectly suited to his current abilities and needs. Just then Pepe walked over, clapped Huang Tianyu on the shoulder, and greeted Carlos with a smile. "Carlos, long time no see." "Mr. Pepe, it's an honor," Carlos responded respectfully. Everyone knew how close Pepe was to Mendes and Ronaldo. Pepe smiled at Huang Tianyu. "Kid, Mendes is the right agent for you. Cristiano's moves from Sporting to United to Real Madrid to Juventus and then to Al Nassr, Mendes orchestrated every single one. His expertise and connections are unmatched in Europe. I've already called him and told him all about you. I made sure he knows to take good care of you. Trust me on this. Choose Mendes and you won't regret it." Pepe's endorsement completely erased the last vestiges of doubt in Huang Tianyu's mind. He nodded at Pepe, then turned to Carlos. "Mr. Carlos, please tell Mr. Mendes that once the U17 European qualifiers are over, I'll bring my parents to meet with him in person." "Excellent. I'll relay the message," Carlos beamed. "I'll be waiting for your call." After Carlos departed, Quinda and other teammates crowded around Huang Tianyu grinning. "Nice one, Huang. Even Mendes came looking for you. You're destined for superstardom." "Yeah, when you're a superstar, don't forget about us." They joked and laughed, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. The earlier friction and skepticism had evaporated after that match. Now they were true brothers in arms. Away from the group, Quinda watched Huang Tianyu surrounded by his teammates. Gone was his previous arrogance and hostility, replaced by a look of genuine respect. He hesitated for a moment, then finally walked towards Huang Tianyu. The surrounding players fell silent as they noticed him approaching. Everyone knew the history between these two, from the war of words during the city derby to their clashes in national team training. They were sworn rivals. Holding their breath, they watched Quinda close the distance. Quinda stopped in front of Huang Tianyu, his expression unreadable, and extended his hand. "Huang Tianyu, I was arrogant before. I apologize. Your performance today deserves a starting spot and everyone's respect. For the remaining two qualifiers and the final tournament, let's join forces and win the title." The declaration stunned the entire room. No one expected the proud Portuguese prodigy Quinda to apologize so openly and propose an alliance. Huang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. He reached out and firmly grasped Quinda's hand. "Deal. Together we'll win the championship." Their hands clasped tightly. From derby enemies to national team co-leaders. In that moment, the golden duo of Portugal's U17 side was officially born. The surrounding players erupted in thunderous cheers. They all knew that with this duo, Portugal had a genuine shot at the European U17 title. 3 days later, the schedule for the second qualifying match was released. Portugal U17 would face Sporting CP U17. Their star player was a talented midfielder from Quinda's former club academy, and Quinda's lifelong rival. At the pre-match press conference, Sporting's U17 coach openly taunted, "Quinda is a talent we developed at Sporting, we know him inside out. We'll shut him down completely. As for that Chinese player Huang Tianyu, he's just a flash in the pan, a lucky player not worth mentioning." The public mockery from the Sporting CP U17 head coach quickly spread throughout Lisbon. At the training base, the Portuguese U17 players were once again ignited with fury. "This old man really looks down on us. He actually dares to call Huang a flash in the pan. Did he not watch our match against Spain the day before yesterday? And he says he knows Quinda inside out. Does he really think Quinda's years of football have been for nothing? We must crush them in this match. Let them know how formidable our dual cores are." The locker room buzzed with righteous indignation. Quinda sat on his chair, his expression dark and formidable. The Sporting CP U17 head coach was his youth academy coach, and there had long been friction between them. Back then, when he left Sporting to join Porto, it was precisely because this coach never recognized his style of play and constantly targeted him. Now this man had the audacity to claim in front of the European media that he knew him inside out and would shut him down, which was essentially a public slap in the face. Huang Tianyu sat beside him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Don't be angry. The more he underestimates us, the more likely he is to stumble." Quinda turned his head, looked at Huang Tianyu, and the gloom on his face dissipated slightly. He nodded. "You're right. In this match we'll use goals to slap his face hard." After the previous match against Spain, the rift between them had completely dissipated. Quinda was proud and arrogant, but he only respected those with true ability. Huang Tianyu's impeccable 90-minute performance had completely won him over. During the next 2 days of intensive training, the two were almost inseparable. On the training ground, they practiced together, honing their coordinated attacks and defensive transitions. Huang Tianyu familiarized himself with Quinda's running patterns, always delivering the ball to his feet at the most opportune moments. Quinda in turn learned Huang Tianyu's defensive rhythm. Every time Huang Tianyu intercepted, he would immediately surge forward, becoming the spearhead of the counterattack. One attacking, one defending, one holding, one charging. Their chemistry grew increasingly seamless, reaching a point where a single glance sufficed to convey their intentions. Coach Jorge watched the duo's growing synergy on the training pitch, grinning from ear to ear. His biggest fear had been that internal strife between these two geniuses would undermine the team's strength. But he never expected that one match would not only bury the hatchet, but also forged such powerful chemistry. He knew this dual-core partnership would be Portugal U17's greatest asset in their quest for the European U17 championship title. On the second evening of the training camp, Mendes flew specifically from Madrid to Lisbon, meeting Huang Tianyu and his parents Huang Tianyu and Li Xiufang for the first time at their hotel. The meeting was held at a local Chinese restaurant in Lisbon, chosen by Huang Tianyu's parents as a gesture of hospitality. Mendes, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuded none of the arrogance of football's top agent. He remained affable throughout, patiently communicating with Huang Tianyu and his wife through a translator. Mr. and Mrs. Huang, I truly admire Tianyu. He is the most gifted and hardest-working young player I've seen in the past decade. Mendes's tone was profoundly earnest. I promise you, if you entrust Tianyu to me, I will cultivate him into a world-class superstar. I will plan every step of his career, just as I did for Cristiano. Huang Tianyu and his wife were ordinary people unfamiliar with the intricacies of European football, yet they could sense Mendes's sincerity and trusted Pepe's recommendation. Huang Tianyu nodded at Mendes, speaking in Mandarin with a Jinan accent. Mr. Mendes, we don't understand football matters. We have only one request: let our son play football in peace, undisturbed by off-field issues and never deceived. If you can guarantee that we will trust you. Mr. Huang, rest assured. Mendes immediately promised with a smile. I assure you I will personally review all of Tianyu's contracts and commercial partnerships. He will not suffer any losses. I will communicate everything with you and Tianyu in advance, and only proceed with your consent. Over the following period, Mendes meticulously explained the details of the agency contract and the comprehensive career plan he had devised for Huang Tianyu and his family. The core path matched what Carlos had outlined earlier: first, secure a starting position at Porto to gain experience in a top league; next, summer transfer to Serie A side Como to assume an absolute starting role and tactical core status, refining his skills and adapting to the tempo of Europe's top 5 leagues. After establishing himself in Italy, orchestrate a move to a Premier League giant to contend for honors like the Ballon d'Or. Simultaneously, Mendes detailed the commercial development plan, strictly vet endorsements, selecting only brands that align with Huang Tianyu's persona and image to avoid draining his on-pitch energy while maximizing his commercial value. He would also build his personal brand, manage his social media, and handle all legal tax and online harassment issues on his behalf. He had even considered his parents' Chinese restaurant, arranging for a professional team to help them mitigate business risks and secure their livelihood. Every detail, no matter how small, had been considered. The entire Huang family was thoroughly impressed by Mendes's professionalism and sincerity. As dinner concluded, Huang Tianyu formally signed an exclusive agency contract with Mendes's company Directive. The world's top football agent had officially signed this prodigy of Chinese descent from Jinan. After the signing, Mendes shook Huang Tianyu's hand with a smile. Tianyu, welcome to the Directive family. Tomorrow I will have a dedicated team by your side to handle all off-field matters. You only need to do one thing: focus on the pitch, unleash all your ability, and win the upcoming matches. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, Mr. Mendes. Huang Tianyu nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with determination. I won't let you down. At the next day's training session, Huang Tianyu's form was visibly improved. Free from off-field distractions, he could channel all his energy into training and matches. His partnership with Quinda grew even more seamless. In the practice match, they combined for several exquisite counterattacks, tearing the main defensive line to shreds. Watching them, Coach Jorge immediately finalized the starting lineup for the match against Sporting CP U17. Huang Tianyu and Quinda would start together in the heart of midfield, the dual cores. Match day arrived. The game was held once again at the Lisbon National Youth Training Base Stadium. Following the resounding victory over Spain, a larger crowd turned out, filling the stadium to capacity. The Chinese fans on the east side had again taken over the entire stand, displaying banners reading, "Go Oriental Star," with immense fervor. The media section was packed with even more scouts from top clubs, all eager to see if the Chinese prodigy, who had stolen the show last match, could sustain his stellar performance. In the pre-match tunnel, the Sporting CP U17 players eyed Huang Tianyu and Quinda with undisguised contempt and hostility. Their core midfielder sneered at Quinda. Quinda, I can't believe you've resorted to teaming up with a Chinese kid. You're really going backwards. Quinda shot him a cold, indifferent glance, but said nothing. Huang Tianyu, meanwhile, stared blankly ahead, showing no reaction whatsoever. He had no need to respond with words. On the pitch, actions speak louder. The players walked onto the field and took their positions. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Portugal U17 kicked off. Quinda passed the ball back to Huang Tianyu, then immediately turned and sprinted full speed towards the opponent's half. As promised, the Sporting CP U17 players deployed heavy markers on Quinda. 2 midfielders shadowed his every move, completely neglecting Huang Tianyu in the middle. In their view, Quinda was Portugal U17's primary threat, while Huang Tianyu was merely a defensive workhorse, nothing to fear. But they were sorely mistaken. Just 10 minutes into the match, this Chinese workhorse they so disdained delivered a devastating blow. Huang Tianyu controlled the ball in midfield, scanned the field, and spotted Quinda tightly marked by two defenders. He then made a sudden burst, shaking off his own marker. Without a moment's hesitation, he played a precise ground pass, slicing through the Sporting CP U17 defense like a scalpel. The ball arrived perfectly at Quinda's feet. Meeting it on the volley, Quinda unleashed a ferocious strike. The ball rocketed into the top corner like a cannonball. Goal. Just 10 minutes into the match, Portugal's U17 team took the lead. The goalscorer Quinda sprinted wildly towards midfield, threw his arms around Huang Tianyu, and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Brother, what a brilliant pass." A thunderous roar of cheers instantly erupted from the stands. Meanwhile, the head coach of Sporting CP U17 stood on the sidelines, his face turning ashen. He could hardly believe that the Chinese-descended youth he had dismissed so contemptuously had provided an assist within the opening minutes. Yet he had no idea that this was merely the beginning. The celebration following the goal was brief. Quinda and Huang Tianyu clapped hands before sprinting back to their positions. As the cheers from the stands still lingered, the faces of the Sporting CP U17 players turned grim. Before the match, they had boasted they would completely shut down Quinda, dismissing Huang Tianyu as a non-factor. Yet just 10 minutes into the game, it was this Chinese descent youngster they had scorned who delivered a pinpoint assist, slicing through their vaunted defense. The overwhelming humiliation ignited a fire in their eyes. As soon as the game restarted, Sporting CP U17 launched a ferocious counterattack. Their core midfielder Felix repeatedly drove the ball towards the opposing half, attempting to single-handedly breach the defense and level the score. But he faced a Huang Tianyu in peak form. No matter how he feinted or changed direction, he couldn't get past Huang's defensive prowess. Huang Tianyu stuck to him like glue, anticipating his every move and snuffing out each attack before it could fully develop. In the 18th minute, as Felix prepared to shoot from the edge of the box, Huang Tianyu executed a clean sliding tackle, dispossessing him without any foul. First successful interception. In the 24th minute, Felix attempted a 1-2 with a teammate, but Huang Tianyu read the pass, intercepted it, and instantly launched a counter with a long ball. Second successful interception. Within just over 20 minutes, Huang Tianyu had completely neutralized Felix, preventing him from even making a threatening pass. With their midfield locked down, Sporting CP's attacks ground to a halt. Conversely, their opponent's offense began to flow with increasing fluidity. Huang Tianyu's defensive solidity at midfield gave Quinda the freedom to roam up front and unleash his attacking talents without a care. The duo's synergy grew more seamless by the minute, repeatedly tearing through Sporting CP's defense and throwing their backline into complete disarray. On the sidelines, the Sporting CP head coach's expression darkened. He screamed frantic instructions, demanding his players mark Huang Tianyu tightly and stop giving him time on the ball. But it was too late. Even when they tried to mark him, they simply couldn't match his pace. His stamina seemed limitless, covering every blade of grass from his own box to the opponent's. In defense, he was an impenetrable wall. In attack, he was the engine of the offense, always delivering the perfect pass at the perfect moment. In the 37th minute of the first half, Sporting CP players finally reacted, deploying two midfielders to sandwich Huang Tianyu and deny him space to receive or pass. Little did they know this only created more space for Quinda. Under the double team, Huang Tianyu remained composed, shielding the ball with ease. Using his body to protect the ball, he spotted a teammate making a run down the flank and delivered a precise switch of play. The teammate met the ball and whipped in a cross. Quinda rose highest in the box and powered a header towards goal. The keeper dove with all his might, but the ball was out of reach. It's in. Another goal. Before the end of the first half, Portugal scored another goal, extending their lead. The entire stadium erupted in frenzy once again. After scoring, Quinda once again ran towards Huang Tianyu and embraced him tightly. The dual-core synergy was unstoppable. The fans in the stands had gone completely wild, chanting the names of Huang Tianyu and Quinda in unison, shouting, "Portugal, champions!" The Chinese fans on the east side of the stands held up banners, tirelessly shouting, "Dongfang Xing is awesome." The halftime whistle sounded shortly after. The score remained at 2-0, with Portugal U17 leading by 2 goals. In the locker room, the players were ecstatic, surrounding Huang Tianyu and Quinda, singing and dancing. Coach Jorge walked in, his face beaming with a smile, and gave everyone a thumbs up. "Boys, that was an excellent first half. Especially you, Huang and Quinda, your coordination was perfect. In the second half, keep up this rhythm. Don't give the opponents any chance. If we win this match, we'll secure our spot in the group stage and advance." "Understood. Understood." All the players roared in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. The second half began with the teams switching sides. Sporting CP U17, now trailing by 2 goals, was completely pushed to the brink. They substituted off 2 defenders and brought on 3 attackers, pushing everyone forward and launching a desperate, relentless assault on Portugal's goal. However, their attacks still couldn't break through the midfield line guarded by Huang Tianyu. What shattered their morale even more was that the higher they pushed up, the more space they left behind, and the sharper Portugal's counterattacks became. In the 58th minute, Sporting CP won a corner kick with all their players crowding into Portugal's penalty area. The corner was taken, but Huang Tianyu leaped high and headed the ball clear. The ball fell to Quinda, who took it and sprinted at full speed towards the opponent's empty goal. The opposing goalkeeper had no choice but to charge out of his box. Quinda, unselfish, passed the ball square to the advancing Huang Tianyu. Huang Tianyu, facing the ball and seeing the undefended goal, didn't hesitate for a moment and took a direct chip shot. The ball traced a perfect arc, sailed over all the retreating defenders, and dropped steadily into the back of the net. It's a goal. Huang Tianyu scored his debut goal for the national team. The entire stadium instantly erupted in pandemonium. His teammates rushed over like madmen, swarming around him and piling on top of him in a dog pile. The cheers from the stands nearly blew the roof off the stadium. On the eastern side, Chinese fans were already crying and embracing each other, chanting Huang Tianyu's name over and over again. Watching this young man from Jinan score his debut goal for the national team on European soil, their hearts swelled with pride and excitement beyond words. After the goal, Huang Tianyu scrambled to his feet from the turf and immediately sprinted towards the eastern stands. He stopped in front of the Chinese fans and bowed deeply. The roar from the stands reached its peak once again. But this goal enraged the Sporting Portugal players completely. Their composure shattered and their tackles grew increasingly aggressive and malicious. In the 67th minute, Huang Tianyu received the ball in midfield and had just passed it when a Sporting Portugal midfielder charged in from behind, studs raised, and slammed his boot into Huang Tianyu's shin. The referee's whistle pierced the air sharply. Yet the offending player showed no remorse. Instead, he spat at the fallen Huang Tianyu and hurled the most vile racial slurs. "Yellow-skinned pig, go back to your own country." Those words ignited the fury of every Portuguese player. Quinda was the first to charge forward, his eyes turning bloodshot. He grabbed the player by the collar and slammed his fist into his face. Quinda's fist was about to smash into the player's face. Ignoring the pain in his calf, Huang Tianyu scrambled to his feet and rushed over to grab Quinda. "Don't throw a punch, Quinda. Don't be impulsive." He wrapped his arms tightly around Quinda, restraining him from any rash action. He knew all too well that if Quinda landed that punch, he would inevitably receive a red card and could even face a suspension from UEFA, jeopardizing the upcoming UEFA European Under-17 Championship. It wasn't worth it for that trash who could only vent through dirty tackles and discriminatory slurs. Held back, Quinda's eyes remained bloodshot, glaring at the player who had made the tackle, and he roared, "Say that again. Dare to repeat what you just said, you bastard." The surrounding Portuguese players also converged, encircling that player, their eyes blazing with fury. Even those who had previously clashed with Huang Tianyu in the locker room now stood up for him. They could have their disagreements and rivalries in the locker room, but on the pitch, Huang Tianyu was their teammate, their brother. Insulting their brother and using racist slurs was something they would absolutely not tolerate. The Sporting CP players also surged forward, trying to shield their teammate. Players from both sides shoved each other, and the situation on the pitch instantly spiraled out of control. The referee blew his whistle frantically, sprinting over to separate the players, his face ashen. He had clearly heard the players' discriminatory insults and witnessed the malicious studs-up tackle. Without a moment's hesitation, the referee reached into his pocket, pulled out a red card, held it high above his head, and sent the offending player off the pitch. Simultaneously, he issued yellow cards to the Sporting CP captain, who had instigated the shoving, and to the visibly agitated Quinda. 1 red card, 2 yellows. The referee's decision was impartial. Yet the dismissed player showed no remorse. As he walked off, he made a discriminatory gesture towards the Chinese fans in the stands. A thunderous roar of anger erupted from the stands. The Chinese fans rose to their feet in unison, unleashing a deafening chorus of boos at the player. Back on the pitch, the medical team had rushed over to examine Huang Tianyu's calf injury. The tackle had been heavy. While no bones were broken, the outside of his calf was already swollen and red, throbbing with pain at the slightest touch. The physio sprayed a cooling agent on the wound, applied a simple bandage, and shook his head at Coach Jorge, signaling that it would be best to substitute Huang Tianyu to prevent the injury from worsening. Coach Jorge immediately prepared to make the substitution to give Huang Tianyu some rest. But Huang Tianyu shook his head and said to the coach, "Coach, I'm fine. I can still play." His gaze was unwavering, carrying a chilling intensity. The player's malicious, foul, and discriminatory abuse had thoroughly enraged him. He would respond to this insult in his own way. With goals, with victory, he would slap back hard at the face of his opponents. Seeing the firm resolve in his eyes, Coach Jorge ultimately nodded and agreed to let him stay on the field. The match resumed. Reduced to 10 men, Sporting CP U17 had no energy left for a comeback. They retreated entirely, packing their own half in a defensive shell. The Portugal U17 players, ignited by the earlier discriminatory incident, attacked with even greater ferocity. Despite the persistent pain in his calf, Huang Tianyu's performance remained completely unaffected. He was omnipresent in midfield, intercepting passes defensively and delivering precise, threatening balls, offensively orchestrating the team's attacks with impeccable order. The cheers from the crowd grew louder and louder. They were all anticipating Huang Tianyu scoring again, responding to the racism in the most satisfying way possible. In the 78th minute, Portugal U17 won a free kick opportunity just outside the penalty area. It was about 25 meters from goal, in excellent position. All the players looked towards Huang Tianyu. In training they had seen him practice free kicks. His bending shots were exceptionally accurate. Kunda brought the ball over, placed it on the spot, and said to Huang Tianyu with a smile, "Brother, you take this one. Score this goal and slap those bastards in the face." Huang Tianyu nodded without hesitation. He took a deep breath, stepped back a few paces, and stood ready. The entire stadium fell silent, every fan holding their breath, their eyes fixed on Huang Tianyu standing over the ball. The referee's whistle blew. Huang Tianyu ran up, swung his leg, and struck with power. His right foot connected perfectly with the lower middle part of the ball. The ball curved like a crescent moon, spinning fiercely, clearing the wall, and rocketing towards the top right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dived desperately, but couldn't even get a fingertip to it. The ball smashed deep into the back of the net. It's a goal again. Huang Tianyu scored his second goal of the match. The entire stadium instantly erupted in thunderous excitement. Fans across the stands rose to their feet, applauding wildly, chanting Huang Tianyu's name and shouting "Eastern Star." The Chinese fans in the stands were utterly ecstatic, waving their national flags and singing the national anthem, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. This 16-year-old youth from Jinan responded to all the discrimination and insults with a flawless free kick. With his own feet, he proved to everyone that the Chinese can play football brilliantly. After scoring, Huang Tianyu did not celebrate wildly. He simply stood still and bowed deeply once more towards the Chinese fans in the eastern stands. Then he turned his gaze towards the direction of the player tunnel where the sent-off player had departed. He made a silencing gesture in that direction. The roar of the crowd reached its peak once again. For the remainder of the match, Portugal U17 maintained control of the tempo, but refrained from launching further fierce attacks, holding the 4-0 scoreline until the final whistle. The referee blew the final whistle to signal the end of the match. The final score: Portugal U17 triumph 4-0 over Sporting CP U17, securing their second consecutive victory in the qualifiers and clinching the top spot in their group, with a game to spare, directly advancing to the UEFA European Under-17 Championship finals. Throughout the match, Huang Tianyu played the full 90 minutes, scoring 2 goals, providing 1 assist, and making 8 successful interceptions, once again undeniably claiming the title of man of the match. After the game, the UEFA match delegate immediately sought out Huang Tianyu to inquire in detail about the racist incident and collected the full match footage and audio recordings. The very next day, UEFA issued a heavy penalty. The player involved was suspended for 10 matches, his club was fined 1-0, and Sporting CP was required to issue an official apology. The entire European football community was shaken. All media outlets covered the story, reporting on Huang Tianyu's calm and resolute response to racism and the unity displayed by the entire Portuguese team. Huang Tianyu's dignified and unyielding handling of the discrimination earned him respect from fans across Europe. Portuguese supporters collectively voiced their support on social media, declaring, "He is the pride of Portugal. Anyone who discriminates against him is unworthy of being a Portuguese fan." With that, the European Under-17 Championship qualifiers temporarily concluded. Huang Tianyu returned to Porto, and just as he stepped through his front door, he received a phone call from Mendes. On the phone, Mendes's tone was jubilant. "Tianyu, I have great news for you. Mr. Huang Huixiang, the owner of Como, personally called me via an overseas line. He wants to invite you and your family to Milan during this off-season as his guests to discuss the summer transfer window in person. He said as long as you are willing to come to Como, the team's central midfield position will always be yours. He will pay the full release clause to Porto and offer you a contract matching the club's top salary." Mendes's words stirred an immediate turmoil within Huang Tianyu's heart. Mr. Huang Huixiang, the owner of Como Calcio, had personally extended an invitation accompanied by such generous terms. Full payment of the release clause, the team's top salary, and the central midfield core position. This was nearly the highest level of treatment a newly promoted club could offer a young player. More importantly, Mr. Huang Huixiang, like himself, was of Chinese descent, sharing the same blood. This innate sense of kinship was something no other club could rival. Mr. Mendes, thank you. Huang Tianyu steadied his nerves and said with a smile, "I will discuss this with my parents and get back to you as soon as possible." "All right, no rush." Mendes replied with a smile. "The U21 European Championship qualifiers are over. Take a few days to rest, spend time with your parents. We can discuss this at our leisure." Mr. Huang Huixiang said he will be waiting for you whenever you decide to come. After hanging up, Huang Tianyu relayed the matter to his parents. Huang Zhangwo and Li Xiufeng were astonished to learn that Mr. Huang Huixiang was also of Chinese descent and the wealthiest Chinese person in Indonesia. "He's Chinese too," Li Xiufeng said with a smile. "That's wonderful. At least communication will be easier and they won't take advantage of our ignorance." "He's a big boss," Huang Zhangwo said, patting his son's shoulder with pride. "If he sees potential in Tianyu, that's Tianyu's own merit. This decision is yours to make." Huang Zhangwo continued, his face beaming with pride. "Wherever you think is best, your mother and I will support you." His parents' support warmed Huang Tianyu's heart. He knew clearly that what he needed most now was consistent playing time and an undisputed tactical role. Although Porto was a Portuguese League powerhouse, they were essentially a well-known selling club in European football, profiting from selling young players, making it difficult for them to offer him a long-term stable core position. If he underperformed, he could be sold at any moment. Como, on the other hand, despite being a newly promoted Serie A team, had immense ambition backed by the substantial financial support of the Huang brothers and were willing to give young players opportunities. More importantly, an owner of the same Chinese descent would offer him more trust and patience, something other clubs simply could not provide. As for giants like Manchester United and Dortmund, while the platforms were bigger, the competition was fiercer. He would find it hard to secure consistent playing time and might waste his crucial development years on the bench. Weighing everything, Como was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for him at this stage. Of course, the final decision would have to be confirmed after meeting Mr. Huang Tianyu in person during the off-season. Over the next few days, Huang Tianyu gave himself a short break, accompanying his parents on tours around Porto to properly relax. Having been through national team training camps and intense matches recently, his body and mind had been under constant strain. Finally, he had time to rest properly. Yet he never skipped his training. Every day at 3 a.m., he would still appear punctually at the training ground below his apartment, practicing basic passing, shooting, and stamina drills. This was a habit he had maintained for 4 years, ingrained deep within him. He was well aware that everything he had now was only the beginning. To stand on the grandest stage of world football, to stand alongside Cristiano Ronaldo on the World Cup pitch, he needed to put in even more effort. On the third day of his break, he received an official call from the Portuguese Football Federation. The federation's legal department had prepared all the documents for his citizenship application. All he needed to do was sign to formally submit it, and the entire process could be completed in as little as 3 months. This time, Huang Tianyu did not hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He wanted to step onto the World Cup stage to fight alongside his idol and to prove on the highest stage of world football that Chinese people can excel at the sport. He signed his name on the citizenship application. The Portuguese naturalization process officially began. At that moment, he felt no regret, only unwavering resolve. He would never forget that he was Chinese, that his roots were in Jinan. No matter which jersey he wore, he would always be that boy from Jinan. The break ended quickly, and Huang Tianyu returned to Porto's first team to prepare for the upcoming Primera Liga matches. As soon as he entered the first team locker room, he was met with a warm welcome from his teammates. Huang, congrats. 2 wins in the U21 Euros secured qualification, and 2 Man of the Match awards. Amazing. 3 goals and 2 assists in 2 games. You were really holding back. You definitely weren't playing at full strength in training, were you? You're a shoe-in for the national team's main midfielder now. The teammates crowded around him, their words filled with praise and admiration. Even the Brazilian players who had previously looked down on him now took the initiative to come over, shake his hand, and apologize for their earlier contempt. In professional football, strength is the ultimate passport. If you can prove yourself on the international stage and lead the team to victory, you earn everyone's respect. Pepe walked over with a smile, ruffled his hair affectionately, his face beaming with pride. Kid, well done. I knew you could do it. Thanks, Captain, Huang Tianyu replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, Pepe added, patting him on the shoulder, Coach Ferreira is waiting for you in his office. He asked you to see him when you got back. Huang Tianyu nodded and immediately headed towards the head coach's office. Knocking on the office door, he found Coach Ferreira seated at his desk reviewing footage of his U21 European Championship matches. Seeing Huang Tianyu enter, Ferreira immediately stood up with a smile, giving him a thumbs up. Huang, welcome back. Your performance in the U21 Euros was perfect. It exceeded all my expectations. Thank you, Coach, Huang Tianyu said with a smile. I called you in to discuss the upcoming league schedule. Ferreira's tone turned serious. For the next Primera Liga match against Vitória de Guimarães, you will be in the starting lineup, playing as the team's primary defensive midfielder. Those words made Huang Tianyu's eyes light up instantly. Starting. This would be his first time starting a Primera Liga match as a key player since joining Porto's first team. He had waited 4 long years for this day. And also, Ferreira added with a smile, Pepe told me to let you know you'll be the on-field vice-captain for this match. He said you've earned that role. Huang Tianyu's heart pounded fiercely. On-field vice-captain. This was not just recognition of his abilities, but also trust in his leadership qualities. He took a deep breath, nodded firmly at Coach Ferreira, his eyes filled with determination. Thank you, Coach, and thank you, Captain. I will give my all and not let your trust be in vain. Leaving the head coach's office, Huang Tianyu walked back to the locker room, gazing at the Estadio do Dragão outside the window, his fighting spirit burning fiercely within him. 4 years of persistence, countless 3 a.m. training sessions. Now he was finally going to stand on the pitch at the Estadio do Dragão as a starter, fighting for this team. He wanted to prove to everyone that his place here was earned step by step, not by luck or anyone's favor. News of this spread quickly. Porto officially released the pre-match poster for the next league game, with Huang Tianyu featured prominently in the center. The caption read, starting lineup, vice-captain's armband, the Eastern Star shining at the Estadio do Dragão. The moment the poster was released, it exploded across the internet. Domestic fans were ecstatic. The hashtag Huang Tianyu Primera Liga starter shot to the top of Weibo's trending chart. Tickets for the match at the Estadio do Dragão were completely sold out within an hour of the poster's release. The Porto Chinese Fans Association even booked the entire South Stand, preparing a massive 50-meter-long tifo featuring Huang Tianyu's portrait and 8 large characters, Spring City Youth shining at the Dragon. Everyone was eagerly anticipating how this 16-year-old Chinese-descendant teenager would perform in his first start for Porto in the Primeira Liga. On match day, the Dragão Stadium was packed to the rafters. An hour before kickoff, the stands were already overflowing with fans, their thunderous roars nearly lifting the roof off the arena. The South Stand had been reserved by the Porto Chinese Fan Club. A massive 50-meter tifo was unfurled bearing the image of Huang Tianyu in his Porto number 37 jersey, flanked by 8 bold Chinese characters, Spring City Youth shine at the Dragon. Banners reading, Go Eastern Star, and Charge Chinatown Kid, were scattered across the surrounding stands. No one could have predicted that this half-Chinese teenager who was fighting for his place on the fringes of the youth academy just 6 months ago would now be the most celebrated rising star at the Dragão. The atmosphere in the players' dressing room was electric. The squad was warming up, smiles etched on every face. After an unexpected away defeat to Vitória Guimarães in the last league round, the team was back at home burning with a collective desire for revenge. They were determined to snatch all 3 points and keep pace with league leaders Benfica. Huang Tianyu sat calmly before his locker, meticulously gearing up. He strapped on his shin guards the words, Jinan Spring City, emblazoned on them, freshly traced over with a marker for extra prominence. The old silver locket rested against his chest, hidden beneath his jersey, radiating a faint warmth. For years of relentless effort, countless rainy 3 a.m. training sessions, and the days of ridicule, doubt, and exclusion flashed through his mind. Today he was finally set to step onto the hallowed turf of the Dragão as a starter. Just then Pepe approached, holding the captain's armband, and stopped before him. The dressing room fell silent. In an instant, all eyes fixed on the duo. Pepe looked at Huang Tianyu with a warm, yet serious smile, and carefully slipped the black captain's armband onto his left arm. Kid, you're the vice-captain for this match, Pepe declared with utmost gravity. On that pitch you must not only handle your defensive duties, but also dictate the tempo of the entire team. I believe in you. You have what it takes. Feeling the weight of the armband on his left arm, a surge of warmth welled up inside Huang Tianyu. He nodded firmly, his eyes burning with resolve. Don't worry, Captain. I'll give it my all. I won't let you down, and I won't disappoint the fans. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from his teammates. They looked at this 16-year-old with admiration and respect in their eyes. To wear the vice-captain's armband for a Portuguese football powerhouse at the age of 16 was unprecedented in Porto's near-century-long history, and Huang Tianyu was worthy of this honor. Soon pre-match preparations were complete. The referee arrived in the dressing room to signal the teams to take the field. Pepe stood up, extended his arm into the center of the huddle, and roared, looking each player in the eye, brothers. Last match they beat us on their turf. Today at our Dragão we're taking those 3 points back. Let's show them whose house this is. Dragão, all the players shouted in unison, stacking their hands together. Unconquerable. In the tunnel both teams lined up. The Guimarães players eyed Huang Tianyu, who wore the vice-captain's armband, with a mix of astonishment and disdain. They couldn't fathom that Porto would bestow the vice-captaincy on a 16-year-old Chinese kid and even hand him a starting spot. Andre Guimarães, star striker who had scored the winner last round, sauntered over to Huang Tianyu, looked him up and down, and flashed a contemptuous smirk. He whispered in Portuguese, Kid, that armband isn't for just anyone. I'm going to tear your defense apart and show you that you don't belong in the Primeira Liga. Huang Tianyu glanced at him, his face impassive, and simply replied, Is that so? We'll see on the pitch. With that, the referee led the teams onto the field. Instantly, a deafening roar like a clap of thunder exploded across the Dragão. 50,000 home fans rose to their feet, as one, waving their scarves and flags, chanting the names of their heroes. When the stadium announcer called out, Number 37, Vice-Captain Huang Tianyu, the roar of the crowd reached a fever pitch. 50,000 voices chanted his name, shouting, Eastern Star and Chinatown Kid. The Chinese fans in the South Stand went berserk, wildly waving their national flags and banners, screaming at the top of their lungs, Go Huang Tianyu. Go Jinan boy. Huang Tianyu looked at the sea of red in the stands, at the colossal tifo, and felt the fire ignite within him. He bowed deeply towards the South Stand. The cheers doubled in intensity. Back home, the live stream for the match had already surpassed 8 million concurrent viewers. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Oh my God. Vice-captain. Unbelievable. A 16-year-old vice-captain of a top Portuguese club. I'm tearing up. This kid from Jinan is making China proud. Eastern Star is awesome. We must win this today. In the CCTV sports broadcast booth, the commentator exclaimed with excitement. We can see that Huang Tianyu is starting today, and he's wearing the Porto vice-captain's armband. This is a club record. He is the youngest vice-captain in Porto's history and the first Chinese player to wear an armband in the Primeira Liga. Let's all look forward to what this young man from Jinan Shandong will bring us today. Handshakes, coin toss, team photos. The formalities were completed, and the players took their positions. Huang Tianyu stood in the holding midfield role, the armband on his left arm catching the light. His gaze was locked onto the opposing striker Andre, the man who had mocked him in the tunnel. He was determined to prove to everyone through his performance that he was worthy of this armband and the adulation of the crowd. The referee checked his watch and raised the whistle to his lips. The shrill blast of the whistle echoed through the Dragao. The match was officially underway. Porto kicked off with Pepe passing back to Huang Tianyu before surging forward. Huang Tianyu controlled the ball, showing no haste to launch it forward. Instead, he calmly spread play to the wings, dictating the early rhythm of the game. But just 3 minutes in, Guimaraes struck on the counter down the flank, advancing the ball to the edge of Porto's penalty area. Andre, carrying the ball, bypassed the fullback and charged towards the box, coming face-to-face with Huang Tianyu. He looked at Huang Tianyu with a menacing grin, attempting a forceful solo run, determined to break through his defense early and make good on his boast. But to his surprise, Huang Tianyu stood his ground, immovable. Just as Andre shifted his weight to change direction, Huang Tianyu moved with precision, shielding the ball, and poked it away cleanly with his foot to win possession. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a majestic crossfield pass that found a teammate, making a forward run, sparking an immediate counterattack. A colossal roar erupted from the Dragao. Within 3 minutes, Huang Tianyu had delivered a resounding response to Andre with a textbook tackle and a pinpoint long pass. But no one knew this was only the beginning. A minute later, Guimaraes threatened again, and Andre found himself with a one-on-one opportunity against the Porto goalkeeper. Just as he pulled the trigger, Huang Tianyu, having sprinted back 50 meters, appeared on the goal line and executed an unbelievable sliding challenge to clear the ball off the line. A goal line clearance. The entire stadium erupted once more. The roar of the Dragon Stadium nearly lifted the roof off after that goal line clearance. 50,000 fans rose as one, applauding wildly and chanting Huang Tianyu's name. Huang. Incredible. Beautiful. That clearance was crucial. My God. A 50-meter sprint back for a goal line clearance. His stamina is inhuman. In the CCTV sports broadcast booth, the commentator roared with equal fervor, my God. An unbelievable goal line clearance. Huang Tianyu. He sprinted back a full 50 meters and cleared a certain goal off the line. This is the youth of our China. Absolutely phenomenal. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Whoa, what kind of godly clearance is this? I'm stunned. This stamina. This defensive awareness. Unreal. Dong Fangxing is forever the GOAT. This move is legendary. In the penalty area, the Porto goalkeeper, drenched in cold sweat, rushed over and slapped Huang Tianyu's back hard, giving him a thumbs up. Bro, thank you so much. You saved us. Huang Tianyu waved his hand with a smile, showing no trace of arrogance, and immediately turned and jogged back to his position, preparing for the next defensive stand. Andre, who had been dispossessed and then denied by the goal line clearance, stood frozen, his face ashen and his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't fathom how his 2 golden opportunities had been ruthlessly thwarted by this 16-year-old Chinese kid. A wave of humiliation flushed his face red, his eyes burning with venom. Yet he had no idea that this was merely the beginning of his nightmare. For the remainder of the match, Huang Tianyu completely dominated Porto's midfield. Defensively, he was an impenetrable iron wall, smothering the edge of Porto's penalty area. Every Vitória Guimaraes attack that ventured through the middle was ruthlessly cut short by him. Andre was completely neutralized, failing to manage even a single decent shot all game. Whenever he received the ball, Huang Tianyu would immediately close him down, either dispossessing him or forcing a back pass, leaving him no room to operate. In the 12th minute, as Andre wound up for a long-range strike at the edge of the box, Huang Tianyu threw himself into the line of fire, blocking the shot with his body. That was his second successful interception. In the 21st minute, as Guimaraes attempted a through ball for Andre's run, Huang Tianyu read the pass, perfectly positioned himself with precision, and stretched out a leg to intercept the ball. His third successful interception. In the 33rd minute, Andre tried a series of feints to break through, but Huang Tianyu stuck to him like glue, forcing him to eventually pass back in frustration, unable to even reach the edge of the box. His fourth successful interception. Within just the first 37 minutes of the half, Huang Tianyu had racked up an astonishing 7 successful interceptions, 3 crucial clearances, and 2 goal line saves. Even more terrifyingly, he wasn't just dominating the midfield defensively, he had also become the absolute brain of Porto's attack. His vision was superb. Whether it was short, intricate passing to control the tempo or long, sweeping balls for counterattacks, his distribution was lethally precise, organizing Porto's offense with impeccable order. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Huang Tianyu intercepted a sideways pass in midfield. He glanced upfield and spotted Pepe unmarked at the edge of the box. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a pinpoint cross reminiscent of a perfectly taken free kick onto the top of Pepe's head. Pepe leaped high and powered a header towards goal. The ball smashed into the bottom corner of the net. Goal. Just before halftime, Porto broke the deadlock and took the lead. The entire Estadio do Dragao erupted into a frenzy in an instant. After scoring, Pepe charged towards the midfield like a madman, grabbed Huang Tianyu tightly, and laughed heartily at him. Kid, what a brilliant pass. From the stands, the fans once again chanted Huang Tianyu's name in unison, shouting Eastern Star. The halftime whistle blew soon after. The score stood at 1-0, with Porto temporarily leading Vitória de Guimarães. As the players walked back to the locker room, they all crowded around Huang Tianyu, their words brimming with praise and admiration. Huang, your first half performance was absolutely phenomenal. A fortress in defense and a maestro in attack. You're an all-around midfielder. Incredible. With you in the middle, we're playing so comfortably. Coach Ferreira looked at Huang Tianyu, his face unable to conceal a mix of surprise and pride. He had initially thought that Huang Tianyu, starting for the first time and wearing the vice-captain's armband, might be nervous and underperform. But he never expected Huang Tianyu's performance to far exceed all his expectations. He was impeccable in defense, organized the attack with clarity, provided an assist, and even made 2 goal-line clearances. This was not the kind of football a 16-year-old academy prospect should be playing. This was the performance of a top-tier midfielder who had battled for years. Huang, your first half performance was perfect. Coach Ferreira gave him a thumbs up. Keep this rhythm in the second half. I believe in you. You can lead this team to victory. Huang Tianyu nodded, took a sip of water, showing no signs of arrogance or complacency. He knew very well the match wasn't over. Vitória de Guimarães would surely launch a desperate counterattack in the second half. The real test was just beginning. The second half began with the teams switching sides. Sure enough, the trailing Vitória de Guimarães made substitutions, bringing on 2 attacking players. They pushed everyone forward, launching a frantic assault on Porto's goal. But no matter how they changed their attacking routes, they couldn't break through the midfield line guarded by Huang Tianyu. His stamina seemed limitless as he was everywhere on the pitch, from his own box to the opponent's. His total distance covered was far ahead of every other player on the field. In the 67th minute, Vitória de Guimarães won a corner kick, and all their players piled into Porto's penalty area. The corner was taken, but Huang Tianyu leaped high and headed the ball clear. The ball landed at the feet of a teammate on the wing, who immediately sprinted at full speed towards the opponent's open goal. The opposing goalkeeper had no choice but to charge out of his box. The teammate, unselfish, played a square pass to Huang Tianyu, who was following up. Huang Tianyu, facing the ball and seeing the empty net, didn't hesitate for a moment. He lifted a delicate chip shot. The ball traced a perfect arc, sailed over all the defenders rushing back, and settled into the back of the net. Goal! Huang Tianyu scored his debut goal in the Portuguese Primeira Liga. The entire Estadio do Dragão instantly erupted into chaos. His teammates rushed over like madmen, swarming around him and piling on top of him in a dogpile. The roar from the stands threatened to lift the stadium's very roof. 50,000 fans rose to their feet in unison, chanting his name and shouting Eastern Star in perfect harmony, a spectacle of overwhelming intensity. In the south stand, the Chinese fans were already crying and embracing one another, calling out Huang Tianyu's name over and over again. They watched this young man from Jinan score his league debut goal at the home of a Portuguese giant, wearing the vice-captain's armband. Their pride and excitement beyond words. After scoring, Huang Tianyu picked himself up from the turf and immediately sprinted toward the south stand, where he bowed deeply to the Chinese fans in the stands. The cheers reached their zenith once more. This goal had completely extinguished any remaining suspense in the match. Vitória de Guimarães, now 2 goals down, had lost all strength to mount a comeback. Their morale utterly shattered. Finally, the full-time whistle sounded. The final score, Porto 2-0, a decisive victory over Vitória de Guimarães, securing all 3 points in this revenge battle and keeping pace with league leaders Benfica at the top of the table. Huang Tianyu played the full 90 minutes, 1 goal, 1 assist, 13 successful interceptions, 3 goal line clearances, 0 errors, and 0 fouls. He had set a new league record for most interceptions in a single match this season. Unsurprisingly, Huang Tianyu was named man of the match with a perfect score of 10. When the stadium announcer read out the name of the man of the match, the entire Estadio do Dragão once again exploded with thunderous applause and cheers. 50,000 fans rose as one, delivering the warmest ovation for this 16-year-old. With 90 minutes of flawless performance, he had completely conquered every supporter in the Estadio do Dragão. From a substitute who scored a winning debut goal to the team's starting midfielder to on-field vice-captain and man of the match, this 16-year-old of Chinese descent had, through sheer ability, step by step, become the new darling of the Estadio do Dragão. On the night the match concluded, the news of Huang Tianyu's starting appearance, brace, and man of the match award instantly ignited the European football world and spread across major platforms in China. 16-year-old Chinese prodigy starts in Primeira Liga, delivers flawless performance to claim man of the match. Making club history, Huang Tianyu becomes Porto's youngest vice-captain, master of both phases. 13 interceptions set a Primeira Liga season record. How formidable is this Chinese prodigy? Countless sports media outlets were reporting on this rising Chinese talent who had burst onto the scene. On domestic social platforms, hashtags like Huang Tianyu Primeira Liga debut goal and 16-year-old Chinese prodigy shines in Portugal successively topped the Weibo trending charts, with the total readership of related topics surpassing 5 billion. His Douyin account gained 3 million followers overnight, pushing his total follower count past 10 million, and making him the most followed overseas football player in China. Yet despite the sudden surge of attention and fame, Huang Tianyu remained grounded. The day after the match, he was still up at 3 a.m., arriving at the training ground on time to work on his fundamental passing and shooting. He understood clearly that everything now was just the beginning. To stand on the World Cup stage and play alongside his idol, he still had a long road ahead. Just as he returned to his apartment after the extra training session, his phone began to vibrate violently. It was a call from Mendes. "Tianyu, congratulations, yesterday's match was perfectly played." Mendes's voice was full of delight over the phone. "All of Europe's media is reporting on you. You're now the most watched young player across the continent." "Thank you, Mr. Mendes," Huang Tianyu replied with a smile. "By the way, there's another reason for this call." Mendes's tone turned mysterious. "Someone wants to have a video call with you and speak to you personally." "Who?" Huang Tianyu was taken aback, asking with curiosity. "You'll find out when you answer the video call." Mendes chuckled, keeping him in suspense, then hung up and initiated a video call. Huang Tianyu pressed the answer button, puzzled. The moment the video connected, he saw the face on the screen and froze completely. His heart pounded wildly, his breath caught in his throat. The man on the screen, clad in a pristine white tracksuit, stood before the backdrop of Al Nassr's training facility, with his chiseled features, iconic short hair, and warm smile in his eyes. It was none other than the idol he had chased for 11 years, Cristiano Ronaldo. His idol had actually called him on video. "Hey kid, hello," Ronaldo greeted with a laugh in Portuguese, looking at the stunned Huang Tianyu on the screen. "I'm Cristiano." Only then did Huang Tianyu snap back to reality. His hands trembled with excitement as he quickly responded in Portuguese, "Hello, Mr. Ronaldo. I'm Huang Tianyu. I'm your biggest fan. I've been watching your matches since I was 5. You're the entire reason I play football." Watching the young man stammer with excitement, Ronaldo's smile widened. "I know Pepe has told me a lot about you, and I've watched all your match footage," Ronaldo said with utmost seriousness. "Your performance yesterday was absolutely perfect. Defending, passing, shooting, all impeccable. To play at this level at 16 is truly remarkable." Hearing praise directly from his idol ignited a fire within Huang Tianyu's heart. He had never dreamed that one day he'd have a face-to-face video call with Ronaldo and receive his personal acknowledgement. "Thank you, Mr. Ronaldo," Huang Tianyu said, taking a deep breath to steady his surging emotions. "I still have many shortcomings, but I will keep working hard. No need to call me Mr. Ronaldo, just call me Chris." Ronaldo waved his hand with a smile, his tone turning earnest. "I called you today not just to congratulate you, but also to talk about some details of your on-field play." In the time that followed, Ronaldo personally guided Huang Tianyu through technical nuances. He elaborated on midfield positioning, when to press, when to drop back and hold position, and how to link up the team's attack while defending. He also shared his shooting techniques, the mechanics of free kick striking, and how to maintain composure under immense pressure. Ronaldo even walked him through the national team's tactical framework in detail, explaining how to coordinate with teammates and swiftly adapt to the squad's rhythm should he ever join. He imparted the wisdom accumulated over decades of professional career unreservedly to this 16-year-old. Huang Tianyu listened with rapt attention, committing every word to memory. He knew these insights were treasures beyond measure. The video call lasted a full hour. As it drew to a close, Ronaldo looked at Huang Tianyu and said with a smile, "Kid, your talent, your work ethic, and your professionalism are all exceptional. Keep it up and you'll surely become a top star in world football. The door to the Portuguese national team is always open for you. I look forward to fighting alongside you on the national team's training ground." Those words instantly brought tears to Huang Tianyu's eyes. Fighting alongside his idol. That was the ultimate dream he had buried in his heart since the age of 5. Now his idol had personally told him he looked forward to playing with him. He nodded emphatically, his gaze resolute. "Thank you, Chris. I'll give my all, and I won't let you down. I will stand on that national team training ground and fight beside you." After ending the video call, Huang Tianyu stood frozen in place, long lost in thought. His phone still displayed the end of the video call with Ronaldo. Within him surged immense excitement and a burning fighting spirit. He had to work even harder, catch up to his idol's footsteps, and stand on the World Cup stage fighting alongside Ronaldo. Mendes edited a 15-second clip of the video call and posted it on his Instagram and Twitter, captioning it, "The future of Portuguese football is on the rise. Looking forward to the day Chris and Tianyu fight side by side for the national team." The post instantly detonated across the global football community. Within just 1 hour, likes surpassed 1 million, and shares exceeded 5,000,000. Fans around the world went wild. "Oh my God, Ronaldo personally coaching Huang Tianyu. What a dream collaboration." Even Ronaldo said the national team's door is open for him. World Cup is secured. To receive personal coaching from Ronaldo at 16. This kid's future is limitless. The hashtag Ronaldo and Huang Tianyu together instantly topped global trends and shot straight to the top of Weibo's hot list in China, accumulating over 2 billion reads. Domestic fans were utterly ecstatic, with everyone eagerly anticipating that this 16-year-old from Jinan would stand shoulder to shoulder with Ronaldo on the 2026 World Cup stage. And while the entire internet was buzzing over this dream collaboration, an even more explosive piece of news came from back home. CCTV Sports officially announced it had acquired the exclusive domestic broadcasting rights for all of Porto's remaining matches this season and would launch a dedicated commentary program, Eastern Star's Journey, to provide full coverage of every Huang Tianyu match. Simultaneously, CCTV Sports also announced it would broadcast all of Portugal's U17 European Championship matches, allowing domestic fans to witness Huang Tianyu's performances throughout the tournament. When the news broke, domestic fans went absolutely berserk. CCTV's exclusive broadcasting meant that every one of Huang Tianyu's matches would be aired to a national audience. This 16-year-old Chinese prodigy had become the new face of Chinese football. The official announcement from CCTV Sports detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting the domestic sports circle. Prior to this, CCTV Sports rarely broadcast Portuguese Primeira Liga matches, let alone dedicate a special commentary program to a 16-year-old young player, tracking and broadcasting every one of his games. This was unprecedented in the history of CCTV Sports. The moment the official Weibo post was released, the number of likes surpassed 1 million, and the comment section was flooded with fans' messages. CCTV, you really understand. Finally, I can watch Tianyu's matches on CCTV. The Eastern Star's Journey. Such a powerful name. Must follow. Crying. Finally, we have our own player for whom CCTV has opened a special broadcast column. Go Eastern Star. Not only CCTV Sports, but major domestic sports platforms also followed suit, purchasing the broadcasting rights for Porto's matches and setting up exclusive live streaming rooms for Huang Tianyu. For a time, the entire domestic sports scene was swept up in a Huang Tianyu fever. Whenever Huang Tianyu played, the online viewership in the live room consistently ranked first in the sports section. Bullet comments densely filled the entire screen, with popularity far exceeding the Chinese Super League and even rivaling top-tier derbies in the 5 major leagues. With the surge in attention, discussions about Huang Tianyu's national team choice once again became a hot topic across the internet. Fans supporting his naturalization to return to China and those advocating for him to stay in Portugal and aim for the World Cup were locked in heated debate. However, unlike before this time, the vast majority of fans maintained rationality and tolerance. The top comment, which received millions of likes, read, "No matter which national team Tianyu ultimately chooses, we support him. He is the pride of China. Shining on the European stage is a credit to us Chinese. We just need to quietly watch him play and witness his step-by-step ascent to the pinnacle of the world. That's enough." This comment reflected the sentiments of the vast majority of domestic fans. They watched this 16-year-old boy from Jinan in a foreign land, relying on his own efforts, gradually rising from the fringes of youth training to the starting position of a Portuguese top-flight club, earning recognition from Cristiano Ronaldo and becoming a talent watched by all of Europe. In their hearts, there was only pride and support. Far away in Portugal, Huang Tianyu also saw the messages from domestic fans. Seeing those supportive and encouraging comments warmed his heart. He specially posted a short video on his Douyin account using his authentic Jinan dialect to thank all the domestic fans. In the video, he wore Porto's training uniform with his old silver pendant exposed on his chest and the words "Spring City Jinan" on his shin guards standing out prominently. He smiled at the camera and said, "Dear uncles, aunties, brothers, sisters, and fellow fans, thank you for your support, and thank you for CCTV Sports recognition. I will continue to work hard, give my all in every match, and never let our Chinese people down. No matter which jersey I wear in the future, I will always be a young man from Jinan, always a Chinese." The moment the video was posted, it went viral instantly. Within just 1 hour, the number of likes exceeded 5 million, and the comment section was filled with supportive messages. "The young man from Jinan is so sincere. Always support you." Crying. "For that sentence alone, I'll be your fan forever. Go Eastern Star. We will always be your strongest backing." Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the Portuguese national derby. Porto hosted their arch-rivals Benfica at home. This was the pinnacle clash in the Portuguese Primeira Liga, directly determining the league title this season. Before the match, Benfica topped the standings with Porto just 2 points behind. The outcome of this match would directly alter the championship race. It was also the debut match for CCTV Sports broadcast of Huang Tianyu's games. A week before the match, CCTV Sports began promotional campaigns, producing a special promotional video that reviewed Huang Tianyu's journey from his debut match-winning goal to his starting position. The caption read, "The young man from Spring City shines at the Dragao Stadium." The National Derby let us witness the journey of the Eastern Star. On match day, the Dragao Stadium was packed to capacity. 50,000 fans filled the entire stadium to overflowing. The Chinese fans in the southern stand once again prepared a giant tifo featuring a photo of Huang Tianyu and Cristiano Ronaldo with the words, "2 stars shine, legend continues," emblazoned on it. The media section was filled with journalists and scouts from all over Europe. Scouts from Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, and Como were all present, eager to see how this hot Chinese talent would perform in the grand stage of the national derby. In the domestic CCTV Sports live broadcast room, even before the match began, the online viewership had already exceeded 20 million, setting a new record for Portuguese League broadcasts in China. Bullet comments densely covered the entire screen, all filled with fans' cheers. Go Tianyu. Must win the national derby. Go Eastern Star. Crush Benfica. CCTV's debut must win. In the CCTV Sports studio, the commentator and guest said excitedly, "Dear viewers, welcome to CCTV Sports broadcast of the 2024 to 2025 Portuguese Primeira Liga National Derby, Porto vs. Benfica at home. This match is also the debut broadcast of our program, The Eastern Star's Journey. We can see that today Huang Tianyu is still starting, playing as the team's main defensive midfielder and wearing the vice-captain's armband. This is his first time participating in the Portuguese national derby. Let us look forward to seeing what brilliant performance he will bring us today." In the pre-match tunnel, the atmosphere was tense. Porto and Benfica are century-old rivals, and their encounters have never lacked hostility. The Benfica players looked at Huang Tianyu, who wore the vice-captain's armband, with disdain and hostility in their eyes. Benfica's main midfielder, Portuguese international Mario, walked up to Huang Tianyu, looked him up and down, and curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. "Kid, the national derby is no place for you. Don't think that just because you've played a few good games you're something special. Today I'll show you what real top-tier football is." Huang Tianyu remained expressionless, simply replying, "Is that so? Then we'll see on the pitch." As the words fell, the referee led the players onto the field. Instantly, deafening cheers and boos erupted simultaneously in the Dragao Stadium. The home fans' cheers and the away Benfica fans' jeers intertwined, instantly raising the level of hostility. The players shook hands, chose sides, took the team photo, and took their positions. Huang Tianyu stood in midfield, the captain's armband on his left arm, standing out prominently. His gaze was fixed firmly on Mario opposite him, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. This was his first national derby. He would use his performance to prove to everyone that he belonged on this stage, that he was worthy of the fans' expectations. The referee glanced at his watch and blew his whistle. The sharp whistle instantly resounded throughout the Dragao Stadium. The Portuguese national derby had officially begun. Benfica kicked off first. After passing the ball back from the center circle, Mario immediately dribbled forward, charging toward Porto's half. His goal was clear: to beat Huang Tianyu head-on in the very first minute, giving the Chinese teenager a humbling lesson and breaking his composure. But he did not expect Huang Tianyu to stand still motionless. The moment he changed direction to break through, Huang Tianyu moved. A clean sliding tackle precisely intercepted the ball. No foul. A perfect interception. However, before Huang Tianyu could pass the ball, Benfica players swarmed around him, knocking it out of bounds. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Taking advantage of Porto's momentary lapse in defense, Benfica's winger quickly took a throw-in, sent across to the center, and the on-rushing forward struck the ball on the volley without hesitation. The ball slammed into the top corner of the net. Goal. Just 3 minutes into the match, Benfica had breached Porto's goal with a swift counterattack. Benfica, playing away from home, took the lead. The entire Estadio do Dragao fell into an instant deathly silence. The home fans' cheers were abruptly cut off, leaving only the frenzied celebrations of the traveling Benfica supporters. Conceding a goal within the first 3 minutes plunged the atmosphere at the Estadio do Dragao into an icy silence. The Porto players' faces turned grim, one and all. The opening of the Clásico could not have been worse for them. The Benfica players embraced in frenzied celebration, hurling provocative gestures towards the Porto supporters. Mario even strode up to Huang Tianyu, spreading his hands in a gesture of mockery, a sneer plastered across his face, as if to say, "See this. This is the Clásico." Huang Tianyu remained expressionless, ignoring the provocation. He simply turned, retrieved the ball from the net, and carried it to the center circle. Facing his dejected teammates, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Brothers, don't panic. It's just one goal. There are still 87 minutes left. We can come back." His voice carried an unwavering conviction that instantly steadied his rattled teammates. Pepe also strode over, clapping his teammates hard on the shoulders, and roared, "Snap out of it. This is our home ground. The Estadio do Dragao. We will not accept defeat here. Let's take back what they stole from us." The rallying cries from the captain and vice-captain reignited the fighting spirit in every player. The match restarted. Porto, stung by the early goal, launched a ferocious fight back, and Huang Tianyu emerged as the undisputed core of the team's midfield. Defensively, he remained impenetrable, completely stifling Benfica's midfield advances. Mario, who had mocked him earlier, was rendered invisible, unable to even hold onto the ball or orchestrate any meaningful attack. Offensively, he became the team's brain time, and again breathing life into their attacks with pinpoint passes, seamlessly linking up the entire Porto front line. The fans across the Estadio do Dragao also found their voice again, chanting Huang Tianyu's name and roaring, "Viva o Porto," in thunderous support. In the CCTV Sports broadcast booth, the commentator exclaimed with excitement, We can see that despite conceding early, Huang Tianyu's performance remains remarkably composed. His interceptions and passing in midfield are still Porto's most reliable asset. His mental fortitude is incredibly mature, far beyond that of a 16-year-old. The live stream chat was flooded with encouragement from fans. "Tianyu, keep going. Don't panic. We believe in you. What a cool head. No wonder he wears the vice-captain's armband. Dongfang Xing is amazing. Equalize now." Throughout the first half, Porto completely dictated the tempo, laying siege to the Benfica goal. Yet they consistently lacked the final touch, unable to find a way past the keeper. Benfica retreated en masse, forming an ironclad defense, clearly intent on protecting their 1-0 lead and taking the victory home. The halftime whistle sounded shortly after. The score remained 1-0, with Benfica leading away from home. The mood in the dressing room was heavy. Players sat with heads hung low, faces etched with frustration. They had created a plethora of chances, but failed to convert any, leaving them seething with pent-up anger. Coach Ferreira looked at his players, offering no reproach. He calmly laid out the tactics for the second half, placing the offensive reins firmly in Huang Tianyu's hands. In the second half, all attacks will be initiated from Huang's feet. Coach Ferreira stated, his words deliberate and clear. "Huang, you will orchestrate the midfield and control the rhythm of the game. Everyone must keep moving to create passing lanes for Huang, understand?" "Yes, coach." The players roared in unison, their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. Huang Tianyu looked at his teammates, took a deep breath, and spoke. "Brothers, we created many chances in the first half, but we were just a bit unlucky. In the second half, we continue to push forward. I'll deliver the ball to you in the most comfortable positions. We are Porto. This is our home. There is no way we lose to our archrivals here. Let's crush Benfica." All the players roared, stacking their hands together in the center. The teams emerged for the second half. Porto looked like a transformed side, attacking with even greater ferocity and fluidity. Huang Tianyu had completely unlocked their offensive potential from midfield. His passes were as precise as a scalpel, slicing through Benfica's defense time and again to create golden opportunities. Finally, in the 42nd minute, his relentless efforts bore fruit. He intercepted a pass from Mario in midfield and immediately delivered a pinpoint free kick into the penalty area. Pepe rose highest, powering a header towards goal. The ball smashed into the top corner. Goal. Porto has equalized. The entire Estadio do Dragão instantly erupted back to life. 50,000 fans rose to their feet, in unison roaring wildly, chanting the names of Huang Tianyu and Pepe. The deafening cheers threatened to tear the roof off the stadium. After scoring, Pepe sprinted like a man possessed towards the midfield, wrapped Huang Tianyu in a bear hug, and laughed heartily. "Kid, that pass was absolutely brilliant." In the stands, the Chinese fans went into a frenzy, waving national flags and banners, shouting Huang Tianyu's name. The CCTV sports broadcast studio also erupted instantly. The commentator roared with excitement. "Goal. Pepe scores with a powerful header. A precise assist from Huang Tianyu. Porto has leveled the score. 1-1. The live chat comments exploded. "Beautiful. Tianyu's pass was divine. We've equalized. Awesome. There's still hope. Dongfang Xing is the eternal god. Charge. Let's get the winning goal." After the equalizer, Porto's morale soared. The players grew more confident, launching wave after wave of attacks. Conversely, Benfica's players grew increasingly restless and frustrated after conceding their tackles, becoming more aggressive and reckless. Mario, having been completely neutralized by Huang Tianyu's marking, lost his composure entirely. During a challenge, he deliberately shoved Huang Tianyu from behind, earning a yellow card. Yet even this couldn't stop Huang Tianyu. The match clock ticked down relentlessly, reaching the final minute of stoppage time. The score remained 1-1. Just as everyone resigned themselves to a draw in this national derby, a miracle occurred. Huang Tianyu intercepted a Benfica pass in midfield. Instead of spreading it wide or passing backward, he surged forward with the ball, sprinting at full speed towards the opponent's half. He executed a perfect La Croqueta to breeze past the first defender. Then, with a sudden change of pace, he dribbled past the second covering defender. Within seconds, he had beaten 2 men and was charging straight towards the edge of the opponent's penalty area. The entire Estadio do Dragão fell silent. 50,000 fans stood, their eyes glued to Huang Tianyu as he carried the ball forward, holding their breath in anticipation. Panic set in for Benfica's center back, who rushed forward recklessly, attempting a sliding tackle to dispossess Huang Tianyu. But in that very instant, Huang Tianyu calmly nudged the ball aside and threaded a precise low pass through the heart of Benfica's entire defensive line, finding his teammate making a run into the box. His teammate met the pass first time and struck it cleanly. The ball thundered into the bottom corner of the net. Goal. In the final minute of stoppage time, Porto snatched a last-gasp winner against Benfica. The entire Estadio do Dragão, after a second of stunned silence, erupted into absolute chaos. 50,000 fans leaped from their seats like madmen, wildly waving their scarves and flags, screaming Huang Tianyu's name and shouting Eastern Star at the top of their lungs. The roar threatened to lift the very roof off the stadium. A last-second winner. A dramatic decider in the Clásico. His teammate the scorer charged over in a frenzy and embraced Huang Tianyu while the rest of the squad piled on, engulfing him in a dogpile at the very bottom. They showered the 16-year-old with fervent praise and admiration. It was he with his assist, a match-winning assist, who led the team to a stunning comeback victory in the Clásico. In the CCTV Sports Live studio, the commentator was beside himself with excitement. A winner. A last-gasp winner. Oh my heavens. A goal in the dying seconds. An assist from Huang Tianyu. Porto beats Benfica 2-1. This Clásico is nothing short of legendary. This 16-year-old lad from Jinan has conquered the Estadio do Dragão and conquered the Clásico with his performance. He is the new legend of this stadium. The live stream's online viewership instantly surged past 30 million, with a dense barrage of comments flooding the screen, all reading, "Awesome, an Eastern Star is a god." The final whistle blew soon after. The scoreline read Porto 2-1 Benfica, a last-gasp victory that secured all 3 points, overtaking Benfica to climb to the top of the league table. Not a single fan left the stadium early. They all remained in the stands applauding fervently and chanting Huang Tianyu's name for a full 10 minutes. Huang Tianyu led his teammates around all 4 sides of the pitch, bowing deeply to the supporters. When he reached the south stand and bowed before the Chinese fans, they collectively broke into the national anthem, creating a scene of profound and overwhelming emotion. Gazing upon his compatriots, Huang Tianyu's eyes reddened instantly. He touched the old silver lock hanging around his neck, then glanced at the words Quanqing Jinan inscribed on his shin guard. He had done it. On the stage of the Clásico with a match-winning assist, he had steered his team to victory. He had not let down anyone who believed in him. Meanwhile, in a VIP box at the stadium, Mendes was seated alongside the sporting director of Serie A Club Como and representatives of the Huang family. Watching Huang Tianyu surrounded by his teammates on the pitch below, Como's sporting director smiled and said to Mendes, "Jorge, he must come to Como this summer. We have a formal offer ready. Whatever Porto asks for, we will pay it." The fervor surrounding the last-minute match winner against Benfica in the National Derby lasted an entire week. All of Portuguese football was abuzz with discussion about this 16-year-old Chinese prodigy. The stoppage-time assist that secured the win and propelled Porto to the top of the Primeira Liga table, broadcast live on CCTV, ignited a firestorm online across China. Even Cristiano Ronaldo shared the highlight reel on social media, captioning it, "A brilliant game, keep it up." In an instant, the name Huang Tianyu spread across the entire European footballing world. Yet faced with this sudden surge of fame, Huang Tianyu remained remarkably grounded. He adhered steadfastly to the routine he had maintained for 4 years, waking up at 6 a.m. sharp, performing light stretches on an empty stomach to awaken his body, and arriving at the Porto training ground by 6:10 a.m. for an hour and a half of individual specialized practice. Fans and media back in China often dubbed him the 3 a.m. training maniac, a misconception born from an early misreported interview. As a professional, he understood better than anyone that sufficient sleep was the lifeblood of physical fitness and crucial for preventing injuries. He never compromised his body by staying up late to train. Lights out by 10 p.m., ensuring 8 hours of deep sleep was an ironclad rule he set for himself. Only 2 circumstances warranted waking an hour later, either after a grueling 90-minute match that demanded extra recovery time, or when he was with his childhood sweetheart Lin Wanqing, who would cling to him in bed, delaying his training until 7 a.m. Apart from these exceptions, his presence at the 6 a.m. training ground was as constant as the sunrise, day in and day out, for 4 years. During his youth academy days, the main pitch and equipment were always reserved for the first team, leaving him no access to facilities for solo drills. He could only seize the empty 6 a.m. slot to practice ball control, long passes, and sliding tackles against a concrete wall. This habit persisted unchanged even now that he had become Porto's main midfielder and vice-captain. On the dew-kissed morning pitch, he would complete 1-0 ball traps and 500 long passes against the wall, etching every technical nuance into his muscle memory. By the time his teammates trickled in around 8 a.m., he had already showered, eaten breakfast, and was fully prepared for the team's joint training session. On the training ground, Coach Ferreira laid out a specific tactical plan for the upcoming away match. His expression was grave as he addressed the players. "Boys, I know last week's home victory has you feeling confident, but I must warn you, the real test lies ahead in the away fixture. The Estadio da Luz is Benfica's fortress, holding over 6,000 fans, one of the most intimidating stadiums in Europe. There, the home crowd's jeers and insults can shatter a young player's mentality. Especially you, Juan." Ferreira's gaze settled on Huang Tianyu. "You were the hero last week, so Benfica's fans will single you out as their prime target. They will use the most vile language, the most extreme tactics to provoke you. My only demand, no matter what they do or say, don't let it affect you. Your battlefield is on that pitch. Let your feet answer their provocations." Huang Tianyu nodded, his eyes resolute. "Don't worry, coach. I know what to do." Beside him, Pepe clapped him on the shoulder and murmured, "Kid, I've played at the Luz countless times. I know their fans' tricks better than anyone. The louder they jeer, the more they fear you. On the pitch, ignore them. Putting the ball in their net is the best response. With me around, no one will lay a finger on you. Pepe's words instilled a profound confidence in Huang Tianyu. The week flew by. The day of the away trip arrived. The Porto squad boarded the team bus for Lisbon. As the bus neared the outskirts of the Estadio de Luz, they were immediately engulfed. Hundreds of Benfica's radical ultras surrounded the bus, pounding on the windows, hurling vile insults, and even throwing eggs and water bottles which slammed against the glass with loud thuds. Huang Tianyu, go back to your Chinese restaurant. Chinese kid, you're not welcome here. We'll make you cry tonight. The insults pierced the windows clearly. The Porto players' faces darkened instantly. Pepe stood up, walked to the window, and shot a fierce glare at the ultras outside, momentarily cowing them. He turned to Huang Tianyu with a grin. See, this is what an away day is like. Their madness just shows how much they fear you. Huang Tianyu looked out at the frenzied fans, his face betraying no panic, only a deepening flame of determination in his eyes. He had faced countless doubts, taunts, and malice before. These insults couldn't shake his resolve. He would let his performance on the pitch do the talking. Escorted by security, the team bus finally entered the stadium's inner sanctum, stopping at the players' entrance. Both teams disembarked, with Porto heading to the away dressing room. Just as Huang Tianyu finished gearing up, his phone buzzed. It was Uncle Jean from the Porto Chinese Supporters Club. His voice was laced with background noise, but unwavering. Tianyu, don't worry. Over 200 of us from back home have made the trip from Porto to cheer you on. No matter how many of them jeer, we've got your back. Thank you, Uncle Jean, thank you all. A wave of warmth surged through Huang Tianyu's heart. 200 people. In a stadium that held 6,200 was a drop in the ocean, their voices destined to be drowned out. Yet these compatriots had traveled hundreds of kilometers into this hostile territory just to shout his name in support. After hanging up, he received a message from Lin Wanqing. She had made the trip from Porto and was sitting among the Chinese fans in the away section. She sent a selfie holding a sign that read, "Go Oriental Star." Caption, "My warrior, always invincible." Seeing the photo, Huang Tianyu couldn't help but smile tenderly. He couldn't let down these supporters, his trusting teammates and coach, or the girl who always stood behind him. He had to win this match. Soon pre-match preparations were complete. The referee arrived at the away dressing room to summon the players. Pepe arose, extended his arm into the center, and roared with conviction, "Brothers, this is their home, and they want revenge." But Porto never backs down from a challenge. Let's show them who the real leaders are. Invincible. All players echoed the cry, stacking their hands together. In the tunnel, Benfica's players glared at Huang Tianyu with venomous hostility. Last week's late goal had made them the laughingstock of Portugal. Today they intended to reclaim their pride on home turf. Mario sidled up to Huang Tianyu, hissing, "Welcome to the Luz, kid. Today I'll show you what hell feels like. No one's going to pity you when you're crying later." Huang Tianyu remained stone-faced, merely glancing at him. "Is that so? Then let's settle it on the pitch." With that, the referee led the teams onto the field. The moment he stepped onto the grass, a tsunami of jeers engulfed him. All 6,000 Benfica fans rose as one, unleashing a deafening chorus of boos and insults. Discriminatory banners targeted Huang Tianyu across the stands. "Chinese restaurant kid, get back to the kitchen." "Yellow-skinned pig, doesn't deserve to wear the Porto shirt. This isn't your place, go back to China." Some fans had even photoshopped Huang Tianyu's face onto a fried egg, displaying a giant taunting banner that waved manically. Whenever his name was announced over the PA system, the volume of the boos doubled, threatening to lift the roof off the stadium. In a corner of the stadium in the away section, 200 Chinese fans waved the red national flag and held signs reading, "Go Oriental Star. Go boy from Quancheng." They screamed his name with all their might. Lin Wanqing stood at the front holding a glowing sign with his name, her voice growing hoarse, but her support unwavering. Their voices were a whisper against the roar of 6,000. But they didn't stop chanting his name over and over. Even as their throats gave out, they continued to cheer. Huang Tianyu's gaze immediately found that red corner of the stand, zeroing in on Lin Wanqing. He bowed deeply towards them. Then he lifted his head to face the hostile stadium, his eyes devoid of fear, burning only with an intense fighting spirit. "The more you jeer, the more determined I am to win. The more you want me to fall, the higher I will stand. Today I will claim victory in your fortress." The referee checked his watch and blew his whistle. The sharp sound was instantly swallowed by the cacophony of boos. The Primeira Liga title showdown between Porto and Benfica had officially begun. Benfica kicked off. Mario played the ball back from the center circle before charging forward with it, heading straight for Porto's half. His mission was clear: to dismantle Huang Tianyu from the first whistle and humiliate the Chinese kid in front of 6,000 fans. But he hadn't anticipated that Huang Tianyu would stand his ground motionless. The moment Mario attempted a feint to break through, Huang Tianyu struck. A clean, perfectly timed sliding tackle dispossessed him. No foul. A perfect interception. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Tianyu launched a long pass to ignite a counterattack. The jeers from the Estadio de Luz faltered for a split second, but they had no idea this was merely the beginning. Just 3 minutes into the match, Huang Tianyu delivered a textbook tackle that struck a heavy blow to Mario. Yet the jeers at the Stadium of Light paused for only a fleeting moment before erupting with even greater ferocity. 60,000 Benfica supporters unleashed a thunderous chorus of boos hurling insults at Huang Tianyu on the pitch. The moment he touched the ball, the cacophony surged to its deafening peak. Some radical fans even aimed green laser pointers at Huang Tianyu's eyes without respite. Whenever he stood over a dead ball, the laser beam would find his face with unerring precision. The head referee issued repeated warnings, yet all efforts proved futile. But even under such relentless provocation, Huang Tianyu's composure remained utterly unshaken. He stood as an unyielding anchor in Porto's midfield. Impenetrable on defense, and on offense, he revitalized the attack time and again with pinpoint distribution. Mario was completely neutralized left without a single meaningful pass for the entire match, and Benfica's midfield was thrown into total disarray. However, the home side Benfica was a storied powerhouse of the Portuguese Primeira Liga. Spurred on by the fervent support of their fans, they launched a desperate and furious counteroffensive. In the 17th minute of the first half, a swift counterattack down Benfica's flank produced a precise cross. The on-rushing striker leaped high, powering a header towards the goal. The ball crashed viciously into the top corner of the net. Benfica took the lead on home turf. The moment the ball hit the net, the entire Estadio de Luz erupted in a frenzy. 60,000 Benfica fans rose to their feet as one, cheering and leaping in wild celebration, singing their club's anthem. Some supporters even made provocative gestures towards the Porto bench. Mario, in a fit of madness, sprinted to the away section and made a silencing gesture at the 200 Chinese fans hurling insults at them. Lin Wanqing's face flushed with anger, yet she stood firm with her fellow Chinese supporters, shouting Huang Tianyu's name even louder, refusing to be intimidated. The Porto players wore grim expressions. Conceding an away goal had instantly rattled their composure. Huang Tianyu rushed over, patting his teammates on the shoulders and shouting, "Brothers, don't panic. It's just one goal. There's still time. We can claw it back." His voice carried an unwavering conviction that instantly steadied his rattled teammates. Pepe also stepped forward, barking at the squad, "Snap out of it. So what if they scored? We sealed a last-minute winner at home. We can fight back here too." The captains and vice-captains' rallying cries reignited Porto's fighting spirit. The match resumed, and Porto launched a ferocious counterattack. Huang Tianyu became the absolute fulcrum of the team. From midfield, he repeatedly sliced open Benfica's defense with pinpoint passes, creating golden scoring opportunities. But luck at the Estadio de Luz seemed entirely on Benfica's side. Porto's 3 consecutive clear-cut chances either struck the woodwork or were brilliantly saved by the keeper, leaving the goal stubbornly unbreached. Then just before halftime, disaster struck again. From a Benfica corner, a Porto defender's clearance went awry, and the Benfica striker pounced to slam the ball into the net. Just before the halftime whistle, Benfica scored another goal, extending their lead to 2. The entire Estadio de Luz erupted into a frenzy of celebration. 60,000 fans collectively broke into songs taunting Porto, raising their discriminatory banners even higher in the stands. Mario even ran up to Huang Tianyu, spreading his hands with a sneer of contempt on his face. "See that, you Chinese kid? This is the Estadio de Luz. You think winning last match makes you invincible? Today we will tear you apart completely." Huang Tianyu remained expressionless, ignoring the provocation. He turned, retrieved the ball from the net, and carried it back to the center circle. His face showed no sign of panic. Instead, his gaze grew even more resolute. What did it matter being 2 goals down? What did the deafening away crowd hostility matter? The match wasn't over, so there was still a chance. The halftime whistle blew soon after the score fixed at 2-0, with Benfica leading Porto by 2 goals at home. Inside the away team's locker room, the atmosphere was stiflingly heavy. The players hung their heads, faces etched with regret and dejection. Trailing by 2 goals, especially at Benfica's formidable home ground, everyone knew the immense difficulty of staging a comeback in this match. Coach Ferreira looked at his players without reproach, calmly outlining the tactics for the second half. He entrusted all attacking responsibility to Huang Tianyu. "In the second half, every attack will be initiated from Huang's feet," Coach Ferreira stated, emphatically looking at everyone. "Everyone must keep moving to create passing lanes for Huang. We still have 45 minutes. There's plenty of time." "Understood." "Yes." The players responded in unison, though the conviction in their voices was lacking. Huang Tianyu looked at his teammates, took a deep breath, and rose to his feet. He adjusted the vice-captain's armband on his left arm, looked at everyone, and spoke. "Brothers, I know it's tough. 2 goals down and playing away. But we are Porto. We are the leaders of the Primeira Liga. We managed a last-minute winner at home, so we can fight back and level the score here. We created plenty of chances in the first half, but we were just a bit unlucky. In the second half, we'll keep pushing forward. I'll deliver the ball to the most comfortable spots for you. As long as we don't give up, we can definitely turn this around. Are you willing to fight with me through these final 45 minutes?" Huang Tianyu's words ignited a fire in the players' hearts. One by one, those who had been dejected looked up, their eyes rekindling with determination. "Yes, let's crush Benfica. It's only 2 goals and we'll get them back. Let's give it everything we've got." The players stacked their hands together and roared in unison, the once somber locker room now filled with fighting spirit. The second half began. The Porto players who returned to the pitch seemed like a transformed team attacking with greater ferocity and fluidity. Huang Tianyu completely revitalized the team's offense from the midfield. Despite the relentless jeers from the 6-0 fans and the laser pointers constantly aimed at his eyes, his passes remained as precise as a scalpel repeatedly slicing through Benfica's defense. Finally, in the 57th minute of the second half, Huang Tianyu's efforts paid off. He intercepted a pass from Mario in midfield, then delivered a precise low-through ball that instantly pierced Benfica's entire backline, finding his teammate, making a forward run. His teammate met the ball and unleashed a first-time volley. The ball smashed into the top corner of the net. Goal. Porto pulled one back. The entire Estadio de Luz fell into near silence. Only the 200 Chinese fans in the away section erupted with thunderous cheers, wildly waving their national flags and shouting Huang Tianyu's name. Lin Wanqing jumped and waved her glowing sign, tears welling in her eyes. In a stadium filled with hostility, they gave their all to cheer for their young hero. After the goal, the Porto players stormed over, embracing Huang Tianyu and shouting with elation. This goal had completely ignited their hopes of a comeback. After pulling one back, Porto's morale soared. The players grew more confident, launching wave after wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Benfica's players, rattled by conceding, grew increasingly impatient and aggressive. Mario, completely neutralized by Huang Tianyu's defense, lost his composure entirely. During one challenge, he deliberately crashed into Huang Tianyu from behind, earning a yellow card. But even that couldn't stop Huang Tianyu. In the 78th minute, he received the ball on the flank and delivered a precise 45-degree cross, finding Pepe in the box. Pepe leaped high and powered a header towards goal. The ball smashed into the net once more. Porto scored 2 consecutive goals to level the match. The entire Estadio de Luz fell into a deathly silence. 60,000 Benfica fans stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Having led by 2 goals, they were now leveled by Porto's 2 goals at their own home ground. Meanwhile, the Chinese fans in the away section had completely lost their minds, embracing each other, crying and laughing, repeatedly chanting Huang Tianyu's name and shouting "Dongfang Xing is incredible." In the CCTV Sports broadcast studio, the commentator was so excited he was incoherent. Goal. Pepe's header. Another assist from Huang Tianyu. 2-2. Porto, after trailing by 2 goals away from home, have fought back to level the score. This 16-year-old youth from Jinan, amidst the thunderous jeers of the Estadio de Luz, used 2 assists to pull Porto back from the brink of the cliff. He is truly extraordinary. The livestream comments exploded with messages of amazing and Dongfang Xing is a god. But the match was not over yet. Time ticked away, quickly reaching the final minute of stoppage time. The score remained 2-2. Just as everyone thought this crucial title-deciding battle would end in a draw, a miracle happened. Huang Tianyu intercepted a sideways pass in midfield, and instead of passing wide or backward, he took the ball and sprinted at full speed towards the opponent's half. He used a precise la croqueta to dribble past the first defender. Then, with a sudden change of pace, he beat the second covering defender. In just a few seconds, he had bypassed 2 players and charged directly to the edge of the opponent's penalty area. The entire Estadio de Luz instantly fell silent. 60,000 fans rose to their feet, their eyes locked on Huang Tianyu as he dribbled forward, holding their breath. Benfica's center-back panicked and rushed forward, attempting to slide in and dispossess Huang Tianyu. But the moment he lunged, Huang Tianyu neither passed nor continued his dribble. He struck the ball directly, unleashing a world-class screamer. The ball, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, flew with intense spin over the goalkeeper's outstretched fingertips and crashed violently into the top corner of the net. Goal. In the final minute of stoppage time, Porto snatched a last-gasp winner against Benfica. The entire Estadio de Luz, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into a deafening chorus of boos and furious curses. 60,000 Benfica fans couldn't believe what they were seeing. Leading by 2 goals, they had been defeated at the death. Meanwhile, the 200 Chinese fans in the away section erupted in absolute frenzy. They waved their national flags like mad, sang the national anthem, and in the corner of the stadium, they blossomed into the most dazzling shade of red. Lin Wanqing covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, yet she still shouted Huang Tianyu's name with all her might. After scoring, Huang Tianyu didn't celebrate wildly. Instead, he simply turned and ran towards the away section. Facing the 200 compatriots who had traveled to support them and the girls standing among the crowd, he bowed deeply. His teammates stormed over like maniacs, mobbing him and piling on top of him in a celebratory dog pile. Beneath the pile, they showered the 16-year-old with wild praise and admiration. It was him, amidst the jeers of 6-0 people, who delivered 2 assists and a stoppage-time wonder goal, leading his team to a stunning comeback in this fortress of a stadium. The final whistle blew shortly after. The final score: Porto 3-2, a dramatic away victory over Benfica. They had completed the league double over their fierce rivals and continued to lead the Primeira Liga standings. Most of the Benfica fans had already left the stadium, leaving only a few scattered supporters to voice their discontent with boos. Only the Chinese fans in the away section remained rooted to their spots, chanting Huang Tianyu's name over and over. Huang Tianyu led his teammates to the front of the away section and bowed deeply once more to the traveling supporters. He then pulled off his jersey and tossed it to Lin Wanqing in the stands, waving vigorously at her. The girl caught the jersey and buried her face in it, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, the player Tunnel Mario, who had been taunting him mercilessly earlier, walked with his head down, silent, not daring to even glance at Huang Tianyu. He was utterly and completely defeated. This 16-year-old Chinese teenager in their own fortress had shattered all their pride with a single stunning goal. Just then Mendez walked over to Huang Tianyu and said with a smile, "Tianyu, a perfect performance. Mr. Huang Huixiang, the owner of Como, is here in the stands. He told me that no matter the transfer fee Porto demands, he is determined to bring you to Como this summer." After the euphoric victory over Benfica, the entire Porto squad boarded the bus and returned to Porto overnight. It was already past 1 in the morning when they arrived back at the apartment. Lin Wanqing had been waiting for him to return, warming up some milk and preparing a sandwich. Seeing his exhausted face, the young woman gently massaged his sore calves, murmuring, "You gave it your all for the full 90 minutes today. How about you skip the early morning training tomorrow and get a proper rest?" Huang Tianyu smiled, pinched her cheek playfully, and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll sleep in a bit tomorrow." Yet even as he said this, the habits forged over 4 years were deeply ingrained in him. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., he still woke up right on time. Lin Wanqing was still nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly, her long lashes fluttering as she mumbled softly, "Don't go to training." Looking at her peaceful slumber, his heart softened. Instead of immediately getting up for training as usual, he gently pulled her closer and allowed himself to stay in bed for an extra half hour. At exactly 6:00 a.m., he quietly got up, washed up, changed into his training gear, and headed to the training ground. As he walked in, he ran into Pepe, who had also arrived early. Pepe raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You're half an hour late today. I thought you'd be here at 5 a.m. like always." "We got back too late last night, so I stayed in bed a bit longer with Wanqing," Huang Tianyu said with a smile, juggling a football with his feet. "Besides, I can't keep waking up that early forever. My body is starting to feel the strain." Pepe patted him on the shoulder, his smile fading into a more serious expression. "I'm glad you're realizing that. I've been meaning to tell you. Waking up at 3 a.m. for training is not a sustainable approach. For a professional player, sleep is 100 times more important than extra training." Their conversation was cut short as the team's routine post-match medical checkups began. The team Dr. Paolo looked at Huang Tianyu's medical report with a grave expression and called him into the medical room, closing the door behind them. "Huang, I need to have a serious talk with you. This concerns your entire career." Paolo laid the report on the table, pointing at several lines of data. "Your muscle fatigue levels are 3 times above the normal limit. Your deep sleep duration has been insufficient for 2 consecutive weeks, and your cortisol levels are dangerously high. If this continues, not only will your on-field stamina and focus decline sharply, but you'll also significantly increase your risk of muscle strains and ligament tears. In the most severe cases, it could even lead to cardiac overload." Huang Tianyu was stunned. He knew he was tired after playing the full 90 minutes, but he hadn't expected his numbers to be this far out of whack. "I spoke with the old team doctor at the youth academy and your teammates. You've been maintaining the habit of waking up at 3 a.m. for extra training since you joined the academy at age 12, correct?" Paolo's tone was extremely serious. "I understand you want to break free from your fringe status, prove yourself, and improve your skills, but professional football is never about brute force and grinding hours. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is the golden period for muscle repair, physical recovery, and growth hormone secretion. By waking up at 3 a.m., you're directly interrupting your deep sleep cycles. In the long run, your extra training will yield diminishing returns, and your body will only suffer more. The harder you push, the higher your risk of injury." Just as he was speaking, the door to the medical room opened, and Pepe walked in along with head coach Ferreira. Pepe walked over, patted him on the back, and shared his own experience. "Kid, the doctor isn't exaggerating one bit. When I first joined the Sporting Lisbon Youth Academy, I did the exact same stupid thing. Back then, I thought the earlier I got up and the longer I trained, the better I'd be than everyone else. Within 6 months, I tore a thigh muscle from overtraining and was sidelined for 2 full months. It nearly ended my career. Cristiano has been at the top for 20 years, and it's not because he stays up till 3 a.m. It's because of his impeccable routine, scientific training methods and strict diet management. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. sharp and wakes up at 7 a.m. for training. He's never deviated from that in 20 years. Ferreira nodded in agreement, his tone filled with both approval and a hint of sternness. "Huang, you are the most talented and self-disciplined young player I've ever coached. But I don't want to see you ruin your career with unscientific training methods. The Porto training ground will always be open for you. You don't need to wake up at 3 a.m. to fight for a pitch. You can use any training ground at any time. All the equipment and the entire coaching staff are at your disposal." Their words hit Huang Tianyu like a series of hammer blows, striking deep into his heart. He had only ever thought about pushing himself harder, compensating for any perceived lack of talent with more training, and answering all the doubters with his sweat. He had completely overlooked the fundamental logic of professional health. During his youth academy days, the training pitches were always prioritized for the main players during the day. He couldn't get a pitch or even a ball, so he would wake up at 3 a.m. to practice ball control and long passes against the concrete wall outside his apartment. He had maintained this habit for 4 years. Even now, as the team's vice-captain with access to dedicated training facilities and coaching staff, he hadn't changed. He had always believed that extreme effort looked like this. It never occurred to him that this brute force approach was slowly draining his body. So, doctor, what time do you think is the most scientific and suitable for me to wake up for extra training? Huang Tianyu looked up, his eyes filled with earnest inquiry. A smile immediately spread across Paolo's face as he pulled out a pre-prepared schedule. Lights out and asleep by 10 p.m. sharp. Wake up at 6 a.m. Start with 10 minutes of stretching on an empty stomach to wake up your body. Then from 6:10 to 7:40 a.m., complete 5 hours of specialized training. This schedule ensures you get 8 hours of deep sleep for recovery, leaves ample time for extra training, and allows you to complete all specialized drills before the team's main session, ensuring you're fresh for the tactical practice at 10 a.m. It's the most common and scientific training routine for professional players in Europe's top leagues. Huang Tianyu looked at the schedule in his hands, then at the earnest faces of Pepe Ferreira and the team doctor, and nodded firmly. All right, I'll do as you say. From today, I'm officially moving my extra training to 6 a.m. He remained the most disciplined and earliest arriver at the training ground, but he had transformed from a reckless youth desperate to prove himself into a more professional player who understood how to protect his body and plan for the long term. Having resolved the training schedule issue, the group had just stepped out of the medical room when Mendez's call came through. His voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. Tianyu, I have great news for you. Como's official bid has been formally submitted to Porto. Mr. Huang Huaxiang has personally approved the full payment of the 12 million release clause. They're offering you the team's maximum salary, a guaranteed central midfield role, and the primary duties for penalties and free kicks. He said that if you're willing to come to Como, the team's midfield will be built entirely around you. A 10 million euro bid. Pepe's heart-to-heart analysis. The moment Mendez's call ended, the entire Porto training ground erupted. Como's official offer of 12 million euros to fully pay the release clause landed like a boulder in a placid lake, instantly stirring a massive uproar in the Porto locker room. Just 6 months ago, Huang Tianyu was a fringe player in Porto's U17 squad, unable to even secure a spot on the bench, worth less than 5,000 euros. Now Serie A newcomers Como were directly stumping up a 12 million euro release clause, also offering him the team's top salary, the central midfield role, and penalty and free kick duties. Treatment that even established starting midfielders in the Primera Liga would be hard-pressed to secure. My God, 12 million euros. Huang, you're a 10 million euro man now. Como's sincerity is overwhelming, right? Paying the full release clause and giving you the core position, they're basically handing the midfield over to you. Amazing. 6 months ago you were playing youth matches with us. Now a Serie A team is splashing 10 million euros to sign you. Teammates swarmed around him in the locker room, patting him on the shoulder, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Even the Brazilian players who had previously harbored resentment towards him now took the initiative to come over, shaking his hand and offering congratulations with smiles. Thiago, who had previously led the mockery, scratched his head and said with embarrassment, Huang, I was blind and arrogant before. I'm sorry. Everything you've achieved is earned through your own hard work. Sincere congratulations. In 6 months, he had completely won over everyone in the Porto locker room with one impeccable performance after another. Huang Tianyu smiled and thanked his teammates one by one, but there was no excessive excitement or arrogance on his face. He knew clearly that the 12 million euro offer was not the finish line, but merely a new starting point in his professional career. What he needed to consider now wasn't how much his value had increased, but whether this choice was truly the right one. Porto was where his professional career began. It held his trusting coach, the supportive Pepe, familiar teammates and fans, and the Dragao Stadium, where he had played for 4 years. Yet he was also acutely aware that Porto was famously known as the supermarket of European football, profiting from nurturing young players and selling them on. Even if the club rejected Como's bid and offered him a new contract with a pay raise, they could still sell him to any club at any time in the future without ever providing him with a long-term development plan or the absolute tactical core status. Como, on the other hand, despite being just a newly promoted Serie A side, had the substantial financial backing of the wealthy Chinese-Indonesian Hartono family. They were ambitious, willing to grant him the absolute central midfield role, build the tactical system around him, and offer him ample patience and room for growth. More importantly, the owner, also of Chinese descent, felt a natural affinity and trust towards him, a trust that no other club could offer. On one side was the familiar comfort zone, on the other a new, broader stage full of unknowns. For the first time, he found himself torn between two difficult choices. After training, Pepe noticed his inner conflict and directly pulled him into the training ground's coffee room, closing the door behind them, ready for a serious talk. Kid, I know what's on your mind, Pepe said, pouring him a coffee and getting straight to the point. Como's offer and the contract renewal Porto will certainly give you. You're not sure how to choose right. Huang Tianyu nodded, not hiding his feelings. Captain, I'm genuinely torn. Porto is my home, but I also know that what Como can offer Porto might not be able to. I'm afraid of making the wrong choice and affecting my future development. Then let me speak to you frankly from the heart. Pepe's tone was extremely solemn as he looked into his eyes and said word by word, first you need to figure out what you need most at this stage. Is it the prestige of a big club or guaranteed playing time and the absolute tactical core role? You're only 17, right in the golden age for development. What you need most is consistent stable top-flight league appearances, the tactical status of a team built around you, and an environment where you can play freely. If you stay at Porto, I can guarantee the club will offer you a pay raise and a rotational starter position. But becoming the absolute core of the midfield? Impossible. Porto's midfield has too many established players, and the club won't stake everything on a 17-year-old kid. The moment you have 2 or 3 bad games, you'll be benched again. But Como is different. Pepe paused briefly before continuing. They're a newly promoted team looking to completely rebuild this summer. The Hartono family is willing to spend big to establish themselves in Serie A, and maybe even challenge for European spots. If you go there, you'll be the midfield core. All tactics will revolve around you. As long as you avoid major injuries, the full 90 minutes are guaranteed. The tactical level and defensive intensity in Serie A are more than a notch above the Primera Liga. If you can play a full season as the core in Serie A, your growth rate will definitely be much faster than being a rotational player at Porto. Also, Mr. Hartono is of Chinese descent, just like you. His expectations for you go beyond just results on the pitch. He wants to build you into the banner of Chinese football in Serie A and will give you all-around support. That's a level of trust no other club owner can offer. Pepe's words like a key instantly unlocked the knot in Huang Tianyu's heart. He had been hung up on his emotional attachment to Porto, forgetting that a professional footballer's prime is only a short span of 10-odd years. He had to seize every opportunity to grow. Captain, I understand now. Huang Tianyu looked up, the confusion in his eyes completely gone, leaving only determination. Thank you for telling me all this. No need to thank me. I've watched you fight your way up step by step, just like I saw myself back in the day. Pepe said, patting his shoulder with a smile. Of course, the final decision is yours to make. You should also discuss it thoroughly with your parents, Wanqing and Mendes. No one is more professional than Mendes when it comes to transfer negotiations. By the time they finished talking, it was already evening. As Huang Tianyu walked out of the training ground, Lin Wanqing was already waiting for him by the car at the entrance. Seeing him come out, the young girl immediately smiled and waved. Once he got in the car, she handed him a warm meal box. I knew you'd be chatting with Pepe until now, so I made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Eat it while it's hot. Huang Tianyu took the meal box, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. He reached out and ruffled her hair, then told her everything about Como's offer and his dilemma. Lin Wanqing listened quietly until he finished, then smiled and said, Tianyu, whatever decision you make, I support you. If you want to go to Como, I'll follow you to Milan. If you want to stay at Porto, I'll stay with you in Porto. But I know you've never been one to settle for the status quo. You went from the alleys of Jinan to Porto, from the fringes of the youth setup to a Primera Liga starter. You've never been afraid of a challenge. The Serie A stage is more suited for you to conquer. The girl's words, like a warm current, completely soothed the last shred of hesitation in his heart. The next morning at 6, as dawn was just breaking, Huang Tianyu appeared punctually at Porto's training ground. After adjusting his schedule, his sleep quality had improved significantly, and the physical fatigue dissipated quickly. His overall condition was more than a notch better than before. Facing the familiar wall, he completed 1-0 ball traps and 500 long passes, honing every technical movement to be more precise. By the time his teammates trickled into the training ground around 8 a.m., he had already completed all his extra training and was sitting on the sideline stretching. Seeing him, his teammates teased him with smiles. Nice one, Huang. Even though you've switched to waking up at 6, you're still the most hardworking one on the team. We're just getting up and you've already finished training. The king of hard work remains the king. No wonder Como is splashing millions to sign you. Huang Tianyu smiled and greeted his teammates, his heart completely at peace. He had already figured out his path. At that moment, his phone rang again. It was Mendes. As the call connected, Mendes's voice came through, tinged with surprise and delight. Tianyu, there's new development. It's not just Como. Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga and Ajax from the Eredivisie have both submitted formal offers to sign you. Also, the Portuguese Football Federation just informed me that your naturalization application has been officially approved. Mendes's 2 sentences made Huang Tianyu freeze, the phone in his hand hovering midair. His citizenship application had been officially approved. Less than 3 months had passed since he submitted his naturalization documents, yet the Portuguese Football Federation had already completed the entire process, a speed beyond imagination. He understood all too well that behind this lay the Portuguese Federation's high regard for him, the tireless efforts of Pepe and Mendes on his behalf, and above all, the opportunity he had earned through one impeccable performance after another. The approval of his citizenship meant he now officially held Portuguese nationality and was eligible to represent Portugal's senior national team. It meant he was now only one step away from his ultimate dream, standing shoulder to shoulder with his idol Cristiano Ronaldo on the World Cup stage. Overwhelming excitement sent a faint tremor through his fingertips. Mr. Mendes, are you serious? Has my citizenship application really been approved? Huang Tianyu's voice carried a barely concealed thrill. Absolutely certain. Mendes's tone brimmed with delight. The legal department of the Portuguese Football Federation just sent me the official approval document. Your Portuguese passport will be ready within a week. If you're willing, your name will appear on the roster for the next senior national team training camp. Also, Cristiano heard the news and specifically asked me to pass along his congratulations. He said he looks forward to fighting alongside you on the national team training ground. Ronaldo's congratulations surged through Huang Tianyu like an electric current. The idol he had chased for 11 years had personally said he looked forward to standing beside him in battle. In that moment, every drop of sweat, every ounce of anguish, every doubt cast upon him over the past 4 years, all of it was worth it. After hanging up with Mendes, Huang Tianyu stood at the edge of the training ground, gazing at the rising sun in the distance, lost in thought for a long while. From the alleyways of Jinan to the youth academy of Porto, from a boy practicing alone against a wall at 3 in the morning to a professional player holding Portuguese citizenship about to step into the senior national team. That path had taken him 11 full years. Pepe walked over and clapped him on the shoulder, his face beaming with proud approval. Congratulations, kid. From today on, you're a member of the Portuguese national team. I always knew you'd make it this far. Thank you, Captain. Huang Tianyu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and nodded firmly at Pepe. If not for your constant guidance, I would never have come this far. Don't thank me. You walked this path with your own 2 feet. Pepe waved a hand with a smile. Now it's time to seriously consider the transfer. Mendes told you, didn't he? Dortmund and Ajax have also submitted their bids. Huang Tianyu nodded, his excitement gradually subsiding as his usual composure returned. That very afternoon, Mendes flew in from Madrid to Porto carrying a thick stack of documents. He sat down with Huang Tianyu, his parents Huang Tianyu, and his wife, and Lin Wanqing, to analyze every offer in meticulous detail. In the meeting room, Mendes laid out the core terms of the 3 offers clearly on the whiteboard. Serie A club Como. Full 12 million release clause payment, 5-year contract, 1.2 million net annual salary, 2 million signing bonus, undisputed central midfield core, status, primary penalty, and free kick duties, a contractual guarantee of at least 30 league appearances per season, and a personal commitment from Mr. Oyi Hong Liang that the team would be built entirely around him. Bundesliga club Borussia Dortmund. 8 million transfer fee plus 4 million in add-ons, 4-year contract, a net annual salary, rotational midfield role, with no guaranteed playing time, requiring him to compete for a starting spot against several established midfielders. Eredivisie club Ajax. 9 million transfer fee, plus 2 million in add-ons, 4-year contract, 7.0 net annual salary, rotational starter positioning. Ajax boasts an outstanding youth development system, but competition for places remains fierce, and the Eredivisie's competitive level falls short of Serie A or the Bundesliga. After laying out all the details, Mendes set down his marker and looked earnestly at the Huang family. Uncle Annie Tianyu, let me give you a professional breakdown of the pros and cons of each offer. Dortmund and Ajax are both elite European development clubs with massive platforms and a proven track record of nurturing young talent. But the problem is both clubs are stacked with midfield talent. If Tianyu goes there, he'll start as a rotation player. Whether he secures consistent playing time depends entirely on his performances. There's no guarantee whatsoever. Como, on the other hand, is a newly promoted Serie A side, but their commitment is the most substantial. Full release clause payment, top of the table wages, undisputed core status, playing time written in black and white in the contract, and the full backing of Mr. Oyi. Most importantly, Serie A is the most defensively demanding league in Europe. Tianyu is a defensive midfielder by trade. On the Serie A stage, his abilities will be forged and elevated to their highest level. If he can play 2 full seasons as a core player in Serie A, a future move to a top Premier League or La Liga club will be a natural progression. Mendes's analysis was professional, objective, and laid out the advantages and disadvantages of every path with crystal clarity. Huang Tianyu and his wife exchanged a glance, then both turned to their son. Son, we don't understand these things. It's your decision. Whatever you choose, we support you. Lin Wanqing, seated beside him, gently squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with unwavering trust. Huang Tianyu studied the 3 offers on the whiteboard, silent for a moment. Finally, he lifted his head and looked at Mendes with absolute conviction. Mr. Mendes, please convey my gratitude to Dortmund and Ajax for their recognition. My choice is Como. He knew precisely what he needed most at this stage of his career. A knowing smile spread across Mendes's face as he nodded. Excellent. I'll get in touch with Como right away and finalize every detail of the contract to safeguard all your interests. The transfer saga had finally reached its conclusion, and the news spread like wildfire across the European football world. Chinese sports media covered the story immediately. The hashtags Huang Tianyu to join Como and 17-year-old Chinese prodigy set for Serie A rocketed to the top of Weibo's trending list. CCTV Sports also published the news on its official account with the caption, "Looking forward to seeing the boy from the Spring City continue to shine on the Serie A stage." Chinese fans erupted in celebration. The comment sections overflowed with blessings and anticipation. Incredible. From the Portuguese League to Serie A step by step. So solid. Como's owner is also of Chinese descent. Tianyu won't face any mistreatment there. Can't wait for his Serie A debut. Though it's a pity he wasn't naturalized for China, still sending our blessings. Playing as a core player in a top 5 league. That's bringing pride to all Chinese people. Of course, a small contingent of extreme haters still tried to stir up trouble in the comments accusing him of forgetting his roots, but they were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming wave of fan support. Over the following days, Huang Tianyu maintained his habit of rising at 6 in the morning for training. With his adjusted routine, his physical condition improved steadily, and his performances on the training ground grew increasingly consistent. Coach Ferreira, though reluctant to see him go, understood that Como's offer was something Porto simply couldn't match. He poured all his effort into teaching Huang Tianyu more Serie A defensive techniques, helping him adapt to the challenges that lay ahead. Just as Huang Tianyu assumed, everything would proceed according to plan until the summer transfer window officially opened. 2 bombshell announcements arrived in quick succession. The first, UEFA officially released the group stage draw results for the 2025 U17 European Championship. Portugal U17 was drawn into Group D alongside Germany U17, France U17, and the Netherlands U17. 4 of Europe's elite youth development powerhouses crammed into a single group, a true group of death in every sense of the word. The second, Porto's archrivals Benfica and Sporting CP had both officially submitted bids to Porto, joining the race for Huang Tianyu, even offering higher transfer fees than Como. In an instant, the eyes of the entire Portuguese League, and indeed the whole of European football, once again fixed upon this 17-year-old Chinese prodigy. The 2 pieces of earth-shattering news Mendes brought sent the entire training base into a frenzy. Portugal's U17 team had been drawn into a group of death alongside Germany, France, and the Netherlands. At the same time, 2 bitter rivals Benfica and Sporting CP had entered the transfer fray. Even though the protagonist had already set his heart on joining Como, this sudden turn of events left him feeling unsettled. By the time training ended, dusk had begun to fall. As Huang Tianyu walked out of the training base, he immediately spotted a white car parked by the roadside. Lin Wanqing was leaning against the steering wheel, swinging her feet while scrolling through her phone. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up, and she pushed the door open, waving at him. "Tianyu, over here." The young woman, clad in a simple white hoodie with her hair tied in a high ponytail, ran towards him, the tips of her hair swaying gently in the breeze. The sight instantly dispelled all the frustration within him. "Why are you here? Didn't you have classes today?" Huang Tianyu smiled as he walked over, naturally taking the bag from her hand and ruffling her hair. "My afternoon class ended early, so I came to pick you up and take you home." Lin Wanqing looked up at him, her eyes sparkling as if they held stars. "I heard the news. Your citizenship application got approved. Congratulations, national team player Huang." Huang Tianyu was amused by her words. He opened the passenger door for her, then walked around to the driver's seat before letting out a sigh. "It's too early for that title. My head is spinning right now. The group of death is one thing, but now Benfica and Sporting CP are joining the fray." Mendes's phone is about to explode. He rarely shared his stress with others. In front of Pepe, his coaches, and his parents, he always appeared composed and resolute. It was only in front of Lin Wanqing that he would let his guard down and pour out his anxieties and dilemmas without reservation. Lin Wanqing listened quietly until he finished, then reached out and gently grasped his hand, resting on the gear shift. The young woman's hand was soft, yet it carried a reassuring strength. "What's there to worry about?" She tilted her head, her tone earnest. "You've already decided you want to go to Como, haven't you? No matter how much money Benfica or Sporting CP offer, they can't give you the central role you want, nor can they give you the unconditional trust you deserve. As for the group of death, I've never been worried." Huang Tianyu was taken aback. "Not worried. Germany, France, and the Netherlands are the top youth development powerhouses in Europe. The media is already saying our chances of advancing are slim." "So what?" Lin Wanqing looked into his eyes and spoke deliberately. "Since you were 12, when you couldn't even make the bench at Porto's youth academy and would practice against the wall until midnight, telling me you wanted to make the national team and play in the World Cup with Cristiano Ronaldo, I believed in you. Others might fear the group of death, but I know you've never been afraid of a challenge. The harder the road, the more steadfastly you walk it. You endured those tough days at the academy. What's a group of death compared to that?" Her words, like a warm current, instantly soothed all the anxiety and restlessness within him. Everyone in the world cared about how high he flew, how much his value had increased, and whether he could secure a better contract. Only Lin Wanqing always remembered his original dream and was always the first to believe he could achieve it. Huang Tianyu turned sideways and pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head. Breathing in the faint scent of peaches from her hair, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace. "Wanqing, thank you. What are you thanking me for?" Lin Wanqing murmured softly from within his arms. "I just believe that my man will always be invincible. They held each other quietly in the car for a while, before Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered something. She pulled back and retrieved an insulated food jar from the passenger side storage compartment, presenting it to him like a precious offering. I almost forgot. I made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, and some jinan tianma. You said you were craving them yesterday, so I video called my mom today to learn how to make them. Try them and see if they're good. Huang Tianyu opened the jar, and a warm, fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. It was the familiar taste of home. He picked up a piece of rib and put it in his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor melted on his tongue instantly, washing away the fatigue of the entire day. Delicious. He looked at Lin Wanqing's expectant eyes and nodded with a smile. Even better than my mom's. The young woman's face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She watched him eat bite after bite, murmuring, "Slow down, don't choke. Oh, by the way, I applied for an exchange program at Politecnico di Milano. When you transfer to Como this summer, I'll come with you to Milan." Huang Tianyu's hand holding the chopsticks froze. He looked up at her. "What about your studies in Lisbon? Will the exchange program affect your graduation?" "No, it won't. I checked long ago. The credits are transferable, so it won't affect anything at all." Lin Wanqing rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him. "Besides, Politecnico di Milano has an amazing sports management program. I'll go there to further my studies, and then I can become your exclusive agent, handle everything for you, and let you focus on playing football." Huang Tianyu looked into her sparkling eyes, and he felt his heart swell, with an indescribable warmth softening completely. He put down his chopsticks and gently pinched her cheek, his tone incredibly solemn. "Wanqing, you don't need to make sacrifices for me. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you." "I'm not making a sacrifice." Lin Wanqing shook her head and reached out to hold his hand. "Going to Milan, playing football with you, it's what I want to do. Huang Tianyu, wherever you go, I go. Always." The streetlights outside flickered on, casting a warm yellow glow through the car windows onto their intertwined hands. It was a scene of profound tenderness. He had walked the footballing path in a foreign land for 11 long years, enduring countless taunts, doubts, and scorn. But whenever he turned around, there was always a girl standing in the same spot, holding up a light, waiting for him. That was more than enough. After dinner, the two drove home. Lin Wanqing urged him to shower and rest while she herself sat in the living room with her laptop, diligently compiling information on their group of death opponents for the European Youth Championship. She meticulously organized the key players' characteristics and tactical approaches of the German, French, and Dutch teams, even noting their preferred foot and dribbling habits. When Huang Tianyu came out of the shower, he found the young woman hunched over the table, earnestly taking notes in front of the computer screen. Her hair fell forward, obscuring her face, and she was muttering softly to herself. He walked over quietly and gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Why aren't you asleep? Didn't I tell you to stop working?" "Almost done." Lin Wanqing turned her head and planted a kiss on his cheek, her eyes crinkling with a bright smile. "Putting together the opponent intel for our captain Huang. We must conquer the European Youth Championship." Huang Tianyu looked down at her, his heart nearly overflowing with warmth. He leaned in and kissed her. The living room light was soft, and the moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a gentle glow on their intertwined figures. The next morning, when Huang Tianyu woke up, the young woman was still nestled in his arms, fast asleep. Her long eyelashes rested delicately, and a faint smile graced her lips. He had originally set his alarm for 6 o'clock, but seeing her sleeping so soundly, he quietly reached over and turned it off, gently covering her ears to muffle the sound of the birds chirping outside. For once, he didn't go to the training ground for extra practice. He simply held her quietly, watching her sleep, his heart filled with immense peace. He realized that the most beautiful thing in this world is to have met someone in your youth who can walk with you through all the years of obscurity and stand with you on the highest podium. End of chapter. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the bedroom. When Huang Tianyu awoke, the Lin Wanqing in his arms was still sleeping soundly. The young girl had probably stayed up too late last night, helping him organize his opponent's data, and a faint trace of weariness lingered at the corners of her eyes. Her little head was nestled against his chest, and she mumbled drowsily, "Don't go to training." He looked down at the person in his arms, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He moved carefully, reaching out to reset the alarm clock that she had turned off last night to 6 o'clock the next morning. Having taken a rare lazy day off from extra training at the practice field, his mind was still repeatedly going over the opponent data for the group of death in the European U17 Championship. Germany, France, and the Netherlands, 3 top-tier teams from the European Youth Championships, were all crammed into the same group. The media all said that Portugal U17 had drawn the worst possible lot, that it would be difficult just to advance from the group stage, let alone defend the European U17 title. Even within the team, there was no solid unity. At yesterday's tactical meeting, many players had questioned the tactics set by Coach Rohr, making Huang Tianyu the midfield core, especially several players from Benfica and Sporting CP, who insinuated that he had only played a few Liga Portugal matches and questioned why he should be the core over Kunda. Even Kunda, who had fought alongside him for most of the year, had only given him a cold glance after the tactical meeting yesterday and left without a word. The undercurrents within the team, the formidable opponents in the group of death, and the premeditated malicious fouls from rivals pressed down on him like mountains. But as long as he looked down and saw Lin Wanqing in his arms, all his anxiety and unease instantly dissipated. Everyone in this world cared about how high he flew, whether he could win the game, whether he could take the championship. Only this girl always first cared about whether he was tired, whether he would get hurt, whether he was happy. He gently kissed the top of her head and moved carefully to get up, but the girl in his arms was still startled awake. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes to look at him, her voice soft and sleepy. Awake. Not sleeping a little longer. Not sleeping. I'll go to the training ground for some extra practice. Huang Tianyu rubbed her hair and said with a smile, the group of death is no joke. If I don't train more and get beaten up on the field, how embarrassing would that be? Lin Wanqing pouted, sat up from the bed, stepped barefoot onto the carpet, ran to the bedside table, and picked up a brand new shin guard, handing it to him. The shin guard was custom-made. On one side was still printed the 4 characters he had carved for 4 years, Jinan Spring City. On the other side a small star was embroidered with golden thread, and next to it 2 tiny characters, Wanqing. For you. The little girl looked up at him, her eyes shining like they held the morning sun. I embroidered it myself. It took me several days, and I even pricked my fingers. This is your exclusive lucky charm. No matter what others say, no matter how strong the opponent is, I will always believe in you. Huang Tianyu took the shin guard, his fingertips touching the raised embroidery marks on it, and his heart felt as if something had filled it, soft and overwhelming. He clutched the shin guard tightly in his hand, reached out, and pulled the girl into his arms, lowered his head, and pressed a kiss on her forehead. Thank you, Wanqing. With this I will definitely win. And this too. Lin Wanqing slipped out of his arms and picked up another thick folder, handing it to him. I've watched all the match footage of the core players from Germany, France, and the Netherlands. I've organized their common foul moves, injury histories, breakthrough habits, and even their previous records of malicious fouls. All marked out. On the field, pay extra attention and don't let them injure you. Huang Tianyu opened the folder. The information inside was clearly organized. Each player's characteristics, habitual moves, even the time and method of each malicious foul, all clearly marked with diagrams and tactical analysis. Looking at the dense annotations, the warmth in his heart nearly overflowed. He had only told her that the opponents might use malicious fouls, and she had stayed up several nights organizing all the information to help him avoid any possible risks. With her behind him, he was afraid of nothing. Oh, one more thing. Lin Wanqing sat beside him and said, the Porto Chinese fan club has already organized. For every match of the European U17 Championship, they will send an expedition team to cheer for you. Even away games will make sure you hear Chinese cheers. And the fans back home are cheering for you on Douyin and Weibo. The hashtag Huang Tianyu U17 Go has already trended on the hot search. Everyone believes you can break out of the group of death. Huang Tianyu looked at her, and the fighting spirit in his heart was instantly ignited to the extreme. He could not let down this girl who always believed in him, could not let down all the compatriots who cheered for him across mountains and seas, and could not let down his own 4 years of unremitting effort. So what if it's the group of death? So what if formidable enemies surround him? He had come all the way from being a fringe player in the youth academy to where he was today, and he had never been afraid of challenges. The harder the road, the more he would walk it to the end. During the morning tactical training session, Coach Roar once again clarified the tactics, still with Huang Tianyu as the defensive core and Kunda as the offensive core, a dual core drive to cope with the high-intensity confrontation of the group of death. After training, Huang Tianyu stayed behind for extra free kick practice until dusk, only packing up and leaving the training ground when it was almost dark. Just as he reached the corner of the players' tunnel, he heard Kunda's voice coming from the stairwell not far away, along with a male voice with a German accent. Huang Tianyu's footsteps immediately stopped. The German voice laughed and said, Kunda, our coach said that in this match we will double-team Huang Tianyu throughout and won't give him any chance to pass. Then Portugal's midfield will be left with only you. I know you're not convinced. Why should a Chinese descent kid be the core over you? As long as you cooperate with us and let Portugal be eliminated in the group stage, when you return to the Liga Portugal, you will still be the top genius of your age group in Portugal. Huang Tianyu's face instantly darkened. He never expected that Kunda would meet with an opponent privately before the tournament and even say words about cooperating to let the team be eliminated. Just then Kunda's voice came from the stairwell, cold and laced with anger. Shut up. The conflict between Huang Tianyu and me is an internal team matter. But as long as I wear the Portugal jersey, we are teammates. Dream on if you want me to cooperate with you in match fixing. In the first group match, I will personally crush you. Tell your coach to prepare to lose. Those words stunned Huang Tianyu instantly. He had thought Kunda was colluding with the enemy, but he was actually standing up to the German player. Just then the stairwell door was pushed open and Kunda walked out with a dark face. He immediately saw Huang Tianyu standing at the corner. Their eyes met and the air froze instantly. Kunda's expression shifted and he snorted coldly, about to turn and walk away, but Huang Tianyu spoke. First, wait. He looked at Kunda and said seriously, let's put aside the tactical meeting issues and all the previous conflicts for now. The European U17 Championship is about to begin. We are teammates. If we want to break out of the group of death, and win the championship, we must join forces. Kunda was taken aback, looked at the hand Huang Tianyu extended, and after a few seconds of silence finally reached out and firmly grasped his hand. All right, join forces. Kunda's tone was still cold, but filled with unwavering determination. First we crush Germany, France, and the Netherlands, and take the championship. We'll settle our accounts back in the Liga Portugal. Their hands were tightly clasped together. The golden dual core of Portugal U17, under the pressure of the group of death, had completely set aside their conflicts and reached a consensus. But neither of them knew that at the moment they shook hands, someone in the shadows of the stairwell secretly took a photo and sent it to Portugal's tabloid media. The next morning the news: Kunda and Huang Tianyu reconcile privately. Portugal U17 dual core, forged aiming for European U17 title, spread across Portugal. And at the same time the news was released, the Portuguese Football Federation issued a major announcement. The latest World Cup qualifying squad for the senior Portuguese national team officially called up Huang Tianyu. At the end of the announcement, a quote from the national team captain Cristiano Ronaldo was attached. "I'm really looking forward to training with this young man. His performance deserves this opportunity." In the players' tunnel the air still held a lingering tension. Huang Tianyu's outstretched hand hung mid-air, his fingertips brushing against the rough texture of the star-stitched embroidery on his shin guard, yet his gaze burned with unwavering determination. He understood Kunda's aloofness all too well. It wasn't directed at him personally, it was the fierce competitiveness of a young man who had football etched into his very bones, much like his former self, who would rather break his legs than fail to prove he deserved the core position. Kunda stared at his hand, his dark face cold as iron. He let out a cold snort, yet slowly raised his arm. His palm struck Huang Tianyu's hand with a firm grip, carrying a stubborn refusal to yield. His words were few, but resolute. "We can join forces, but if you hold me back I still won't acknowledge you as my teammate." Huang Tianyu smiled, releasing his hand to pat him on the shoulder, his tone assured. "Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Together we'll conquer the group of death, together we'll claim the U21 European Championship." These words shattered the barrier between them completely. The arguments during tactical meetings and the rivalry during training all faded into oblivion before the Portugal U17 jersey. Personal emotions must always yield to the glory of the team. Upon returning home, a warm light was already glowing in the entryway. Lin Wanqing was stationed at the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she organized the roster for the Chinese fan support group. A thermal container on the table still radiated warmth, carrying the familiar aroma of his favorite Jinan Taiyami. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling like stars, and hurried over. "You're back. You must be exhausted." Before Huang Tianyu could speak, she added cheerfully, "Let me tell you some great news. The Chinese fan club has gathered enough for a 200-person support group. They'll be at every U21 Euro match cheering you on as your strongest backbone." Huang Tianyu walked over and gently embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her head, recounting the reconciliation with Kunda in detail. After listening, Lin Wanqing smiled and turned around, ruffling his hair. "I knew you two would resolve your differences. Kunda may seem cold, but he's clear-headed. With you two joining forces, you'll absolutely crush all opponents." As she spoke, she led him to the dining table and ladled out a bowl of Taiyami, handing it to him. "Try it. I learned a new method from my mom. It's even more flavorful than last time. Oh, and I've arranged a lunch with Kunda tomorrow at the nearby Chinese restaurant. My treat. We'll fully dissolve the rift between you two so you can coordinate well and charge toward the U21 Euro title together." Huang Tianyu held her hand, his heart warm with gratitude, and said softly, "Thank you, Wanqing. You've managed everything so clearly for me. Both the team matters and the fan affairs. Don't be so polite with me." Lin Wanqing blinked, her eyes filled with resolve. "I'm your dedicated backbone. I'll not only support you in football, but also clear away all your worries, so you can shine brightly on the field without a care." The next day at noon, the Chinese restaurant was filled with warmth. Lin Wanqing had specially ordered Kunda's favorite Portuguese grilled chicken and laid out a table of Shandong cuisine for Huang Tianyu. Smiling, she played the peacemaker. "Kunda, Tianyu, you two are both core players of Portugal U17 and will fight side by side. Let the past little conflicts be water under the bridge." Kunda looked at the grilled chicken, then glanced at Huang Tianyu. The corner of his mouth finally softened. He picked up his knife and fork, cutting a piece, and spoke in a more relaxed tone. "I never had anything against him personally. I just don't like anyone being better than me. But he was right yesterday. In front of the team, personal grudges mean nothing." Huang Tianyu raised his glass of juice toward Kunda, his tone resolute. "From now on we fight together. Let's win the U21 European Championship and show everyone that Portugal U17's dual core is unstoppable." Their glasses clinked with a crisp sound, and the rift dissolved completely. Lin Wanqing sat nearby, watching the two huddle together, discussing tactics against the Netherlands. Their brows relaxed, and couldn't help but smile. She knew that this golden duo would soon unleash their own storm on the U21 Euro stage. After the afternoon training session, as Huang Tianyu walked out of the training ground, he was stopped by the assistant coach. "Huang Tianyu, come here. There's news from the Football Association." His heart stirred. He followed the coach quickly into the office. There the coach held an official document, his face beaming. Congratulations, Tianyu. The Portuguese senior national team has officially called you up for the latest World Cup qualifiers training squad. Huang Tianyu froze, taking the document with both hands, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Staring at his name on the paper, his heart pounded so fiercely it felt ready to burst from his chest. This was the dream he had held since childhood. It was the goal that drove him to stay late for extra drills in the youth academy and to give his all on the pitch. The vow he made at age 12, gazing at the poster of Cristiano Ronaldo. Finally, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with his idol Ronaldo, don the senior national team jersey, and step onto the World Cup qualifying stage. And there's another surprise. The assistant coach handed over his phone with a smile. A voice message from Ronaldo popped up on the screen. A steady, powerful voice that struck straight to his heart, carrying the expectations of a senior. Huang Tianyu, I've been watching you for a while. Your defending and passing show great talent. I look forward to training with you. Seize this opportunity. Let's win glory for Portugal together. After hearing the message, Huang Tianyu's eyes instantly reddened. In a corner of the Porto Youth Academy at age 12, the boy who silently vowed before Ronaldo's poster had finally seen his dream come to life. He immediately took out his phone and messaged Lin Wanqing. The next second his phone rang. Her voice was brimming with joy and excitement, her pride palpable even through the screen. Tianyu, I saw the news. Huge congratulations. I knew you could do it. Standing on the training grounds lawn, listening to her exuberance on the phone and gazing at the distant sunset, Huang Tianyu's heart was filled with resolve. He knew this was only the beginning. The U21 Euro title, national team glory, and World Cup dreams. He would steadily achieve them all one step at a time. Yet unbeknownst to him, as he reveled in his joy, a figure lurked at the corner of the training ground. The person secretly snapped a photo of his handshake with Kunda and swiftly sent it to Portuguese tabloid media. A storm of public opinion against him was quietly brewing in the shadows, waiting to strike a fatal blow and destroy everything he had earned with such difficulty. In the morning light, the sun blazed over Porto's Estadio do Dragão, yet its brilliance could not dispel the heavy oppression hanging in the air. The farewell ceremony for Portugal's U17 squad heading to the European Championship was held at the very center of the pitch, but there was not a trace of festivity to be found. Nearly every Portuguese media outlet was writing off this team, which had been drawn into the group of death. The cameras captured nothing but doubt and derision. They're doomed to be eliminated from the group of death. Why should Huang Tianyu, a kid of Chinese descent, be the core player? Quinta just barely reconciled with him. The locker room will fall into chaos sooner or later. They won't get far. The reporters' taunts rose and fell in a cacophony, their microphones practically shoved into the players' faces, each question dripping with venom. Several players on the team wore grim expressions, their morale clearly shaken by the negative press, their heads hanging low. Dressed in the Portugal U17 jersey, Huang Tianyu stood at the front of the line, his expression calm, yet his gaze was as steadfast as a rock. He paid no heed to the media's mockery, nor did he rush to console his despondent teammates. In his mind, only the words Lin Wanqing had spoken the night before echoed. No matter what others say, I believe in you, and all Chinese fans believe in you. At that moment, from the stadium entrance, a wave of thunderous, impeccably coordinated cheering in Chinese erupted. Can you go for it? Portugal will win. The Eastern Star shines bright, worthy of our youth. All eyes instantly snapped towards the source. Over 200 Chinese fans clad in matching red jerseys marched into the stadium in a formidable procession, holding up illuminated signs and banners that read, Go Huang Tianyu, and Portugal U17 a charge. The unified chanting was like a sledgehammer smashing through the wall of mockery, instantly drowning out all other noise, and echoing throughout the entire Estadio do Dragão. Huang Tianyu's heart clenched, and his eyes welled up with tears. He spotted Lin Wanqing at the very front of the crowd. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, wore the red fan jersey, and held aloft a massive joint supporter banner, waving at him energetically with a radiant smile. The banner was covered in the signatures of Chinese fans with a line of striking bold text. We crossed mountains and seas to stand by your side in battle. Chinese fans will forever be your sturdiest support. As the ceremony progressed, after the Football Association official's speech, it was time for the player representatives to take the stage. As the team's core, Huang Tianyu was invited up. He took the microphone, his gaze sweeping past the media below, locking directly onto Lin Wanqing in the Chinese fan section. His voice, steady and powerful, boomed through the stadium speakers, clear to every ear. I know many of you don't believe in us, thinking we can't make a move in the group of death. But I want to say we have never feared challenges. The harder the road, the more determined we are to fight our way through. I thank my teammates, my coaches, and above all, every Chinese fan who crossed oceans to cheer for us, and my girlfriend Lin Wanqing. It's your support that gives me the power to press forward fearlessly. On the European Championship stage, we will give our all, in every match prove ourselves with our strength and answer every doubt with victory. Please trust us. We will break out of the group of death, claim the title, and live up to every expectation. As his voice faded, the Chinese fan section erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The sea of red illuminated signs merged into a single brilliant spectacle, the most dazzling sight in the entire Estadio do Dragão. The media's jeers were utterly overwhelmed. Many reporters wore expressions of sheer disbelief, their microphones frozen mid-air, unable to muster another word of sarcasm. As the ceremony concluded, the players boarded the team bus ready to head to the tournament's host nation, the Netherlands. Huang Tianyu paused at the door of the bus, turned around, and looked back at Lin Wanxing in the Chinese fan section. Lin Wanxing hurried over and handed him a small safety amulet embroidered with a star, an exact match to the pattern on his shin guards. I prayed for this amulet. Keep it with you. Stay safe, and may every match go smoothly. I'll lead the fan group and follow you to every away game, cheering you on. Huang Tianyu clutched the amulet tightly, feeling its warmth in his palm. He pulled her into his arms and whispered a promise in her ear. Wait for me to come back. Once I win the European Championship, I'll take you to meet my parents, bring you back to Jinan, show you where I grew up, and treat you to the most authentic Shandong cuisine. Lin Wanxing nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening, but she smiled and said, Okay, I'll wait for you to come back, wait for you to win the title. You have to stay safe and not get hurt. I'll always be here with you, supporting you as you achieve all your dreams. The bus slowly pulled away. Huang Tianyu stood by the window, waving vigorously at Lin Wanxing. Only when her figure had shrunk to a tiny speck and vanished completely from sight did he finally turn away. He clutched the amulet tightly, his resolve unwavering. He could not let her down, could not betray the support of the Chinese fans, and could not betray himself. The bus sped along, heading towards the Netherlands. But just as it was about to leave the Porto city limits, a group of Dutch fans suddenly rushed out from the roadside. They brandished discriminatory banners, hurled furious abuse at the bus, and even picked up stones, hurling them viciously at the windows with blatant arrogance. Get out. You half-breed kid don't deserve to play in the Euros. The Netherlands will crush you. You don't even deserve to qualify. The windows rattled under the barrage, and fine cracks soon spiderwebbed across the glass. The players' faces turned ashen with fury. One of them clenched his fists and was about to charge off the bus to confront the mob when Huang Tianyu reached out and stopped him. With an icy glare fixed on the Dutch fans outside, Huang Tianyu said, each word measured and forceful, Don't act rashly. Save the anger for the pitch. We won't argue with words. We'll use our strength to shut them up for good. He knew this tournament would be anything but easy from the very start. Powerful foes in the group of death, malicious provocations from opponents, the media's skepticism, and pervasive racial discrimination. All of it was waiting for them. But he was unafraid. For he knew that no matter how immense the difficulties, there was always a girl and a community of his people crossing mountains and seas, silently supporting him and waiting for his triumphant return. What he didn't know was that an even greater malice was waiting for him upon his arrival in the Netherlands. The Dutch U17's core defensive midfielder had already declared his intention to give him a proper welcome in the opening match. The bus broke through the encirclement of Dutch fans, its tires screeching harshly as they ground over the gravel on the road. Huang Tianyu sat by the window, tightly clutching the safety charm Lin Wanxing had given him, the warmth of his palm heating the red cloth until it felt scorching. The pre-match words of Dutch core defensive midfielder De Jong still echoed in his ears, cold and malicious. We'll give you a proper welcome in the opening match, and make sure you leave the pitch on a stretcher. The opening match of the group of death had already begun the moment they set foot in the Netherlands. By the time they arrived at the tournament hotel, it was late at night, yet the online storm of public opinion was only intensifying. A fabricated report by Portuguese tabloid media was being frantically shared. Huang Tianyu and Quinda's secret deal guaranteed starter spot in the U21 European Championship. The accompanying photos had been deliberately cropped to remove the surrounding teammates, leaving only the image of the two clinking glasses, paired with captions dripping with malice, each word designed to slander his efforts. Domestic haters seized the opportunity to stir the pot, flooding the comment sections with vile abuse. A half-Chinese kid deserves to be in the Portuguese national team. Probably got in through the back door. Stopping at nothing to get a starting spot, this kind of person doesn't deserve to play football. His phone buzzed, a message from Lin Wanxing accompanied by a clarification video. In the video, the full uncut footage showed him and Quinda discussing tactics in the restaurant. There was no so-called deal, only two young men driven by their shared desire for victory. Immediately after his phone rang, the girl's voice was still firm, tinged with exhaustion, yet full of warmth. Tianyu, I've been managing the comments all night. The clarification video is already out. Here is De Jong's foul tendencies and tactical weaknesses from the Dutch team. I've organized it all for you. Take a look before the match tomorrow. No matter what they say online, I and the Chinese fans will always believe in you. We'll all be there at the stadium tomorrow cheering for you. Huang Tianyu held the phone, the restlessness in his heart instantly dissipating. He said softly, I know. Don't stay up too late, get some rest. Don't worry, I won't let these voices affect me. I will win tomorrow. After hanging up, Huang Tianyu didn't look at his phone again. He set his alarm for 6 o'clock the next morning and fell into a deep sleep. His extreme self-discipline was his foundation for standing against all the doubt and malice. As dawn was just breaking, the alarm rang on time. Without any hesitation, Huang Tianyu got up, changed into his training gear, and headed to the hotel gym. There was still a dull ache in his right leg, a remnant from a previous training session, but he diligently completed every set of foundational supplementary exercises with precision. Shuttle runs, core strengthening, long pass drills. Every movement was flawless. Sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his training shirt, yet he showed no sign of stopping. He knew that only by being strong enough could he silence all the doubters with his performance and live up to the expectations of Lin Wanqing and the fans. On the afternoon of the match, the Dutch home stadium was packed to capacity. A sea of orange jerseys transformed the arena into an orange ocean. Yet this fervor was laced with a chilling malice. Home fans hoisted banners covered in hateful graffiti, hurling relentless abuse at Huang Tianyu, while discriminatory slurs pierced through the stadium, aimed directly at him on the pitch. Green laser pointers repeatedly flashed into his eyes, blinding him. In a corner of the away section, 200 Chinese fans dressed in matching red supporter shirts stood out conspicuously. They held up illuminated signs reading, "Go Tianyu," and "Portugal will win." Their unified Chinese chants, though small in number, stood firm against the deafening jeers and insults from the rest of the stadium. Lin Wanqing stood at the very front, raising her binoculars to fix her gaze on Huang Tianyu warming up on the pitch. Her brow was furrowed, her face full of worry. She saw the protective gear on his right leg and noticed the subtle wince on his face during his warm-up. Her heart ached, yet she waved her illuminated sign with all her might, cheering for her young man. A blast from the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. The Dutch team launched an aggressive attack from the very first minute with no probing whatsoever. And their target was clear from the outset: Huang Tianyu. Every time he received the ball, 2 Dutch players would immediately converge on him. Every challenge was laced with the malicious intent to commit a foul, using rough, merciless tactics. Huang Tianyu responded with composure, repeatedly making precise interceptions and passes to organize attacks. However, the Dutch defense was as solid as a fortress, and combined with the disruptive noise from the home crowd, Portugal's offensive efforts were repeatedly thwarted. In the 8th minute, a turning point emerged. Huang Tianyu smoothly controlled a pass in midfield. Just as he was about to use his right foot to pivot and initiate a counterattack, a dark shadow charged at him like a madman. It was De Jong. He lunged in with his studs gleaming without a moment's hesitation and stamped down hard on Huang Tianyu's already injured right leg. The tackle was brutal and intentional. A searing pain shot up from his right leg, engulfing his entire body. Huang Tianyu's vision went black and he crashed heavily onto the turf. Grass clippings and mud scraped into his socks. Even through the protective gear, he could feel the fiery, throbbing pain of the wound. The slightest movement felt like 1,000 needles stabbing into his muscles. The Dutch fans instantly erupted in thunderous cheers and whistles, madly shouting, "Get out!" Their malice was completely undisguised. The team doctor sprinted onto the pitch with his medical kit crouching beside him. Carefully lifting the protective gear, his face darkened instantly upon seeing the red, swollen mark. "Tianyu, the old injury has been aggravated. You must come off the field right now, or it could cause permanent damage and jeopardize your career." The doctor's tone was grave and left no room for argument. Gritting his teeth, Huang Tianyu pushed himself up on the turf, trying to stand. But the moment he put weight on his right leg, the excruciating pain made him gasp and collapse back down. "Leave the game." He looked up towards the away section. Lin Wanqing was gripping the railing, her face as pale as paper, tears welling up in her eyes. Yet she was still screaming his name at the top of her lungs. The red illuminated sign shone brightly amidst the sea of orange. That was his support, his reason not to give up. He shook his head, his eyes burning with fierce determination, and said to the doctor in a low, firm voice, "I'm not going off. I have to win this match. I can't let them down." The doctor had no choice but to quickly apply emergency bandaging, resecure the protective gear, and help him limp back onto the pitch. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in deafening cheers, while the Dutch fans' jeers grew even more piercing in response. De Jong stood nearby, watching the limping Huang Tianyu. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of contempt and malice. The moment the ball was kicked off in midfield, he charged over like a madman again, studs up, his target clear, that same injured right leg of Huang Tianyu. This time he was determined to completely destroy this half-Chinese kid, to end his game on this very turf. As De Jong charged in with his studs raised, Huang Tianyu, driven by instinct and enduring searing pain, managed to poke the ball to a teammate beside him. Simultaneously, he twisted his body to evade, causing De Jong to miss the tackle entirely and crash heavily onto the turf, scraping a bloody gash on his knee. The referee's whistle blew and he hurried over, brandishing a yellow card at De Jong with a stern warning about his conduct. A thunderous wave of boos erupted from the Dutch fans, who hurled insults at the referee, decrying the decision as unjust. Yet from the away section, the Chinese supporters unleashed a synchronized chant of "Tianyu, fight on," that pierced through the jeers, reaching Huang Tianyu with perfect clarity. He clutched his knee, slowly pushing himself upright. The agonizing pain in his right leg beaded cold sweat on his forehead, but his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any retreat. The match resumed with the Dutch team's hostility undiminished, their focus locked on Huang Tianyu. Yet he dismantled each threat with exceptional game intelligence. He abandoned reckless dribbling for precise passing and orchestration, using his accurate distribution to dictate the team's attacking tempo, while anchoring the midfield with tenacious defense against the Dutch core playmaker. In the 18th minute, a Dutch midfield miscue saw Huang Tianyu dart forward despite the pain, executing a clean tackle to secure the ball at his feet. Two Dutch players closed in immediately, but he feinted, skillfully shaking them off before dispatching a short pass to the advancing Quenda. Regrettably, Quenda was smothered by a double team, unable to forge a meaningful attack as a Dutch defender cleared the ball for a corner. With every stride and challenge, the old injury in his right leg throbbed with piercing agony. Huang Tianyu's complexion grew increasingly pale, sweat tracing down his cheeks to stain the grass with dark spots. Yet he remained silent, even as his body trembled from the pain, steadfast in his position, without a hint of slackening. During a stoppage, he lifted his gaze to the away stands, finding Lin Wanqing with pinpoint accuracy, and offered her a subtle, "I'm fine" gesture. Seeing his signal, Lin Wanqing's tears finally spilled over. She knew he always hid his suffering, enduring agony, to spare her worry. She wiped her tears, raised her glowing sign, and rallied the Chinese fans around her, their chants louder and more steadfast than before. "Can you go? You've got this. Portugal victory." On the pitch, Huang Tianyu heard the familiar support, a surge of strength welling within him. He drew a deep breath, and despite the pain, threw himself back into the fray. Throughout the first half, the Dutch team dominated possession, launching relentless attacks, yet every foray was neutralized by Huang Tianyu's astute reading of the game. Quenda, constantly double-teamed up front, struggled to receive clean passes. After several failed attacks, his frustration boiled over, leading to a heated exchange with his teammate. "Can't you pass it better?" Quenda shouted at the winger, his tone dripping with irritation. The winger shot back, "You've got two men on you, how am I supposed to find you? Make your own runs then." The team's anxiety escalated, passes grew sloppy, and Portugal's defense began to show cracks. Huang Tianyu observed with growing concern. He dropped back to cover defensive gaps while shouting, "Hold steady. Don't panic. We still have time." His voice, calm and commanding, acted like a soothing balm, gradually steadying his teammates' nerves. He ran tirelessly, intercepted relentlessly, even as his right leg grew numb, and each step felt like treading on blades. He refused to stop. The halftime whistle blew with the score locked at 0-0. Portugal had barely clung to a draw, yet everyone understood the immense toll of such a defense. As the players headed for the tunnel, Huang Tianyu's right leg was severely swollen, the protective padding barely containing it. Every step was a monumental effort. The team doctor rushed over, supporting him and applying ice packs, his brow furrowed with worry. "Tianyu, your injury is worsening. You should sit out the second half. Don't push yourself." Huang Tianyu shook his head, his tone firm. "No, the second half is crucial. I can't come off." Just then Quenda approached. He looked at Huang Tianyu's swollen leg, paused for a moment, his earlier agitation fading, and spoke in a gentler tone. For the first time, he showed genuine concern. "Are you all right?" Huang Tianyu looked up, offering a smile. "I'm fine. I can still play." In the second half, we changed tactics. Huang Tianyu pulled Quenda aside, lowering his voice to share his idea. "I'll push forward and use long balls to target the space behind their defense. You make runs into the box. We'll operate as a dual core and hit them on the counter." Quenda's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement, a hint of respect in his voice. "All right, let's do it your way. This time we win together." In the locker room, Coach Jorge listened to their plan and nodded his approval. "Excellent. In the second half, we'll play on the counter. Huang Tianyu will orchestrate the long passes, Quenda will make the forward runs, and the entire team will support them to break the deadlock." The whole team reached a consensus, a renewed fighting spirit blazing in every pair of eyes. As the second half kicked off, Portugal immediately shed their defensive shell and launched a counterattack. Just 1 minute in, a Dutch midfield error saw Huang Tianyu intercept the ball. Facing De Jong's challenge without hesitation, he swung his right foot and delivered a perfectly weighted lofted pass. The ball traced a sublime arc, sailing over the entire Dutch defense to land perfectly in front of the sprinting Quenda. He met it on the run, surging forward to bear down on goal one-on-one with the Dutch keeper. The Dutch crowd fell into a stunned silence, holding their breath, broken only by the thunderous cheers erupting from the away fans. Lin Wanqing stood in the stands, fists clenched, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the pitch, murmuring repeatedly, "Score. You have to score." Quenda faced the keeper, his eyes cool and focused. He advanced with the ball, closing in on the net step by step. The Dutch goalkeeper charged out to smother the shot, but Quenda had already anticipated the move. With a deft low finish, the ball nestled into the back of the net. The instant the ball hit the back of the net, the entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. The smugness on the Dutch fans' faces was instantly replaced by shock as they stood frozen, wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. A second later, the visiting team's Chinese fan section erupted in utter chaos. "Goal! We scored! Tianyu is incredible! Great job, Quenda!" Lin Wanqing jumped and shouted, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She waved her glowing sign high above her head, her eyes brimming with pride and excitement. On the field, Quenda charged towards Huang Tianyu like a madman. Even though Tianyu was limping, Kunda still pulled him into a tight embrace, patting his shoulder firmly, his voice brimming with excitement. Beautiful. Tianyu, your long pass was absolutely perfect. The rest of the team swarmed them like crazy, encircling the pair, tightly cheering and celebrating. The earlier frustration and tension dissipated into thin air in an instant. Held by his teammates, Huang Tianyu endured the searing pain in his right leg, yet a long-lost smile spread across his face. That smile carried perseverance, joy, and his stubborn refusal to give up. He broke free from his teammates' embrace, limping over to the visiting team's stance. He looked up at Lin Wanqing and gently made a special star-shaped hand gesture, their secret signal, a sign of victory. Seeing the gesture, Lin Wanqing smiled even more brightly. She waved her hand vigorously at him and shouted, "Tianyu, I knew you could do it." The match resumed, and the Dutch team, having conceded a goal, went completely berserk. They pushed everyone forward, launching a fierce assault. Their players' challenges grew increasingly rough, each duel carrying a desperate intensity as they sought to level the score quickly. Huang Tianyu remained steadfast in midfield, organizing the defense, while occasionally launching counterattacks. But the old injury in his right leg worsened with every passing moment, each stride sending agonizing tremors through his body. His face grew paler, his jersey completely drenched in sweat, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Even if he had to fight to the very last second, he was determined to protect this victory. In the 55th minute, the Dutch team launched a ferocious attack. A winger surged down the flank and delivered a precise cross into the box. The Dutch striker in the center leaped high, powering a header into the net. The Dutch fans in the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers, celebrating wildly, even hurling discriminatory gestures and venomous taunts toward the away section. The Portuguese players' faces darkened instantly, the fighting spirit they had just mustered doused by another cold wave of reality. Huang Tianyu braced his knees and slowly straightened up. The searing pain in his right leg nearly made him collapse, yet his gaze remained unwavering, unyielding. He shouted to his teammates, "Don't lose heart. We still have time. As long as we don't give up, we can still win." He threw himself back into the match with even greater ferocity, dropping back to cover time and again making precision tackles and single-handedly locking down the Dutch attack. From the stands, Lin Wanqing watched him hobble and stumble, her heart aching so much she covered her mouth with her hand. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, yet she continued to lead the fans and chants, lending him strength through her voice. Time slipped away, and in the 78th minute the unexpected struck once more. Quinda received the ball in the attacking third, preparing to launch a counterattack. A Dutch defender without a moment's hesitation lunged in with studs raised, catching Quinda squarely on the ankle. Quinda let out a scream, crashing heavily onto the turf. He clutched his ankle, his body curling up in agony, his face pale as paper. The team doctor rushed onto the pitch. After examining the injury, he shook his head grimly. Severe ankle sprain. He can't continue. Everyone was stunned. Portugal had already used all their substitutions. With Quinda off, they were left with 10 men against 11, backed into a corner. The Dutch fans erupted in thunderous cheers and jeers, shouting toward the pitch, "Go home. You're finished." The Portuguese players' morale shattered completely. Some hung their heads in utter despair, others had already mentally surrendered, no longer pressing or running. It was at that moment Huang Tianyu stepped forward. Limping into the midst of his teammates, his voice was steady and resolute, each word striking like a hammer. "There's still time. We haven't lost yet. Since Quinda is out, I'll carry the load. The midfield, defense, and organization. Leave it to me. We fight together until the final second." His eyes burned with unwavering determination, inspiring every single teammate present. The players lifted their heads, gazing at this young man who refused to yield despite his injury. The embers of their fighting spirit reignited. They nodded one by one and threw themselves back into the match. Huang Tianyu single-handedly shouldered Portugal's midfield, defending and orchestrating attacks alike. Every step was an ordeal, yet he never once stopped. The old injury in his right leg had gone numb from the relentless pain. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the turf, but his gaze only grew more resolute. Time slipped away. The match entered stoppage time, 3 minutes added. The score remained 1-1. This was Portugal's last chance and Huang Tianyu's last chance. In the final minute of stoppage time, the Dutch launched a ferocious assault. Huang Tianyu intercepted the ball in midfield, and facing a wall of 3 Dutch players, bulldozed his way forward with the ball glued to his feet. The searing pain from his old wound made his vision blur and his legs feel like jelly. Yet he guarded the ball fiercely, pushing forward with every ounce of strength he had left. The Dutch fans held their breath, watching the pitch with tense anticipation. In the away section, the Chinese fans' chants grew hoarse. Lin Wanqing clutched her talisman tightly, whispering repeatedly, "Come on. Can you hold on just a little longer?" Huang Tianyu looked up toward the penalty area, spotting a crack in the Dutch defense. Meanwhile, De Jong came charging in wildly, aiming his tackle straight at his injured leg. Without a flicker of hesitation, he planted his foot and lofted a curling cross, even as De Jong's challenge came flying in. The ball traced a perfect arc, soared over the entire Dutch backline, and landed with pinpoint precision at his teammate's feet in the box. The teammate in the penalty area met the ball first time and struck it goalward with a crisp shot. The football grazed the Dutch goalkeeper's fingertips and nestled into the back of the net.